Good morning and welcome to the Access Karting UK series. The first round takes us to Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. I am Tom Cairns in the commentary position alongside Gaz Bury, who will be with me over the course of today. So Gaz, good morning on this bright sunny morning. As we can see, the GS UK senior karts out on circuit as they all make their way past Christmas and heading towards Ashby and Inkermans. How are you, Gaz?
I'm very well, Tom. Are you?
Absolutely brilliant, Nate. Absolutely brilliant. And they're just in their, I think they're just finishing their warm-ups at the moment. So we'll be having the first heat of today. That's the GX UK Seniors. So we can see the karts on the grid. So in fact, they're in formation for the first heat. So we've got Ash Condola at the head of the field, and it's Gareth Wells in second place. It's Damien Williams in third, and Harley Smith in fourth place. It's Daniel Harworth in fifth, ahead of Tim Kansas in sixth. Leo Engels in seventh place, followed by Nick Barnes in eighth, Oliver Smith in ninth, and Alex Warnaby in 10th position. As you can see, the karts are coming towards the boot, and then the new chicane, which they'll be heading through, and we'll be getting underway over the course of this 8 minutes plus one lap here at Whilton Mill. So let's see how the drivers get on as we begin to go racing here. We'll wait for the green flag, and the first race of today will commence. It's green and we are underway at Whilton Mill. It's a good getaway from the head of the back. There's two karts off already though at turn number one. In fact, three karts off from our contra position, and their race are heavily compromised already. We'll get more on that at the moment. Looks like the 24 has gone off the circuit. We'll find out exactly. It's Leo Engels. So Leo Engels, who was in the top 10 at the beginning of that, is down at the very back of the field. So not a great start to his day, but we can see the field coming through. And it is Ashkan Dola showing that still in the lead as we speak in the number 45. Then in second place is the number 27 of Harley Smith. And you can just see there's a bit of a gap further back to find the chasing pack are in a fight amongst themselves really. So whilst the first and second place drivers are kind of like scampering off into the distance, the rest of the field are having to give chase. So we'll get an updated order as they go over the line. And you can just see there's a battle there involving the 91, I believe, of Gareth Wells being chased by what I believe is Dan Howarth. But the classification has been updated, so it's Ash Condola in the lead, Harley Smith in second place, it's Tim Kansas in third, Gareth Wells in fourth, Dan Harworth in fifth, and it's Phil Richardson in sixth place, followed by Adam Holloway, Nick Barnes eighth, Ethan Hall ninth, and Henry Alf Williams in 10th position in the 55. And it's Harvey still in 11th place, followed by Alex Warnaby, and you can see the field going through Inkermans and Ashby for the second time. And these races are going to fly by very, very quickly, so not a lot of time for the drivers to get into the swing of things here. Now, a lot of them have been racing around yesterday, so they know their feet around this racetrack. But of course, the conditions will be somewhat different. You can just see there's a battle there involving the third, fourth, and fifth place drivers. I think Gareth Wells got too far out wide, and he's lost positions there. So the man in the green helmet there, just good to see the card number. It looks like the number 3 of Philip Richardson, who's gone up into third position. So he was sixth at the beginning of this lap. Now up into third place goes Phil. So it's a good job from him there. Ashkan Dola has shown his falling down the order, unfortunately. So it's Harley Smith that is showing in the lead now over Tim Kansas in second place. It's Phil Richardson in third, Dan Howarth in fourth, Adam Holloway in fifth, and it's Ethan Hall in sixth position. So you can just see there's the number 9 going out wide. That's Ethan Hall at Christmas Corner. He was able to gather it all up. And behind Ethan is Henry Alp Williams, unless he's already got by him on this lap. So we've got the 17 in the field. That's Dan Howarth. So Dan has dropped back now from Phil. So we're watching the battle for third place involving Richardson, Howarth and Holloway. You can see that. So the man in the green helmet is Phil Richardson. The one in the darker helmet, and that's the 91 going for a spin. Further, that's Gareth Wells, who's had his second spin of the race already. So not a good start to this. We've got 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go as the leader goes over the line. And we begin lap number 4. So it's Harley Smith in the 27 leading the way, and it's Tim Kansas in second. Phil Richardson third, Dan Howard fourth, Gaz.
Yeah, and that was quite a kinetic start, wasn't it? With karts everywhere. And look at the lead it's given to Harley Smith already in the first segment of this Heat 3 for GX UK Seniors this weekend. They had 2 heats yesterday, which were dominated by Lewis Jones, who we'll see later on today. Everybody will run 3 heats in this class. There's 5 heats, or 5 races rather, for GX UK Seniors. I think there's some 64 drivers signed on, so they've split the grids. And yeah, it's a huge field, growing massively this season.
And they'll get a chance to race against certain drivers, some of which are not involved in this one, will be up against some of these later on in another heat, won't they, Gaz?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the field being so big, you only have 34 karts on the grid at any one time. So to make it equal and fair for everybody, they'll race everybody in each other field. And yeah, hopefully we'll see a bit more of an even championship that way round.
Yeah, so an update on the order is that Smith is still leading. It's Kansas in second place. It's Phil Richardson third as they go through. So there is the number 3 of Phil Richardson up the inside of Tim Kansas into Christmas Corner. And that is a perfect move there from Richardson to go up into second place. I think that move was coming all along, Gaz, because you can see that Kansas left the inside open and Richardson just went through the open door. Yeah,
he did. It was with these karts, it's all about momentum as well. So to get the run up into Christmas Corner, you're flat out essentially from the very final corner of the boot, all through turn 1, Oblivion and Crook, up the hill, which is quite steep. But cameras really don't show you how steep that is. So I love the little hand gesture by our number 3, Philip Richardson, as a come on, let's get on after our leader. Of course you're going to say that once you've taken place from somebody. But let's see now with a switch in position for our second and third drivers. Will they be able to reel in Harley Smith, who's got quite a substantial lead still holding at 2 seconds as we cross over the half-distance points. But let's see what Philip Richardson and Tim Kansas can pull together now and bring this closing pack up.
Harley Smith begins his 6th lap. We've got a contact warning flag for... I'm just looking at the number 32 of Alex Warnaby, so that will be for contact at some point in the race. That was a move there from the number 6 going up the inside at Christmas. That was Oscar Proietti, who was in 8th position at the beginning of this lap. I assume he's now up into 7th place. We'll get confirmation in due course, but I believe Oscar is now up into P7.
Yeah, again, another popular move, isn't it, at Christmas? We're going to see a lot of that today. Like I say, momentum is everything in these Honda classes. The speed is not everything here. It's all about driving smooth, very much the Jensen Button style. Be concise and consistent and make sure that you're lapping as smoothly as possible. Always making it harder for the other driver, of course. But as you can see here, as they file through the boot for... I mean, what we're on already, it's like lap 6 now already. It's these leaders. You can see that second place is Philip Richardson, has broken away from the chasing pack of led by Tim Kansas and Daniel Howarth, Adam Holloway and Henry Alp Williams.
Yeah, because seeing Nick Barnes has dropped down the order considerably on that last lap. I don't know if he made a mistake. And to reiterate my point, Oscar Proietti did go up into 7th position at the expense of Harvey Still. We're looking at the battle here for 3rd position then. Tim Kansas has been followed by Dan Howarth in 4th place, and the man in the white helmet is Adam Holloway, and followed by Henry Alp Williams and Oscar Proietti. So Proietti continuing to make his move. He's actually posted the fastest lap of the race as well, Gaz. So he's also a man on a charge. Let's see how far he can go up. He hasn't got long left in this.
Now we're going to start to see these faster lap times coming in now as the tyres start to switch on a bit. Did see a bit of a... I get my teeth back in. A bit of a collision there between, I think it was the 55 and the 6 at Ashby last time round. Yeah, there was contact warning. He lifted his hand to say sorry about that. Didn't let him back past though. Carried on his way. But yeah, let's see how these lap times start to progress now as we enter the last minute of the heat.
I think Richardson's gone through on Smith. So Richardson has passed Smith at Christmas Corner. He's gone into the lead. We saw it at the bottom of our screen. We're looking at the battle for 3rd position, but the battle for the lead is what we want to be looking at, because I do feel that Richardson has passed Smith for the lead. He has done. So Richardson is through into the lead in what we believe is going to end up being either the penultimate lap or the 3rd to last lap, Gaz.
Yeah, we've got 36 seconds left on the clock, so they will get another lap before we get to the final lap. So there's going to be 2 laps to go once they cross the stripe this time. But yeah, change of the lead. Philip Richardson has made some real inroads on our leader. Is that Harley Smith or is that Pat Marker? I'm just doubting myself here.
No,
it is the 27. You're absolutely right, Tom. Yeah, Harley Smith has lost 2 seconds, or rather Philip Richardson has gained that, and already pulling away within the half lap that he's had the lead.
Yeah, penultimate lap then between Richardson and Smith, still fighting for the lead. We can just see Smith is beginning to pull out a margin now. Richardson's pulling out a margin over Smith, so I think Smith looks consigned to a 2nd place finish. But there we can see a battle going on further back for 3rd place, and Henry Alp Williams is coming through, as is Oscar Proietti. So Oscar Proietti, who's posted the fast lap of the race, has gone up the order big time here. We're just looking to see on the track map whereabouts he is. So Oscar Proietti, who started the race from 26th on the grid, has made his way up into 4th position.
That is quite the drive, isn't it? When you consider you've got another 24 karts ahead of you, to make all those positions in just 8 laps, that's quite the effort, that for sure. Great start to his day if he can keep this momentum up.
And he isn't done yet. He might be through on Henry Williams. We'll get confirmation as they go over the line to begin the last lap. But Richardson is in the lead still, and he's pulling out quite a bit of a margin now. He's beginning the last lap now. He's 1.4 clear. So Richardson, provided he makes no more mistakes, he's on his way to victory. And Oscar Poyetti has got by Henry Williams, and he's up into the podium position. 23 spaces up in a space of 9 laps.
That is quite incredible, isn't it? What a great start to the day that we're having here. Who is that pulling? Is that a back marker?
It's a back marker.
I was getting excited there for a minute. But yeah, I've been looking at the lap times. Philip Richardson has taken some 1.5 seconds out of, or pulled away from Harley Smith, my apologies. He's lapping some 1 second quicker as well, so I'm not sure what's happened with Harley. Maybe he's got the tyre pressure slightly off this morning in this early running. Temperature's not to his favour, but quick look at the shout over by Philip Richardson as he enters the boot for the last time.
Yeah, and here he is, Philip Richardson, who started the race from P12 as well. What a drive through the field for him. And he's going to complete the first heat as the winner. Richardson wins the first heat of today in the GX UK Seniors. Very, very well done to him. Well done to Harley Smith for finishing in second place, but the man of the race has to go to Oscar Poyetti from 26th on the grid to get up into third place. Henry Williams fourth, Tim Kansas in fifth place, Adam Holloway, Matt Glosenbrook in sixth place, or seventh place rather, Harvey Still 8, Dan Howarth in ninth, and Alex Warnaby in 10th position. We've got Ethan Hall, Elliot Price, Sam Hooper, Ed Cox, Frankie Taylor over the line, Leo Engels in a disappointing 16th position, Nick Barnes 17th, Jaden Nichols 18th, and we've got Joe Harris, Luca Dolby, Simon Butterfield, Aaron Pearson, William Brightman, Chris Deere, Damien Williams, Gareth Wells down in 26th position, and we've got the likes of Paul Senataki, Simon Dean and Ashkan Dola over the line.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened to Gareth Wells. He started second on the grid, didn't he? And because this is mixed grid, by the way, everybody, there's no qualifying, so it means you have a front start, a middle start, and a back start, if you like. They do try and even them out as best as they can, but sometimes it doesn't always work favourably for everybody, as it wouldn't. But yeah, Gareth, he's gone from the front row. Did he have a couple of spins? Did you say, Tom?
Which driver is this? Sorry.
Gareth Wells, wasn't it? Second on the grid.
Yeah, I thought he definitely had at least one. I think he had one at the beginning, and he had another one later on coming out of Ashby, and lost more time as a consequence. But still, he completed the race anyhow, and he ended up down. Where did he end up down? Just in the end, just to remind me whereabouts he's gone. So he's gone. Whoa, he went right down the order. Right down the order, actually, isn't it? Yeah, he's down 26th. Yeah. So he must have completed all the laps, the same number of laps as the leader, but safe to say he had a race to forget.
Yes, definitely. That'll be looking at possible drop round come the end of the day.
Well, we'll see soon enough anyway. And of course, this is the first round of the Access Karting UK series. We go to Clay Pigeon on the 16th to the 17th of May. Then it's GYG on the 13th to the 14th of June. And then it's Rower on the 15th to the 16th of August, and Warden Law on the 19th, 20th of September, and then the season finale will be at Glendo on the 17th and 18th of October.
Very strong calendar, that. There's the one in the middle. They've got a 10-year anniversary to celebrate at Buckmore Park this year for the 100 UK. We'll see them later on. The period TKMs are on the BT82 engine. Well, you can't miss them. They're loud and they're very smoky. And that's what we love about two-strokes.
You know more about these karts, guys, than I do. I just come here to do the entertainment for the audience that's tuned in case those who are not so familiar to this series. I am learning the ropes as those who are tuned in are. So what have we got lined up next then? So we understand it's the 100 UK Senior that is out on circuit next. So they're just going out and will be in formation. So we've got James Dawkins on pole position, followed by Marcus Gray. It's Sergio Taggio in third place alongside Dan Mant. And it's Andrew Hicks in fifth place ahead of Marcus Dory. Hannah Dawkins in seventh ahead of Sebastian Masika in eighth. On the fifth row, we've got James Phillips and Paul Streether. And then it's Brendan Williams and Simon Diver on the sixth row. Brendan Williams and Adam Kelly and Dominic Pine on row number 7, followed by Artie Cameron and Cody Pennington. Hayden Taylor and Ed Scoffin on row number 9, and it's Tom Peppel and Oliver Misters. On row 11, we've got Michael Cornell and Scott Williams, Tom Scott and Leonardo Teggio on the 12th row of the grid. And on the final row, the 13th row, are Pete Townsend and James Purchase.
Of course, JP won't be in this as he's stood over on the grid at the minute, waving the flag for everybody to let everybody out the pit lane. But Daniel Mensah, keep an eye on him, starting 4th. He came through from 15th in Heat 1 yesterday to take the victory. Great drive throughout. Let's see what he can do this afternoon and this morning.
Yeah, well, they're coming through the boot now and towards the chicane. So it's Andrew Hicks leading Sergio Taggio. In fact, they've just gone through the chicane, so I don't know if they'll be underway just yet. I think they're just gathering some tension to the tyres at the moment.
It's a wave around because these karts are push starts. They don't have a starter button like you get on like a Rotax, for instance, or even in sports cars these days. It's just an ignition button. These are still very much the old-fashioned way of bump starting it down the pit lane. It is quite spectacular to see, so depending how quickly they all can get out the pit lane and form up, we'll go first time, and if not, they'll give them a wave round, let everybody catch up, sort themselves out, and we'll go on the second lap.
So what difference can you tell with these karts then to the ones we just saw a few moments ago, Gaz? Can you pick out any differences?
Well, these will be much faster, and they'll be extremely twitchy. The racing will be top level here. These guys are brilliant to watch. Got some really quick drivers in here. The karts are slightly shorter than the GX 100s we've just seen circulating. These are some 18 horsepower in these BT. I can't even say that today. What's wrong with me? BT82 engines. Yeah, these will be a lot of fun to watch.
I'd imagine so. So it's James Dawkins on pole position. Just to remind you, it's not Andrew Hicks is at the head of the field, unless there's been a change. But I don't think there's been a change. It's showing it's James Dawkins on pole position.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as you can see, the boot. The drivers are coming around, so you can see it's the 55 at the front row. That's Sergio Taggio and Andrew Hicks. So we'll just have to go with what's been shown on the screen right now. So it's Andrew Hicks on the right-hand side and Sergio Taggio on the left-hand side. And we await the green light. And heat number 2 is on. So we will watch Hicks and Taggio at the head of the field. And we've got Marcus Dorey in 3rd place and Hannah Dawkins. And it looks like everyone's got through safely there. There's someone running out wide at turn number 2 over at Crook. But it seems like everyone has behaved themselves. You can see the top 3 have already distanced themselves from the rest. It's Hicks leading Taggio and Dorey. Yeah,
it was a much cleaner start, wasn't it, than the first race we saw already this morning. These 100 UK boys have been doing this a while now. It's their 10th season in these particular karts. We've got, keep an eye on that number 2 kart as well of Brendan Williams. Brendan's another champion from years gone by. He's extremely quick, along with his brother who's on the O plate. That's the open plate. That's Scott Williams, who's a couple of places behind. Can't really miss them in the here he is on screen now. That's Scott Williams with the hello.
It's the number 121. That's Hannah Dawkins, who was pulled out of the race, unfortunately. So she stopped on circuit there. That's a terrible shame because she was running towards the front of the field as well, Gaz, and she's basically out of this one, and that's effectively no points for her.
Yeah, she was 7th on the grid, I think I was reading.
She was towards the front, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe she's dropped the train or just been punted off. Because to restart these, like I say, it's a push start. You have to do it on the circuit manually on your own, or essentially, that's your race done.
Yeah. Well, you can see the 22 in the lead. That's Marcus Dorey now. Brendan Williams has made a good start as well. Apparently started 11th on the grid. He's made his way up into P2, so that's a good start for him. Cody Pennington up from 16th to 4th. Scott Williams, 22nd to 5th. Michael Cornell, 21st to 6th. The racecraft really is kicking in. It's not like they're all rusty, these. They're all fired up and ready to go, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And this is the joy of mixed grids. Naturally, there is a talent gap between the quick guys and the other slightly quick guys. But this is what we love about this, because it splits up the field and gives us a real piece of entertainment for our race. Got the quick guys coming through like they are.
And it won't be too long before they catch up to the likes of Marcus Dorey and Brendan Williams, which will make for an intriguing last few laps. And that's a move from the 89 up the inside. That's Dan Mentz through on Artie Cameron. That's a change for position. That's him up into P7 at the expense of him. And the next driver he'll be chasing after is Cody Pennington, whose racecraft has been very difficult to go and miss here.
Yeah, he's had a good start so far. Daniel Mensah, as I say, was yesterday's heat winner. He came from 15th, so I think he's, as long as he's got everything as he wants it, he should be able to close this gap up to this leading pack led by Brendan Williams. Bit of a cork in the bottle, I would say, as they head into the chicane. They've got his brother behind him, who's, I don't think he'll be there long by the time we get to Christmas Corner. Well,
they're coming over the line. I can tell you that Scott Williams is ahead of Andrew Hicks on this lap. So Scott Williams up into the podium places, and Hicks down to 4th place. Brendan Williams, well, it's going to be quite an affair between the Williams brothers in 2nd and 3rd place. We'll see how that plays out. And that's a move there. Is that the number 8? Is that a back marker? No, it's
a zero plate.
Scott Williams, isn't it? So that's Scott Williams. So Brendan Williams basically allowed him through there.
Yeah, it was that bit of brotherly sportsmanship, isn't it? Unlike the Schumachers in the olden days, but certainly a nice tidy move there. Like I say, we're going to see a lot of that today. It's the most opportunic, or it's the easiest place to pass, really. Got a nice long straight. It's at on camber, which makes a change for this place, because so many of these corners are off camber. Ashby notably is a downhill hairpin, which is completely off camber. As the 85 of Michael Cornell moves his way through past Brendan as well. Brendan sliding backwards very quickly. Another place gone by Daniel Mensah, who's pinched that away into the boot chicane. Let's see how they filter across the line.
Yeah, he's lost momentum on this lap. He's lost like 3 places, has Brendan Williams. So he was second at the beginning of the lap, now down to 5th place, just ahead of Andrew Hicks as we speak. But now they're on their 5th lap of this race as they come towards Christmas Corner. And there's number 2, Brendan Williams, being chased by Andrew Hicks. And Dominic Pine is also in there in P7. But the gap between Dory and Scott Williams, 2 seconds between the pair of them.
Yeah, that's quite a sizable gap, isn't it? We're over half distance now. Can Scott Williams close that gap? I rather fancy that he's going to bring Michael Cornell and Daniel Mensah with him if he can. Quite possibly.
That's a go on the Karts. Sorry, that looked quite an audacious dive from so far back over at Chapman. And I wonder who that was that just went wide there. We'll get more on that in a moment. Is that the 38 that went off the circuit? I couldn't quite see.
I think it might have been Andrew Hicks, in the 28. We'll see as they shake themselves across the line again. But yeah, an opportunistic move. It's a late apex at Chapman. It's off camber and downhill. Makes it extremely tricky to do that move and pull it off cleanly anyway, as the 80... Michael Cornell.
Yeah, that's the 85, I believe, of Michael Cornell's lost positions at Christmas Corner. Luckily, he didn't sustain too much damage. I thought the front suspension was going to go there, considering the number of times and the ferocity of how the karts just bang against each other. How resistant are these? How far do they go before the suspensions actually break?
They could take a few knocks, but certainly you catch the wheels at the wrong angle, you're going to break a steering column or a tow rod very easily. I think he got away with that. I think they connected just the right place, and he'll live to fight for another day at the minute.
Yeah, so you got Pine there in the 39 behind the 85 of Michael Cornell as they go over the line to complete lap number 6. Now, as what Gaz alluded to earlier, these are quicker karts than the previous karts we saw in the first race of today, earlier on in the stream. As we can see a move there from Pine going through on Cornell for 4th place. And I think, Cornell just had to accept defeat that time around, unless he's feeling ambitious to come back at him.
Yeah, I wonder if he's nursing a little bit of damage. He might have a bent steering column there after that bump. Might have thrown his tracking out slightly, but he's dropped back. He's hanging on to the back of Dominic Pine for the minute. Let's see if he can keep that going. But yeah, certainly if we look forward to the 2nd and 3rd places now, they've started to break on this 4th and 5th battle quite comfortably, I would say now. So
just mention them further down the order. Cody Pennington's in 8th place, Paul Streether and Hayden Taylor inside the top 10, 9 seconds off the lead he is at. Leonardo Taggio is also out of the race now as well. He's gone no further in this one, along with Hannah Dawkins. But so far, I think everyone else seems to be circulating around. We've got Sergio Taggio down in 20th position. So I assume it's his brother Leonardo who's in 21st. Hannah Dawkins out of those. So those are the only 2 out of this one, out of the 22 that started.
Yeah, so usually see the Taggio brothers towards the back of the field. Normally they're a bit further up front. Didn't one of them start on the front row, didn't they? Was it Sergio who started in the front row?
I think he was, yeah. He was earlier on, and he just dropped back. And it's a mixed grid, just to remind you as well. This is not based on a qualifying performance. So you are bound to see the faster runners come through from the back end of the pack. And the gap now between Marcus Dorey and Scott Williams is 1.3. We said that it was like 2 seconds, but that gap is gradually coming down. But at most, Williams has only got like 3 laps to do it. Yeah, and to reiterate what we was just saying a minute ago about these karts being faster than the GXs, these are lapping some 5 seconds a lap faster for a reference. Doing 51.9s as our fastest lap by Michael Cornell compared to the 56.6s we saw in the GX 100. So it gives you an idea of how much faster these karts are. Probably doing around up to 60 miles an hour as they head into Christmas Corner, but I'm sure somebody will tell us otherwise if they can. But yeah, certainly a handful, especially with the shorter chassis. Naturally a bit more snappy, a bit harder to drive, but to watch, spectacular fun. So you can just see the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place drivers on your screen. Scott Williams being chased by Dan Mercer. There's a yellow flag over at the last chicane who has had a moment there. I can't quite see what has been happening. It might have been sorted out by itself. I couldn't quite see it on screen. But are they on their final lap now? Is it 2 laps to go? I think it's 2 laps to go for the power. Marcus Dorey just went over the line before the clock reached 0. So he's good at the moment. There's the 89 at the inside. That's Mentz on Williams. And Mentz goes through into second place. Williams got out wide and lost third place at the expense of Dominic Pine.
Yeah, somebody, is that the 55? Is that Sergio Taggio? Get himself... Yeah, that confused me there. I thought it was one of the leaders. But yeah, that was a great move, wasn't it, into Christmas corner. Daniel Mentz has certainly kind of woken up towards the end of the heat now, hasn't he, as he moves up into the third or second position, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's ahead of Scott Williams, who's dropped back in that. In fact, he's dropped 2 places, hasn't he? He lost out to Dominic Pine as well on the exit.
Yeah. So the drivers are coming through now. I think there might be one more lap, unless the checker light is coming out. No, they're going to start their final lap. You can see the final lap board at the top of your picture, so that gives the confirmation to the leaders. There's one more lap to go. Marcus Dorey, a lead of just over half a second. That should be enough, but watch out for Dominic Pine coming through on Dan Mentz over at Christmas corner, and Pine's race goes from strength to strength, and he's through into second place, Gaz. As you can see, Mentz almost dropping it out of there, and now he's having to focus on keeping Scott Williams and Michael Cornell back.
Yeah, he got a handful of curb there. I walked the track this morning. That curb is extremely tall, and it's not somewhere you want to be with your kart. It will just push the nose wide, and you'll be out of shape and all sorts. And it's given the advantage, hasn't it, to Dominic Pine, and closed the gap for Scott Williams and Michael Cornell to have a stab into the boot on this last lap, Tom.
Yeah, and Marcus Dorey is close to sealing out this first heat for the 100 UK Seniors of today. Of course, it is the second heat of the weekend. But here is Dorey taking the checker flag to take the first heat for the class of today. Well done to him. Dominic Pine second, and it's Dan Mentz who rounds up the top 3 ahead of Scott Williams and Michael Cornell. Paul Streether had a strong race to 6th place, followed by Brendan Williams, Andrew Hicks, Cody Pennington, and Hayden Taylor round up the top 10. And we've got the 2 Toms of Scott and Packel in 11th and 12th, Artie Cameron 13th, Oliver Misters in 14th, followed by Ed Scoffin, Adam Kelly and Pete Townsend are the last drivers on the lead lap. The only driver to be lapped in that race to finish is Sergio Taggio. Marcus Gray, Sebastian Masika, Leonardo Taggio and Hannah Dawkins didn't make it to the end. So we've got what I believe is the 100 UK, so it's the GS UK Juniors up next. So there'll be that to come in a moment. But well done again to Marcus Dorey on seeing out that win. It was a very, very commanding drive. Despite the amount of pressure the likes of Scott Williams, Dan Mentz and Dominic Pine tried to put on him, but he was not to be deterred. So very well done to him. So it's Marcus Dorey taking the win. Dom Pine in second, Dan Mentz in third, it's Scott Williams, Michael Cornell, Paul Streether in sixth, Brendan Williams 7th, Andrew Hicks 8th, Cody Pennington 9th, and Hayden Taylor in the top 10. Then it's Tom Scott in 11th place, Tom Packel 12th, followed by Artie Cameron, Oliver Misters, Ed Scoffin in 15th place, followed by Adam Kelly, and it's Pete Townsend, Sergio Taggio. Marcus Gray got over the line, albeit 3 laps down, and Sebastian Masika got over the line, albeit 4 laps down. So the only drivers that didn't finish that race at all were Leonardo Taggio and Hannah Dawkins, who we lost on the first lap. So we just wait for the third race of today to come. We've got the GX UK Juniors next, and after them it's the 100 UK Juniors, and it's the GX UK Seniors after that, and it's the 115 UK Seniors, and then it's the GX UK Seniors that follows that at 20 minutes past 11 British summer time. It does feel like the summer today, doesn't it? Well, you say that. For those who are tuning in, they'll think it must be exotic over here. I can tell you, from the moment I stand out there, an instant breeze comes at me.
Yes.
That's all I'm going to say.
It's yes, there's definitely a different temperature in the commentary box compared to standing out.
It's essentially like a mixture of summer and winter together.
Yeah, it's beautiful, though, isn't it, for April? And this is exactly what type of weather we want to see for karting. It's been like this yesterday as well. One thing we can talk about, actually, is the tyres. All the karts are running the same Vega S1, which means that there's no different compounds out on circuit, which means the tyre grip or the track grip stays the same throughout. No lifting the tyres off because no lifting the rubber off the circuit because you've got stickier tyres, and so on, like a Mojo, sorry.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the grid then. We've got an enormous grid actually for the GX UK Juniors. So it's we've got Oliver Claydon showing on pole, and it's Aidan McGeehan in second place, Joe Hoare in third place, out of Jack Briggs. It's Tom Mayo and Leonardo Palaggi. on the third row of the grid, followed by Lucas Dia and Ollie Chandler. Lucas Brown in 9th position, ahead of Morgan Potts. Then it's Riley Potts and Danny Dolan. And it's Chris Mayo and Sam Blamey on row 7. Fred Pollard and Noah Denham on row number 8, followed by Evan Withington and Arthur Lennox on row 9. On row 10, we've got Finley Reid and Charlie Wiltshire. Zach Morris in 21st place, ahead of Nick Buss. And it's Jess Tonks and Dan Pugh on row number 12. Then it's Jonah Winterhalder and Casey Pickup. Zach Andrews and James Brown on the 14th row. And it's Leo Anderson, Lewis Tracy on row number 15. And on the 16th and final row of the grid, we've got Rayan Rasool and Annabelle Jessup.
It's going to be a good one, this, I think. Juniors were looking pretty good yesterday, just even in practice, racing at every opportunity they had as they circle around the boot through the cut through to give them a nice straight run into the final corner, keep them 2 by 2. We look for the acceleration line on the right hand side. You can just spot that orange cone just to the side of the timing tower, and away we go into oblivion to start junior GX UK.
Yeah, it's Claydon and McGeehan at the front of the pack. You can see the 8-hour shade towards Crook is the man you can see in the yellow helmet as we look at the economy. It's difficult to tell from this angle, but you can see that, and that's McGeehan through on Claydon into Christmas corner, and you can see the field just in pole position. 32 cars in this field, and there's perhaps maybe a reason why we get this amount of carnage. It's no wonder. That's the 15 and 13 spinning around there. The number 15 is, just having a look on the grid.
It's Lewis Tracy, who's a novice, hence the black background to his numbers and the white number on the top. There was I think there was a good 10 karts involved in that somehow, but they've all got going, and the track is clear as we follow the leaders through the boot for the first time of this Heat 2 for the juniors.
Yeah.
It's Oliver Claydon who leads through from ahead of Aidan. No, it's not. I'm lying to you.
That's contact. Did you see the front end of the second place car?
Yeah, I think
that's Jack Griggs. Might have a little bit of damage. Warning contact for the number 9 in the field as well. That is Morgan Potts. Of which, I don't know, maybe that was before Christmas corner.
Yeah, quite possibly the LA.
And
have they stopped the race? That's not a red flag, is it?
It looks like they've stopped the race, yeah, because you can see the drivers are holding their hands up, unless it's a yellow flag. It might be a yellow flag because there's a kart that stopped over at Christmas corner.
Yeah, I can see, it's all right. It's a kart being pushed off. It was a stationary yellow.
Yeah,
panic over.
Yeah, so all right for now. It was just a yellow flag there, so I take my word back for what I just said there a moment ago. But there was a change for third position there, past the number 3. I think that was Ollie Chandler going through on Jack Griggs for third place. So the driver that was stopped at Christmas Corner, that was Sam Blamey. So Blamey out of the race, unfortunately, there.
Yeah. As we've just seen us change for the leaders, Leonardo Pelagi, who was, I think he won the race yesterday ahead of I can't remember who it was now, I forgot. I've written it down somewhere. But he takes the lead again for the second time in his 2 heats that he's raced in so far. Bit of a gap starting to break, isn't there, between, is that 4th and 5th?
Yeah,
yes, it is.
So we've got the top 4 in a fight of their own. You can just see the swapping places there. So Greece has gone back through on Chandler. I don't know if that's because Chandler made the move in a yellow flag zone, or maybe he just decided to return the favour just to make sure that he didn't make an illegal overtake, Gaz. That may be what I was thinking.
Yeah, possibly. I didn't see the move. Didn't see the move the lap before, so you could be entirely right if they've self-adjourned themselves and carry on with no foul. But it's, again, you see what I mean about momentum coming out of these corners. The one little slip up and it's closed the gap between second and third immediately as Ollie Chandler is on the bumper now of our second place man Aidan McGowan as they go through the boot across the line one more time. We're already approaching half distance of this heat as the leaders cross the line.
Yeah, there's 3 laps in. Pelagi in the lead, and Griggs is shown now in 3rd position. And you can see a 4-way battle further down the field. I think it's for 5th place. Now Denham's at the head of that, ahead of Arthur Lennox, Oliver Claydon. And that's a move there. Was that the number 3 going through on Aidan McGeehan into 2nd place, Gaz?
Yeah, he's at that back straight away, hasn't he? In fact, did he, or was he just defending? I was looking over at the time screen for a second.
I think that was a genuine overtake. That's the way I look at it.
Okay. Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. 3 is ahead of the number 50 now as they head down into... God, look at that bump on the exit of Parker's down the hill. That where the track cuts, where the cut through is and it joins. There's a horrible hole in the ground. I've seen a few chains and sprockets ruined in that, if we get it wrong. But I shouldn't see too much of that today in these slower karts.
Yeah. So as they come through the chicane for the fourth time, you can see how high over the curbs the leaders are going. That's how hard they're pushing. We've got a warning contact flag for the number 19 of Charlie Wiltshire, who ended the previous lap in 10th position. So clearly he's been involved. He's now up into 7th place at the end of lap number 4. So whilst he may have been a little bit of a naughty boy, he's made his way through the field somewhat.
Yeah, where did he start on the grid? He's made some positions, hasn't he, this morning already?
So Charlie Wiltshire is in 7th place. He started 20th.
He's made 13 positions in half a race distance already. He's really rocketing through the field, isn't he? Is he at the front of the next group along now? I think he is now, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's isolated to himself, so we've got a nice bit of clean air now. Can he catch up to this leading 6 with slightly under half distance to go? As we see, Jack Griggs is on the rear bumper now of our race leader, Leonardo Palagi, as they head through the boot and into the chicane. The size of this curb. I tell you, that curb on the inside you can see on the left hand as they come in, that is at least half as tall as it used to be, because they constantly use it in the last 2 years or so. Yeah.
How crucial is it to ride the curbs? Because you talked about the amount of speed that you need all the way up to Christmas coming out of there, Gaz.
Yeah, well, depending on how tall the curb is. Obviously the karts are very low to the ground, you've got very little clearance, and I didn't think of it this time, didn't want to. But yeah, you want to be as smooth as you can without a wheel, make sure you get the power down evenly and try and keep your momentum up. Anytime these Pro Karts or the GXs are sideways, you're not going forwards. And if you're not going forwards, you leave yourself vulnerable to a move by somebody else behind you. As we've seen already a few times, haven't we? As they run up through Christmas Corner, we've seen plenty of moves there this morning.
And there we see the top two, Leonardo Palagi and Jack Griggs. And Griggs thinking about a move, so Palagi in the green kart, being followed by Jack Griggs in the blue as they go through the boot. This is pretty much nip and tuck, because we've got 2 minutes and 15 to go. So I'd probably say it's definitely going to be 4 laps at most, possibly 3. But it depends on how quick they get round the laps here. And that's the top 6 as well. I think that's Arthur Lennox going through on Noah Doem, or at least, Noah Denham, sorry, or at least he tried to. But we'll get more on that in a moment as they come towards Christmas Corner again. So we look, I think that's Lennox on the inside of Denham into Christmas, and he's made the move.
Yeah, that got set up from the very last corner. Again, that goes to say what you were saying about momentum, as we see a switch for the lead as Jack Griggs gets alongside and through. No, he doesn't. Palagi thinks better of it. Hangs on to that as they head down through Parkin into Chapman one more time.
Would that have been a track limits warning had he got the move done there? Because he did. Oh, doesn't it not matter in this series?
Some series run it here because of the size of the curb and the runoff, but if everybody uses it, there's no advantage. So okay, it kind of neutralises itself.
Well, the game is still on between Palagi and Griggs as they go over the line. There will be 3 more laps, so 3 laps to go for the leaders going over the line. You can see the top 6 all in your picture, and there's a gap behind to Charlie Wiltshire in P7, Evan Withington in 8th, Oliver Clayton 9th, and there we see Lennox on the move again on Ollie Chandler. He thought about a move into Christmas, but to no avail. He'll have to wait back a little bit.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time to work that out, hasn't he? Another couple of laps where he can pick out the move and decide where he wants to pull it off, which best suits to him. Christmas is always a good one because it leads you to, naturally takes you to the outside of Christmas Corner, which immediately goes left, so it covers the line off for a re-overtake.
And you can see the drivers have got their hands up because there's a yellow flag over at the boot. I don't know who stopped there.
There's a cart in the wall, I think, on the exit of the pits chicane. I can see James Purchase just running down the circuit. Should be on the left of our shot.
Yeah,
yes, there is.
It's on the final corner. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Gaz. So there's a penalty notice for the 21 in the field. And it's way down. It's Joe Hall in 14th position. So he's got a penalty notice to his name. I don't know for certain how many seconds that will be added to his time. It's a 3-second time penalty for Joe Hall, unfortunately.
That'll be a contact warning, then he's probably quite possibly could have been involved in the instance down at the last corner. But they've gone essentially a full course yellow. The whole circuit has gone under yellow flag. Naturally, there's no safety cars in karting, so it comes down to the leader to control the pace. But yeah, they're not racing, are they? They have lifted up, haven't they?
Yeah, they're not going at racing speed.
No.
They're definitely not going at racing speed.
But this is where, isn't it? Some of the other guys will try and cheat the system a little bit and make a few gains on the karts ahead to close the gaps down.
So there'll be one more lap. So I think it would have been one lap less maybe compared to what it would have been, but because of the yellow flag, it obviously consumed more of the time. So this is now the final lap of the race that the leaders are doing. They're still on yellow flag conditions at the moment, so they cannot overtake during this period. It might even go on to the end of the race now, guys, thinking of it.
Yeah, I can still see the yellow flags out the window at all the marshal posts. So it's just a difficult place to recover a kart. The driver's still on the side of the circuit, out with his kart. I can see with our two owners of the series, James Purchase and James Cannon, who have done a wonderful job of getting this series going, as we essentially just full course yellow it to the final.
I'm seeing flashing red lights at the marshal post as well, so I don't know if that is indicating something. You can see the yellow flags, but I'm seeing flashing red lights also at the marshal post. So what does that potentially indicate?
I think it's just the orange. Yeah, it's the LEDs. It's confusing us. I think they are yellow or orange.
Yeah,
So
it might be
just
the sunlight or
stationary.
something like that.
Yeah, quite possibly, but it's certainly not. If it was a red flag, there'd be red flags out and they'd all come to a standstill somewhere on the circuit away from the incident.
So the drivers are going over the line. It's Leonardo Palagi under yellow flag conditions, taking the winner ahead of Jack Griggs and Aidan McGeehan. And it's Ollie Chandler in 4th place. And Noah Denham, it's Arthur Lennox in 5th place. And Noah Denham in 6th position. It's Noah Denham in 6th place. Charlie Wilshire, Evan Withington, Leo Anderson, and Zach Andrews has made it into the top 10 after starting 27th on the grid.
That was a bit of an anticlimax, wasn't it? That was a really good first half of the race, I thought.
Yeah, it's a shame with that car being parts there, and for the last 2 laps we're under yellow flag conditions. Otherwise, we would have been treated to a brilliant finale, but it is what it is,
Yep.
and the show must go on.
Absolutely. So we will... What's our next race? UK Juniors Heat 1 when we get there, as the final positions are taken up. That was... Yeah, Palagi would take 2 wins. I think he won yesterday.
So that's race. So we've done race 3 of today. Just to run down the rest of the classification for the sake of the other drivers who we've not mentioned. Oliver Claydon was 11th, followed by Riley Potts. And then it's Fred Pollard in 13th. Joe Hart with the penalty dropped down to 14th position. Then it's Danny Dowling in 15th. Nick Buss in 16th. Morgan Potts, Tom Mayo, Chris Mayo, and Lucas Brown running out the top 20. Lucas Deere in 21st, followed by Zach Morris. Finley Reid and Rayan Rasul in 23rd and 24th. Then it's Jonah Winterhalder in 25th, followed by Lewis Tracy, Jess Tonks, Dan Blake Pugh, Annabelle Jessup, Casey Pickup, and James Brown. We lost towards the end there, and we lost Sam Blamey on the first lap. So the next race we've got lined up for you now, it's the 100 UK Junior, I believe, that we've got for you. And that will come very, very, very shortly.
Yeah, the 100 UK Junior, similar setup to our seniors we saw a moment ago. Same engine, just with a restrictor between the carb and the engine to regulate airflow. So they run about 14 horsepower. Still very fast karts. And these young pilots are extremely capable. I think this is their first heat this weekend, actually. Yes, it is, Junior Heat 1. It says right on my piece of paper. So, yeah, they should be away once the circuit is clear. I think the kart is removed from the final corner. I can see James Purchase over at the last bend just checking in with the marshals, make sure the circuit is clear. Flags are in, boards are in. I think we should be good to go in a few minutes.
Yeah, well, I saw the kart being pushed down the pit straight as the leaders were going over the line to complete that last race there. And we'll be underway with the 100 UK Juniors in a moment. There is no lunch break, just so that you know. So it's going to be pretty relentless from the very first race we do here all the way to the end, Gaz.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long day. We were, give or take, about 30 minutes behind yesterday, because the nature of the circuit does make it, in places, difficult to recover karts. So say you've fallen off at Christmas Corner, you tend to be out there a while until you can get recovered. So it does slow the proceedings down a little bit, but we'll see how we go.
So we're just waiting for the all clear, so that the next group of karts can head out on track. And you can see the drivers just waiting patiently down over in the pit lane or in Parc Fermé to head out on circuit in formation, and we can run down on the grid for this very next race. And you can see the number 2 leading the field out And that is Yelena Ospar-Scott, who's at the head of the pack. Then it's Louis Ngai in second place. Then it's Jensen Houghton and Lucas Kelly. Then it's Devon Giles, Seth Jones, Dan Clayton, Leo Stern, Jack Scott and Harry Platten rounding out the top 10. Oliver Borg, Mason Pennington, Harry Bowler, Logan Page in 14th. Then it's Sat Lowe and Jaden Solo, Jess Williams, Ezra Grove, Tom Platten and Kai Turner rounding out the top 20, followed by Milo Purchase, Will Brooks, and it's Benajarov, Pinfold and Zach Menz round out the 24 karts in the field.
Yeah, we had Yelena's dad in here this morning just chatting, looking for a little bit of pace. They were saying feel a bit off, but hopefully this front row start will give him a bit of confidence, and let's see how Yelena Ospar-Scott can go in this first heat for 100 UK Juniors, as we're going to get a wave around. Naturally, the field is strewn across half of the circuit as they try and get these karts fired in pit lane and get going. So we're going to go around again, a bit more tyre warming. Sometimes it could be tactical with the leader getting on with it, you never know.
Yeah.
But, they'll bunch up nicely as they head around this first half lap, and they'll slow down and pair up as they enter the back straight before the boot.
Yeah, there's still another car that's just going through the boot as well, so whoever that is at the back of the pack will need to get a move. That is Zach Menz, so he's just coming through the last corner now, and he hasn't got long. He'll catch us at the back of the pack. As you can see, they're in their rows of two now, so it won't be too long before he reaches the back end. But I suppose if he's warmed up those tyres and he's just catching up to the field, does that give him a tyre advantage for the start?
Yeah, might be a little bit of extra heat, but ultimately he's got to get through turn one behind the field, and hopefully they will get through cleanly ahead of him. So the advantage may be minimal, but I don't think it will take too much. I mean, normally as well, depending how far back he is, there's a cut through after turn one, so he could have nipped through if he was that far behind. But the chances are he will catch up, and if he doesn't, they might let the field go anyway. As they wander down to the boot, you see that beautiful blue and white smoke pouring out the back of these two strokes. Love it. There's nothing like that on a Sunday morning, is there?
Nothing like that at all. And we'll be hoping to continue that way. Let's hope this race is as blistering as what the tyres are perhaps suggesting on this bright sunny morning here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. The karts are back on the straight. The red light is on. Now it turns green. Ospar-Scott leads the field towards the first couple of corners through Oblivion and Crook, and it looks like she's got out of there safe and sound as well, bridging out a gap over the others. But we're looking at Jensen Houghton, who's going defensive here. I think that might be Lewin and Guy attacking him into Christmas Corner. No dramas coming out of Christmas Corner, unlike what we saw in the previous race. And you can see the number 2 in the lead. It's Jensen Houghton in second place, and in third position is Lucas Kelly. Lewin and Guy is still in fourth place, so the top 4 in the same positions where they were at the beginning, Gaz.
Yeah, that was a great start, wasn't it, by Yelena Ospar-Scott, as she got away cleanly. 77 having some trouble. Here's the push that we were saying about, but they're getting away, are they? Who was the 77? It's Ezra Grove from 19th, yeah. But yeah, after one lap, Ospar-Scott is certainly, yes, somebody's spot. So yes, Ospar-Scott. Sorry, Tom, carry on.
Yeah, so the leader's just coming around to complete the first lap, and it's Yelena Ospar-Scott in the lead. Jensen Houghton in second place. It's Lucas Kelly in third. Louis and Guy, Seth Jones, Devon Giles, Jack Scott, Oliver Borg, Dan Clayton and Leo Stern in the top 10. And you can just see a battle between the 32 and the 11. It looks like Lucas Kelly's got through on Jensen Houghton to go up into second position, so a change there. Louis and Guy is still a bit further back to challenge, but his opportunity will come around soon enough.
Yeah. As we head through Parker and down that little dip, you can see where the cut through is, and that huge hole on the exit.
Yeah, I can see
just
it.
As the cart's nip by, that is a good kind of couple of inches drop. You get caught in that, you're going to rip your either your sprocket or your chain off, which is not ideal when you're racing in a kart.
No.
As we head through the boots, it is going to be Yelena Ospar-Scott who takes the field around one more time, as we've got two karts. I presume they've both been off at Ashby, as they seem fairly slow. Is it the 40?
I think it's the 40. He's had an incident of his own, because the 77 of Ezra Grove already had his incident earlier, and he's just catching up to him. So I think the driver had an issue on the second lap. There we can see the 11 and the 4, Houghton and then Guy tussling over third position. Coming out of Christmas Corner over a couple of minutes into this one now on lap number 3 out of what will be either 9 or 10 laps in this particular heat in the 100 UK Juniors. And the drivers are very much getting into the swing of things here, as they had been doing yesterday. They've already got the experience of this track, but of course track temperatures can differ from one day to the next. There is Ngai attacking Houghton coming towards the boot.
Yeah, and he said about temperatures, this place is a very physical circuit as it is anyway. You've got the long straights, the long physical corners through turn 1 and turn 2 at Oblivion and then Crook. And this is, by the end of the day, these drivers will know they've been driving at Whilton Mill. That is for sure.
And there we see Oscar, Scott and Kelly tossing over the lead. The number almost looks different compared to where it should be. I think it must have had like a rubber mark or something on it on Lucas Kelly's kart, but we could just see what kart number that is on the sides, so it's easier for us to recognise. But you can see there's a gap between Kelly in second place and Houghton in third, who's still in that tussle with Ngai, and Seth Jones is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, these leading two have really broken away, haven't they, from that chasing pack you've just mentioned there. Jensen Houghton is already 2 seconds behind this, so Yelena Osbar-Scott's done a really good job of stretching the front of this field out. Just spotted a yellow flag as we come through the boot. Is there an incident?
It's on the outside of the chicane. Someone has stopped there just before the last corner, Gaz. I'll let you have a look outside your commentary position. But that kart has gone no further in this race. I can tell you that kart, I believe, just looking further down, it might be Devon Giles that has stopped on the racetrack.
Hasn't crossed the line, has he? But he's on the cut through that we don't use for the race, only the warm-up. So hopefully they'll pull in that yellow. Yeah, they have. The yellow flag is clear. So that kart is out of the way according to the marshals. So racing will be green through the last sector, which is always ideal on the last lap because that's where we're going to see some moves.
Yeah. Well, you can see the top two still nose to tail. Yelena Osbar-Scott and Lucas Kelly. And there's Jensen Houghton in third place and Lewin Ngai. Oliver Borg is right behind. He's run about 8 tenths back from Seth Jones in sixth place. He is being chased by Jack Scott, Dan Clayton, with Kai Turner and Leo Stern run out the top 10. Stern dropping back a little bit from those, but at least he's still in the fray. You can just see Devon Giles at the back of the field as well. It doesn't look like he's gone any further. And earlier on in the race, we lost Harry Plutton, who is he's down about 3 laps now from this one, so I'd assume he's gone no further in this. Drivers have made moves through the field. Let's have a look at the racecraft side of things. So the man who started in 18th position, Kai Turner, has gone up from there to 8th, so a good job from him. And Oliver Borg, who has posted the fast up of the race so far, started P12, he's up in P6.
Yeah, certainly some positions being gained, isn't there, through the back of the field as we pick up the battle for third position. Another yellow flag at... I can see the kart being removed behind the tyres with the smallest gap of my TV in the window, so that'll be pulled in very quickly. But as we follow this battle for third position, led by the number 11 of Jensen Houghton, there's a good 7 or 8 karts there for this third position, with slightly under a quarter of the distance to go. Let's pick them up as they head up to Christmas. It was looking pretty close on the number 4. Looking for a move from the outside.
Yeah, that's Ngai.
Better of it.
Ngai attacking Houghton into Christmas corner. There's no way through yet for Ngai, and I think it's Milo Purchase who had stopped over at just before the boot. So that's his race run, unfortunately. Devon Giles is still going in this one in 21st place. He's down a lap though, but I suppose if he finishes this one, he will get points anyhow. There's the 34 on the inside of the number 4. That's Oliver Borg through on Ngai, and 4th place goes to him.
What a move that was as well. Again, opportunistic. It's a very late apex for the kart that's in the lead of that before the move happens. So it's, you have to really have eyes everywhere as you as the competitor tries to make a move on you through there. It was a great move though. Saw him at the last second. He's through into 4th position.
He is, and the next driver he'll be chasing is Jensen Houghton, who's like another 6 or 7 tenths up the road. But he has got time left in this one. It's like 90 seconds plus 1 lap, so we've got time for 3 more laps in this heat in the 100 UK Juniors, the first heat they've run today. And you can just see the 34 chasing the 11. So we're looking at a battle for third place between these, and that's a kart off also on the exit of Ashby, isn't it? I can't see who it is from that angle. We'll get more on that in a moment.
I think it might be Jessie Williams in the 40. Difficult to see the pink helmet, but it's difficult to see from
she's getting out.
Position.
She's got out, so I think that's her race done, unfortunately. So that's a terrible show. Unless she might try and get back in the kart and get going and get a push start or something. Yeah, she's on the way at least anyway. But she's down a lap on the leaders, so so Jess can get to the end of this one. 2 laps to go for the leaders.
Yeah, as this battle for third still rages again, we're going to see a move around the outside by the 34 of Oliver Borg.
That's Borg to the outside of Houghton into Christmas corner, no way through, but the loss of momentum has dropped him back into the clutches of Kai Turner, who's having a strong race. Turner up the inside of Borg into Ashby, and that was a superb pass, but watch the 34 come back on the inside at the left-hander they're going through next. He did it before, he doesn't do it this time, but I've got a feeling he might try and go for it again there.
Yeah, with time running out, I think we're going to get the final lap board this time round.
Yeah, we will
10 seconds to the line. There's a move.
Oh,
he's gone round the outside.
Oh, he has?
What a move!
What a move! That is that Oliver Borg that's come through? I think it's Oliver Borg that's gone past Jensen Hout for third position. That was a tremendous overtake into the boot. That was sensational.
That was the end plate of Kai Turner.
It's Kai Turner. It's Kai Turner. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Sorry, Tom, he made 3 places there in that one lap, I think, from Christmas corner. So he's really rocketed through the field. He was a long way down on the grid, I believe. But there was a bit more contact and bumping and boring going on behind. For some reason now missing a nose cone at the back of this group. But yeah, that was going quite lively. It's not even the last. Well, it is the last lap now.
I'll take my word back. I was looking at the wrong driver, but I didn't realise Kai Turner had come through the field that quickly in a space of 1 lap there, Gaz.
Honestly, I mean, where's he come from? He's been. I didn't even see him in the back of this grid, and all of a sudden he's just appeared in third position.
Look at this. There's the 11 coming through now as well on Borg. So the battle for 4th place is still not finished between these two. That's a little bit of contact coming towards the boot, but the leader of Yelena Ospar-Scott goes over the line to win the heat here in the 100 UK Juniors. Second place goes to Lucas Kelly, and it's Kai Turner making up 15 places from where he had started to get up to the final podium spot. Jensen Houghton in 4th ahead of Oliver Borg, Jack Scott, Seth Jones, Llewellyn Guy, Dan Clayton and Jaden Solo in the top 10.
That was a very good race.
I love that one. That was arguably the best race so far.
I think that was, for entertainment, that was 100% right there. If that's how they're going to be on Heat 1, what's they going to be like in the final?
Answers on a postcard for those who are watching. If you enjoyed that so much, do feel free to get involved in the live chat as well.
So, go on, Tom, carry on.
Tom Platten in 11th place, Leo Stern 12th ahead of Ari Bowler and Zach Lowe, Mason Pennington and Will Brooks in 16th position, Logan Pedge and Benajarath Pinfold in 18th place and the last driver on the lead lap. Ezra Grove made it to the end in 19th, followed by Devon Giles, and Jess Williams did make it to the end, unlike Milo Purchase, and 2 other drivers did not finish that race. They were Zach Mentz and Harry Platten. And whilst Gaz takes his, Gaz was just going off the mic for the time being, and we can introduce Brad Philpott into the box. Brad, good morning.
Good morning.
How are we?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm very, very well, because we're about to see some GX UK action.
Yeah, we are, and I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, that last race there was truly tremendous, it has to be said. So yes, we have got the GX UK seniors up next.
Now, I've got a little bit of bias in this one, because my little brother, who's not little at all, he's much taller than me, he's racing. He's in the bright pink suit and extremely fluorescent gummy bear liveried kart.
Is he?
I'm going to be keeping a close eye on him, but it's a stacked field, as with every GX UK race.
And where is he starting the field, Brad?
Well, there was a little bit of question about that, because I think, in fact, he's on screen right now there in the yellow helmet on the left. Now, I think it's about 23rd. He's actually moved since I dropped his kart down on the grid, so really? I'm not quite sure where he is. I think maybe there's been some shuffling around.
Well, there may be so, but either way, I'm sure we'll be treated to a very, very good race. 8 minutes plus 1 lap it'll be. Have you been finding the races this morning in the other classes?
I've not had a lot of time to watch, aside from the first GX one. It's absolutely hectic here when you're trying to run your own kart as well. Even though GX UK is probably the most straightforward karting category to run a kart in, there's still lots of things to do. So I've not really managed to watch the other classes, but it sounds like it's been exciting from your point of view up here.
It's been absolutely breathtaking. It's been better than I thought it would be, in all honesty. I mean, these drivers are putting on an absolutely fantastic show.
So there's some people to watch out for in this one. And in particular, I can see on the right-hand side of the screen there, the green helmet hovering behind the metal fence there of Jacob Sharrock, so reigning champion. He's been unbelievably fast in practice over the last couple of days, comfortably pulling away from people who are in his slipstream. He's just absolutely rapid. So I would be surprised if we don't see that driver, who's currently in the bottom 20 in the starting grid, somewhere in the top 3 by the end of this one.
We'll see soon enough. I mean, we've seen a lot of racecrafts over the course of today. I think someone came from outside, I think started 26th and he finished in 3rd place in one of the heats. That was a superb drive. Just to remind you, these are mixed-up grids. The grids are not determined on the basis of qualifying. They are mixed-up grids, but that's kind of part of the fun anyway. If you are joining in, we do welcome you. And a lot of Aiden fans coming in as well, tuning in. As we wait for the next group of karts to go out, so the GX UK Seniors for their first heats of today. And now they're going out in formation, Brad.
So there's so many drivers in this category that we've got 6 heats, and you only do 3 of them. And you probably explained this earlier, but so this is my brother Paul's second heat. It could be any number of heats for these other drivers. Some people here will be doing their 3rd heat of the weekend already. For some people, it could potentially just be their first one. So it's quite mixed up because there's just so many people. It's unbelievably popular, this one.
Yeah, there's about 30 drivers in the field. So running down on the grid then, so it's Ethan Hall on pole ahead of Aaron Pearson. Alex Horn in 3rd place, followed by Aaron Alexander. Then it's Dan Wilson and Matthew Roberts on row number 3. Oscar Drain and Ross Chell on row 4, followed by James Burgess and Nick Bourne. And it's Joe Harris in 10th position, we're shown on screen. Ed Cox in 11th place, followed by Max Andrews. Dan Booth in 13th, followed by Oscar Proietti. Ben Webster and Gareth Wells in 15th and 16th, followed by Frankie Taylor and Anthony Cassels. It's William Brightman and Tyler Davis ran out the top 20. Paul Hanley and Dan Howarth in 21st and 22nd, followed by Alex Wannabe and Tim Kansas, who's competing in his second race of today. Ronnie Townsend and Jacob Sherripp in 25th and 26th. Matthew Davis and Luca Dolby in 28th. And Nick Bourne in 29th.
I'm always so hyped for these GX races.
I am as well.
There's action throughout the field. Everywhere you look, there's karts overtaking other karts.
Well, we'll see soon enough as they come in towards the boots. I don't know if they'll be waved round. We've seen a number of times they've been waved round in these heats. We'll just get confirmation in a moment. I don't see any hand wave or anything like that, so I think this may well be the start of this particular race. You can see they're in their formations of 2, and we are waiting for the green light to appear. And we are
they're going around
one more up. Yeah,
now, I'm not quite sure why, because it looked to me like a pretty decent formation there.
Yeah,
so something we haven't spotted.
Hold your horses, as they all say. And there'll be at least another minute before we get this race on the way, but it does get the chance to drivers to just get a little bit of tyre temperature put on.
Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it feels warm in a way, but when you step outside, you get this breeze thrown at you. You don't know whether to wear a coat and a scarf or to put your sun cream on.
I think the track temperature is pretty warm, so I can give you a bit of an insight into the tyres. I'm a bit of a tyre nerd, so you may have already explained. We've got a different compound of tyre, different manufacturer of tyre for the Access Series this year. All classes running on a Vega. It's a Vega S1, if I've remembered correctly, and on the face of it, that's an endurance rental tyre, but it seems to be really sticky and working really well in these ambient temperatures. And we're running relatively high pressure, certainly some of us. I'm giving away a little bit there, I won't put a figure on it, but they come up to temperature really quick. So anything above maybe 8 degrees ambient, which we definitely are outside now, these tyres will be completely up to temperature. Look, no one's really doing any aggressive weaving.
Nope.
As I say that, somebody does in the middle of the pack there. But in my experience with these tyres, they just work straight out the box. So you don't need to do too much work. And apparently, they're even really good in the wet, which I haven't had a chance to try yet.
Yeah, I think that was Aaron Alexander who was just trying to gather a little bit of temperature into his tyres. So you can see Aaron Pearson and Ethan Hall at the head of the field. So it's Pearson in the reddish cart on the left-hand side of your picture, and then the greenish cart is the number 9, Ethan Hall. So we are ready to go here. The green flag has been waved. The drivers are in position, and we are good to go now. And Pearson and Hall going through Oblivion and Crook, and it's Hall who takes the early lead over Horn and Pearson down to 3rd place, it seems. And we can see Horn making his way through. And look at that in the yellow helmet that's coming through. I think that must be Alex Horn, who's gone from 4th into 2nd place. And there's contact over at Christmas Corner. Multiple karts involved. Everyone having to take evasive action. We'll get more as to who's been involved. That's the number 17, I believe, that has dropped down. Or it might be Nick Bourne who has gone down the order there. Now it is the 17, that is Dan Howarth, who has got going again, but the cart behind him, I think, has had to get a push start, unfortunately. He got out of his car, unfortunately. We'll get more on that as to who it is. but that was a little bit unfortunate there, Brad.
So it was all looking relatively clean, wasn't it? And then the middle of Christmas, someone got a little bit sideways, and I think they were helped around slightly. And everyone behind did their best to keep out of it. Unfortunately, my favourite driver in this one, Paul Hanby, did manage to get tangled up, but kept going. Other people stationary. We've got a chain off for the number 90.
That's a shame. He was running towards at the front as well. That has to be Stanley Wilson, who's just stopped on the pit straight. So terrible luck at the end of lap number 1. Meanwhile, at the front, there is the number 9, Ethan Hall, ahead of the number 8, Alex Horn. And right in the wheel tracks is Aaron Alexander, as there is the kart of Stanley Wilson's been pushed off the circuit and he's out of the race.
And Matthew Roberts will not be far behind. He's closing in on this lead trio. He came second in his first race yesterday, and he's also one of the drivers that's had massive pace throughout the weekend. So here he is, looking threatening.
Super move there from Aaron Alexander up into second position. Over at the left-hander before they go towards the infield. He went through at Chapman, and that was a superlative overtake there, Brad.
Yep, these top 4 have broken away from the rest of the pack, and they're going to be going at it hammer and tong. Look at the amount of curb they used through that final chicane. You have to do it if you want to set the fastest lap, but it's brutal on the chassis.
Yeah, it'll be brutal on the chassis, but sometimes it is worth the risk, isn't it?
It is, and you kind of got to deploy your big curb jumps throughout the race. Or throughout the weekend, because if you keep doing it, and we've got to move for the lead from Aaron Alexander.
Yeah, he is. He's through on Ethan Hall, and Hall is now down to third place because Matthew Roberts has taken advantage of the open door, and through into second place he goes.
As I was just, and Matthew Roberts goes for the lead, as predicted. Matt Roberts coming up from around about 5th place at the start, now fighting for the lead.
2 changes of lead in as many corners, and it is Aaron Alexander who was in the lead for a brief moment. It's now Ethan Hall, or Matthew Roberts, I should say, who has gone through. And they can see Ethan Hall in third place in that greenish car, but ahead of Alex Horn. Ross Chell is in 5th place, a little bit further back. I just wonder whether he may get into some form of contention to battle at the front here, because with the way these 4 have been battling over the course of this so far, anything can happen.
I think we're now going to see Matthew Roberts just eke away a gap at the front, unless Aaron Alexander can use the slipstream here on the way up to Christmas just to stay with him. In fact, that does seem to be what's happening. But those top 2 are now clear, aren't they? They're not going to be threatened from the rest of the pack, I don't think.
No, Alex Horn absolutely on the move, going through on Ethan Hall at Christmas Corner, or so he thought, because Ethan Hall has said, no you don't, no way on earth you're coming through, I'm keeping you behind me.
So someone else who's been unbelievably fast, Ross Shell, yesterday was very fast. I think he made up about 17 or 18 places in race 1, and he's now in 5th position, closing in on that top 4 group.
Yeah, Oscar Poetti has gone up from 19th to 8th position already, so he's had a strong start to this one. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this GX UK Senior heat, and these races do go by very, very quickly, but now we're looking at the lead again, involving Matthew Roberts and Aaron Alexander as they come towards the final chicane before the lap is out. And are we going to see any changes in move? Well, it doesn't look like we're going to see any changes involving the top 2, but the battle for 3rd and 4th is really hotting up.
Stellar effort from Aaron Alexander to stick with Matthew Roberts, because the pace Roberts came through at and the early gap he seemed to pull, I thought he was going to drag away, but Aaron's sticking with him pretty easily. Yeah,
Ethan Hall in 3rd, Alex Horn in 4th. Horn thinking about a move. He got a better exit compared to what Hall had, but his momentum's been upset by Hall going on the defensive, but it looks like Horn is going to go through into Ashby, and he's through into 3rd position. That was a neat overtake.
And Ross Shell getting ever closer with these 2 battling, so this is exactly what Shell and Oscar behind them are looking for. Maybe they can move themselves up into podium contention. 3 minutes to go.
3.5 minutes remaining here. There we see Roberts and Alexander in 1st and 2nd places as they come towards the boot. Alexander's still no way finding his way through. Is this a game of chess now? Because what I'm thinking is it's like the esports style where you have to decide when is the best time to go for a move.
100%. You've noticed, I'm sure, earlier in all of the GX UK races that once you start fighting, you lose an inordinate amount of time. So these guys will be strategically planning when to fight. And in the background, we've got more moves. Is that Ross Shell up to 4th place now?
Yeah, well, Ethan Hall's down to 6th position. He's lost 2 places on this lap. He's lost the position to Ross Shell and Oscar Poetti. So Ethan Hall really is beginning to struggle.
And Jacob Sharrock, I mentioned when they were all on the dummy grid, he's up to 9th place now, so moved himself inside the top 10. Oh, Oscar's got a broken front left.
Ah, dearie me.
Track rod.
That is broken track rod for Oscar Poetti at Ashby Corner. That is a terrible, terrible shame, because he came through from 19th up into 4th place, or 5th place rather, and he's out of the race with broken front suspension.
And you can't limp that one home. That's a fully DNF. These 2 at the front here, not looking like a DNF, are still going at it hammer and tongs. You spotted something in the background.
Well, what I was going to say is, you know that curve we spoke about earlier? Has that
Yes.
played a role in how that track rod has been going around the circuit?
It could well have done. You're right. And as I was saying earlier, you've got to choose how many times you're willing to jump that massive curve. You will gain a tenth or two, but will your kart last the entire race? So if you've got nothing to gain, if you're out on your own, you're not going to catch the kart in front, I would advise just not bothering and just taking it safe through that chicane. If there's something to gain, you've got to weigh up the risk of whether or not you're going to do it.
Yeah, and Oscar Prietti, well, after that brilliant first race he had earlier on today, the second race for himself has not gone to plan, but he'll be back for more later on today, that's for absolutely sure. But we can see the battle for third position between Alex Horn, Rochelle and Ethan. It's not Ethan Hall, I think it's Jacob Sherrick now. It is Ethan Hall, my apologies, in fifth place in the number 9.
Jacob up to 6th though, so he is closing them down. He's made 3 places since the last update on him, and the update on my favourite driver, Paul Handley, he was up to about 17th and somehow he's dropped back down to 21st, so out of sight. Some drama's happened there.
Yeah, and you just saw Rochelle riding the curve again and taking a little bit more than the others were doing. We spoke, me and Gaz spoke about earlier about the amount of time you can gain from riding over that curve in that particular way. Change for the lead. Alexander through on Roberts for the lead.
So this is what we were waiting for. He's decided there's not enough time left for the rest of the pack to catch them, no matter how much they fight. Now he's going fully defensive.
Oh, it's so close, wheel to wheel into Ashby, and Alexander was able to just hold on, but he's gone so far out wide and nearly handed the position over to Matthew Roberts. But it's far from over. There'll be at least another lap. I think there'll be 2 more laps to go after this. You can just see Alexander having to go defensive into the left-hander of Chapman before going back towards the infield, and this is far from over, Brad.
So next real opportunity for Matthew Roberts is going to be up to Christmas, isn't it? So he's going to sit behind him, try and get a really nice run through the main start-finish straight. God, it's so brutal over that curve, isn't it? So he's going to try and actually back off probably on the way into turn 1 and 2 into oblivion, so that he can then get a really good run up the hill. Here we go, let's see if it works.
Yeah, 2 laps to go then, and it's Aaron Alexander in the lead at the moment. Matthew Roberts in the number 2, chasing Rochelle's move up into 3rd place at the expense of Alex Horn. Jacob Sharrock has dropped down the order though, Brad, unfortunately.
Oh, and, you're right. What's happened there?
I don't know, we'll get more on that in a moment, but we'll focus on the top 2 for now. Alexander going defensive on Roberts as they come towards Ashby. Corner, there's contact made on the approach to the right-hander. That was so close to that, ended in tears.
So Matthew Roberts overtook me in that section of the track yesterday, but this seems like a lot more robust than our battle. And has he got the inside? He's got the overlap. He's through.
Yeah, he's done it. And Roberts is through, but he's far from over. And judging by the way these two have been battling, I don't want to say there's no love lost, but it feels like they're not the best of friends.
Well, they're actually in the same team. So Aaron is running the GSR livery, and GSR is the team that Matthew Roberts and Jacob Sharrock are informally running. Matthew's got slightly wonky rear bumper there, but he seems to have seen off that attack.
Yeah, 1 lap to go then. The final lap board has been shown to the drivers. Roberts is the one in the lead, but Alexander is feeling feisty at the moment, determined to get that lead back in this final 1.1 kilometre racetrack, 1.1 kilometre lap. As it goes to the outside there is Alexander, as he pulled it off over the curb on the exit Christmas, but he was unable to get the move done. Roberts continues to battle it out, but he's allowed Alexander to go to the outside. He'll have the inside line though, Will Roberts, and he pushes it's Roberts. So it's Alexander who's got pushed out wide there, but Alexander's coming back through into Chapman. Is he able to do it? He's done it.
He knows. He tipped his head back there in frustration. There's not really a way around here. Or is there? He's got an overlap. No, he hasn't. No. Robert, I think Matthew's lost this one now. There's not many more opportunities. Can he get up the inside?
Oh, he can't, can he?
It's done. Aaron Alexander's done enough.
Yeah.
What a great move on that last lap. I thought Matthew Roberts had that in the bag.
And it's Aaron Alexander who takes the win in this heat, with Matthew Roberts in 2nd place, Rochelle coming through to a very well-deserved 3rd position, and it's Alex Horn, Ethan Hall, Dan Booth, Oscar Drain, Jacob Sherrick got back to 8th place on the final lap, ahead of James Burgess and Alex Warnaby.
And a final update on my brother Paul. Made up to 19th on the last lap there, so did improve from his starting position, but he's going to be annoyed about that. But what a race. What a race. GX UK at its finest. You're going to see more of that throughout the weekend. Just wait till we get to the finals.
Yeah, there was a few contact warnings, or a couple, for James Burgess and Max Andrews, but no penalties have been dished out for either drivers.
Well, thank you very much for having me in the booth. I'm going to go get my kart ready. Enjoy the rest of the action.
Thank you very much, Brad, and the best of luck to today and all the friends of yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to need it.
Well, we know how these classes can play out. We've seen so much so far, Gaz Bury, and that latest race there in the 100 UK Juniors, that never was going to fail to disappoint.
No, what a race that was, eh?
Oh, it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Great final lap. Great battle, really, wasn't it, for the last half of that I saw? Yeah, what a duke that was.
I mean, I've been astonished by the quality of the racing so far. It's safe to say, and I feel thankful to be in this commentary position for it. Plenty of karts dropping out there. The most notable one was Oscar Proietti with the track rod issue.
Really?
Yeah.
He had a great day yesterday, taking the...
And he had a great day this morning. Earlier on.
Yeah, made up 23 places, didn't he? I think I jotted down.
Yeah.
No, I missed out. I was running around for our camera crew briefly, but yeah. Apparently, Brad is unhappy that Brad Philpott used his phrase, a high-speed game of chess, as they're watching Hello Boys in the UAE. Keep an eye on everything that's going on, Karting Live. Boys, as we get ready now for, I think it's the first viewing of the 115 TKMs. Heat 1, yes it is. Difference between these, 15cc capacity. It's the same BT2. Okay, why do I keep saying BT2? What is wrong with me? BT82 engine. Slightly different bore, given a different cc. But yeah, these guys are great. They run slightly different chassis, up to a 2020 homologation. So they're slightly wider than what we've been seeing earlier in the 100 UKs. Their chassis is narrower and shorter. These are more modern, but same kind of principle, bump starts, no push starts here. No tag engines here or anything like that. You can run a clutch, but a lot of them don't bother. It's just all direct drives.
Yeah. Well, we've been... that was just a beautiful race all round, and of course there were many problems in that latest one. Looking at the drivers who did not finish that race, if I could go back or just find out exactly who ended up where. And Paul Hanley, of which Brad Philpott had called out there, finished in 19th position from 26th spot. Matthew Davis finished in 11th place, followed by Anthony Cassels, Max Andrews, Joe Harris, Ed Cox, Ben Webster was 16th, followed by Luca Dolby, Ronnie Townsend, Paul Hanley and Tim Kansas ran out the top 20. Then it's Will Brightman, Dan Howarth, Alfie White, and it's Gareth Wells, Nick Bourne, Oscar Proietti, who we lost in that race, along with Aaron Pearson, Tyler Davis, Frankie Taylor and Stanley Wilson.
That's quite the list, isn't it?
Yeah, so 5 dropped out in that one out of the 30.
I think it's probably the most we've seen so far, isn't it, in failed to finish. Despite the incidents we've seen at Christmas and going through oblivion on the first lap, they've all got themselves going again, haven't they?
Yeah.
Which has been impressive.
I think that's the dangers, though, of having that many karts in one race, because you're bound to get so many drivers fighting for the same piece of tarmac at that corner. And it's what's happened at Christmas Corner today has demonstrated it.
Yeah, and of course as well, a big factor in the carnage we see sometimes is the mixed grids. Not everybody is a seasoned veteran in a kart. Some of them are brand new to the sport with the novice plates. You can pick them out with the black number and the black background and the white numbers on the number boards. But yeah, that does play a big factor in something that we do see more often than not. It's not a criticism, it's the way karting is. It's just, if you've never raced before and you find yourself at the front, it can be quite daunting. Yeah.
So we have got the 115 UK out on circuit now for this latest event. And according to our sheets, it's Paul Garner on pole position. It might be Ash Robinson alongside. They're both on the front row anyway, those two. Dom Houghton, who's been shown in third position, but it's shown it's Declan Shanahan on the timing tower. It might have changed ever so slightly. These are mixed up grids at the end of the day. So I think once they go over the line to do their second formation lap, we'll just take it as it is. So it's Ash Robinson at the head of the field. It's Paul Garner in the 55 in second place. It's Jamie Crees, Dom Cliff, Declan Shanahan, Faith Hunting, Pete Newman, Gordon Smith, Sam Taylor and Alex Thomas running out the top 10. It's Lee Gadsby and James King on the 6th row, followed by Charlie Mackin and Lee Harrison. And it's Ben Jessup, Oscar Stevenson, Jordan Coulson, Sam Coe, Charlie Rowe, Dom Houghton and Mason Keeble.
Some strong names in this field. Paul Garner, Jamie Crease, Dom Cliff, Pete Newman. I haven't seen Pete race for a few years now. Nice to see him back. James King. We cover James King in another series we do here in the UK. As these guys are getting ready now, setting themselves up for the 2x2 for the back straight. They'll start slowing the pace down now as they come out of Chapman onto the back straight. Here we go.
Yep.
Quick check of the carb and everything else. And are you slowing the pace down? No, I thought you were slowing the pace down. Okay, I'll slow the pace down.
Okay. Well, At the end of the day, it's Ash Robinson you'll see on the right-hand side of your picture when they go on the pitch lane. It's Paul Garner who will be the one chasing him. So it's 21 karts in this 115 UK heat, first of today for these. And the red light becomes green. And there we see the field coming through Oblivion and Crook. And it is Paul Garner who's got the jump on Ash Robinson. Coming out with the right-hander. Good job from Garner, but that's the first of many steps he needs to take in order to win this one. And coming back through is Ash Robinson to Christmas Corner. That was a superb pass as they go through there. It looks like everyone's got through Christmas Corner safely there, Gaz.
Yeah, what a move. How sideways was he? He had a massive tank slapper as he come through Oblivion into Crook on the opening lap. Somehow he managed to get that stopped as they took the position away from Paul Garner into Christmas Corner. And already, despite all of that, the front two have got a break from third, fourth, fifth and sixth.
Yeah, Jamie Crease is down the order actually. I think he's back into the I think he's behind Pete Newman actually, so he's down 3 positions from where he has started, Jamie Crease. But we'll get an update on the time and so once they go over the line. Paul Garner in the lead. It's Ash Robinson. Jamie Crease is showing in third position on the time and so as we speak, but he's now down behind Pete Newman in fourth position. It's Dom Cliff in fifth, Ben Jessup, Gordon Smith, Lee Gadsby, Charlie Mackin and Faith Hunton in the top 10. As we watch the field come through, there's the 18 on the inside. That's Ben Jessup on Dom Cliff into Christmas, and that was a very clean pass there.
Yeah, great move. Textbook overtake again. And you see how loose these karts are on the brakes. So sideways everywhere. See another couple of moves being made into Ashby. Who was that? That was the number 2, I believe.
So the number 2 will have been Charlie Mackin. He was 9th at the beginning of this lap, but I think he's probably got 3. He's still behind Lee Gadsby at the moment, but he is ahead of Faith Hunting. Alex Thomas has gone through ahead of Faith Hunting, thinking of it, as we watch the field come round. Now the driver in the M, that's Gordon Smith, who's running in P7 in the field. He's just in front of Lee Gadsby, I believe. No, it's the 29 of Dom Cliff, so Dom Cliff has dropped back on this lap. Yeah,
Dom's not had a very good lap, has he? He's dropped a couple of spots, I think, from the fourth he was on the grid. He's hanging on to the back of him, isn't he? He's not letting him get away at the minute. We've got to change of position again for the 79. Pete Newman into second position ahead of Paul Garner. Paul slipping back slightly in these opening laps. Possibly will come forward again if the tyres warm up and gets them into his window for what he needs them to do. But Ash Robinson really getting away at the front, isn't he? He's 8/10 of a second now in one lap, so it's going to be a hard man to catch up, I think, at this race. Yeah,
there's a bit of a gap between Paul Garner in third place and Jamie Crease in fourth. 7 cents to be exact. That's a problem. There's a problem for the 50. Paul Garner has hit trouble. Mechanical trouble for Paul Garner, and he's out.
Yeah, and he's not happy about that, whatever that was. I mean, I didn't see him lose the chain. I didn't see anything come off the kart, so maybe it's a mechanical problem somewhere else as we follow him down pit lane. Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it, on heat 1, but he's got 2 other heats to make that back up. As we see, we catch back up with our leading. In fact, it's not our leading pair. It's now the battle for third position, isn't it? We see the 18 of Ben Jessup swooped by Jamie Crease, and Gordon Smith is going to do the same into Ashby Hairpin. He does. The M plate, obviously stands for the Macy Cup winner of this class, held at Clay Pigeon before round 1 of the season, so the drivers can carry the relevant plate for the year. He's now up into 4th position.
Yeah. 2 positions lost in this lap for Jamie Crease, and there's also a move from the number 2 of Charlie Mackin. That is on Dom Cliff. So Dom Cliff losing another place at the expense this time to Charlie Mackin on this lap. 4 laps down now, and so far the drivers have been behaving themselves in this one, but you can see the top 2 in your picture. Ash Robinson in the number 5 and Pete Newman in the 79, absolutely giving it hammer and tong.
Yeah, and Pete was epically fast, so I'm not surprised to see him pushing Ash Robinson already for the lead of this race as we enter the half-distance point. We drop back to 3rd position, and Ben Jessup and Gordon Smith, they've swapped positions, in fact. It's Gordon Smith now up into 3rd position. He'll have some work to do to catch his leading pair, which are 2 seconds up the road now.
Well, there you see Gordon Smith in the M plate. That's what Gaz mentioned earlier. He's the Macy Cup winner earlier this year at Clay Pigeon. A couple of months ago, must feel like a long time ago since he's done that. But of course the weather conditions would have been different over there compared to now. But you can just see the top 2 in the background there. We'll get pictures of that in a moment as they come towards Christmas Corner. Pete Newman is close to this time compared to it, and you can just see pulling out there, nearly running to the rear of Robinson on the approach to Christmas, and through goes Robinson into the lead.
Yeah, there was a little gesticulation there by Ash Robinson to almost
Newman,
say...
sorry. It's Newman who's gone into the lead. Sorry.
Yeah. A little gesticulation, as I was saying, by Ash Robinson as if to say, all right, pass him on my right. It looked like they touched because Pete had to get out of that really quickly. You saw the kart wobble at the front end as he dived to the inside. Ash didn't fight it, and it's now Pete Newman who's going to lead across the stripe as we enter the latter stages of this race already.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go plus 1 lap. So as the leaders come round, we've done what is going to be the 6th lap of this one. I'd say we've got 4 more to go, depending on how quick the leaders get round. But judging by the lap times, you've seen the sets and times in the 51s. So going by maths, I'd probably say it's going to end up being 4 more laps, so it'll be tight on time. Mackin is through on crease into 5th place. Harrison's now ahead of Cliff, so Cliff continuing to drop back, and he's got Faith Hunton and Lee Gadsby right behind.
Yeah, we have to take a look at Gordon Smith here on the end plate. He's really made some inroads into these leading pair, despite the move a lap ago by Pete Newman to take that lead. Gordon Smith is bringing Ben Jessup up to the back of our second place man. Fastest lap, in fact, last time round with a 51.4, some 3/10 faster than our leaders.
Yeah.
So that gap, I think there's plenty of time in hand for Gordon Smith to get to the back of Ash Robinson, who has now closed on Pete Newman again. A little gesticulation again by Ash saying, go on, get your head down. A little point forward. So he's happy to follow at the minute. Let Pete get on it, get in a rhythm and hopefully break away. But look at that. I think Ash Robinson's got some issues getting out of these corners because Gordon Smith is already on the back of him.
Oh, he's absolutely flying at the moment. It's Gordon Smith. 3/10 off Ash Robinson now at the end of lap number 7. He hasn't got long left, but he's heading through on Ash Robinson for second place, and that was a summed up move. I think Robinson saw that coming.
Yeah, there's a little hand wave again by Gordon Smith this time, wasn't it? As to say, yep, cheers, mate. I don't know if Ash Robinson is nursing some sort of an issue, but he's not fighting these moves, is he? Whether he's just happy just circulating and picking up the points for whatever reason. And he's still in the front, in the hunt for the battle here, isn't he? So I'm not sure why he's not defending as hard as he could be.
Yeah, Gordon Smith started the race from 14th on the grid. He's now into second position. It's been a stunning drive. He's running out of time to make inroads on Pete Newman. He has got all the time he can get. As you can see, they're going to go over the line. We've got 3 laps to go.
Yeah, it was a fast lap of the race again by Gordon Smith last time round. He's going to, I don't know, he's still half a second quicker than Pete Newman with, I would say, probably another 2 laps to go, yeah?
Yeah.
I think he's going to get up to the back of Pete Newman here. He's super fast.
And looking further down the order, you can just see there's the 29 of Doncliffe, followed by Lee Gadsby and Faith Hunting over 8th position. So that battle is far from over with with 3 laps to go for these. Are we going to see a move on this lap from Gadsby on Cliff as they're coming towards Chapman? Through goes both Gadsby and Hunting, and Cliff loses 2 more places. This has been a race to forget for Doncliffe.
Yeah, maybe he's not got his tyre pressures in the right position, because if they come on too early, they'll die off very quickly towards the end, and you lose all grip and adhesion to the circuit, especially somewhere like Whilton Mill, which is known for being reasonably grippy, especially around some of these fast sweepers. But he's going to hang on to the back of these, and it's only heat 1. He's still got a couple more heats to go to collect points to make sure he gets a good position for the final, so it's not all done dusty yet, as we see.
Jessup has passed Robinson, so Jessup is through into 3rd place. Robinson just allowed Ben to go on through, and Robinson, I think, is consigned to a 4th place finish with the way this race has been panning out for him. I think the first half of the race was okay. The second half of the race has just not gone to plan for him, I don't think, Gaz.
No, he certainly... I mean, he looks reasonably comfortable, doesn't he? He's not struggling with the kart. It's not moving around underneath him. He seems like he's got a good base to work on for the rest of the day. It's just, I don't know. He's going backwards a bit quicker than I was expecting. Gordon
Smith, can he get a good drive coming out of the last chicane here? He needs all the drive he needs all the way towards Christmas Corner to get this move done. Final lap it is for the 115 UK riders as they come towards Oblivion and Crook for the last time. Has Gordon Smith got anything left in him to get the pass done? As he loses it, he went into there with more speed than we thought he would. That explains why the rear just stepped out there, but there goes Smith. Oh, it's contact between him and Pete Newman on the approach to Aspie, and somehow they both survived, but it's contact made, and unfortunately both of them are out of it, and Newman has stopped.
I think, yeah, Newman looked down at his corner. I think he might have ripped the chain off Pete Newman, but that was a huge unfortunate incident for our leading pair. Gordon was looking so fast, but that's handed the lead to the number 18 of Ben Jessup. That is Pete Newman on the side and out. Oh, he's pulled the plug off. He's stalled the engine. He's pulled the spark plug off.
And that's allowed Ben Jessup to inherit the lead and go on to win. He wins the 150 UK Heat 1 at Whilton Mill. Second place goes to Gordon Smith, albeit controversially. and Ash Robinson in third place, followed by Lee Harrison, Charlie Mackin, Jamie Crease, Lee Gadsby, Dom Cliff, Oscar Stevenson and Sam Taylor in the top 10.
Yeah, we'll have to see on whether Gordon Smith keeps that second. He may get a penalty for causing a collision, but up until that point, anyway, what a race. So what a great clawback by Gordon Smith anyway to get as far as he did, up to not just second place, but right on the coattails of our race leader, Pete Newman.
Yeah, Faith Hunting as well, who was fighting the back end of the top 10. She stopped on circuit as well, unfortunately. So that's allowed the likes of Jordan Coulson, Don Houghton to move up positions on that final lap. What a controversial end to the race. Pete Newman does actually get over the line in 17th position, but that's by no means any consolation.
That will... Now,
that's going to hurt
Pete.
him.
No, yeah. I haven't spoken to Pete for a few years now, but yeah, knowing his attitude, he won't be impressed with that, but... You know, it's racing. Sometimes it happens. Did Pete move over and cover the line? Did it catch Gordon Smith out? Who knows? But they've clashed. It's cost Pete. It probably will cost Gordon Smith eventually, but we'll see what comes of that later on. But we'll let the stewards deal with that. But still, what a great race up until that point.
Ben Jessup takes the win then, ahead of Gordon Smith with Ash Robinson in third place, followed by Lee Harrison and Charlie Mackin. Then it's Jamie Crease, Lee Gadsby, Dom Cliff, making it to 8th place. Ahead of Oscar Stevenson and Sam Taylor, Mason Keeble, Sam Cope, Charlie Rowe in 13th place, followed by Declan Shanahan, Jordan Coulson, Dom Houghton and Pete Newman getting over the line in 17th position. Faith Hunting stopped on the last lap. We also lost Alex Thomas, Paul Garner and James King. And the next set of drivers that we head out on circuit very, very shortly, I believe is the Mod 160, Gaz.
Yeah, so this is a split field. We've got the JX UK Pro Karts. They'll be at the front of this, and then you'll have the Mod 160s at the back. What's the difference, you ask? Well, there's a few, as the Mod 160s is exactly as it says on the tin. It's a modified class. What they can modify is, I can't remember, but you'll hear the difference as they run, most of them running a straight pipe exhaust. So when they thunder by, you'll know about it. But yeah, the twin engines, much slower. You're looking at about 11 horsepower across the two engines, some 5.5 horsepower each. But again, a class that will be, it's all about being smooth. We're looking for a million Jensen buttons out there in this class, because momentum is going to be absolutely key. We've seen some mistakes using the curbs already in a few heats out of the boot, which has compromised a few drivers through Oblivion and Crook, and then the run up the hill to Christmas. But yeah, let's see how we go.
So here we are then, just waiting for the all clear from the marshals to send the cars out onto the circuit. And we've got the likes of the mods out on circuit, as well as the GXPKs, is what Gaz would have been alluding to. So we've got 10 mods who will be at the head of the pack, and then the next set of drivers will go within their own field. We'll keep an eye on both classes as the race goes on. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap, like it has been for all the other heats. It's a Pro Kart, just to correct myself. It's GX Pro Kart, but it's just what I've got on my sheet, unfortunately. So Gaz having to correct me as to what exactly that was.
It's not have a pen.
Yeah, that's why we've got pens here, just so that just for clarification, that type of thing. So in total, we've got 29 or 30 karts in the field. I think it's 29 in the field we've got, albeit the top 10 are in their own class in the mods, the rest in the GX Pro Karts.
Yeah, I believe I was told that the mods are going off the back of the Pro Karts, but it doesn't look that way. But either way, we'll see who comes around first, who's where and what they're doing.
So Tony Whitehead is at the head of the field in the mods, and it's James Mayeri in second place, followed by Chris Williams and Kevin Pope. And then we've got, it's showing it's Lee Mitchell on the timing pages, on the same row as Chris French anyway. Matthew Sprague and Ryan Clark in 7th and 8th, and it's Catherine Heskey and Steve Pickles in the top 10. And we just wait, I think they'll be doing one more lap in formation, I believe, unless we are good to go. It looks like we are good to go. So that was a little bit earlier than I thought it would be, but it's Tony Whitehead who leads the field through Oblivion and Crook, and we'll see how they get on out of our commentary position. And it's the man in the white helmet, I presume, is Tony Whitehead, who is still in the lead. And now we've watched the GX Pro Karts go through now, and we are watching. I think that might be Kiri Chikli in the leader at the start of that. And there we go back to the mods. And so far it is Tony Whitehead who leads the way. There's a big gap behind there, Gaz.
Yeah, he's in half a lap. He's got a good second, isn't he, already over our second place man. We'll see who falls where as we cross the lines. We've got contact in Chapman in the Pro Karts. That's the 3 and the 99. 3 off, regaining.
It's Kia Chikli and Nick Williams who are at the head of that class.
Oh. Well, we'll see how that unfolds later on and pick out what's happened there. But as we pick up our Mod 160s up into Christmas Corner.
Yep. So we're now on the second lap of the race. There we look at the 37 in the field. That's within the GX Pro Karts. And we can't quite see in that. It might be a different number thinking of it, but he is attacking the 64 as they come towards Chapman. So there's no way through for him as we speak. So they are coming through Chapman, and now as we go back towards the boot, we just see the 37 getting out of shape there, and that's almost cost him a position to the next car behind, and that is the number 6 followed by the 0. That's Chris French and Chris Williams. So Lee Mitchell nearly losing out. Kevin Pope is the one of which he was fighting with at the boot. So there we see Kevin Pope in the 64 ahead of Lee Mitchell in the fight for 4th position in the mods. And through goes Chris Williams on Chris French into 6th place. And now they come towards Ashby Corner. And the 37 is coming back through. So Lee Mitchell back into 4th place ahead of Pope. James Mieri is further ahead in 3rd position on his own as we speak. But it's Matthew Sprague who's now in 2nd place with the fast stop of the race so far with a 50.718. The man he's chasing is Tony Whitehead, who's got a lead of around about 9/10.
We're already approaching half distance in this one as well, aren't we? Where are we at the minute?
Well, we're only 2.5 minutes into this one, so there's still quite a bit to go.
Is it 8 minutes?
It's 8 minutes plus 1
it's
lap.
8 minutes.
You're probably thinking of 10, aren't you?
I was, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I was getting ahead of myself.
Meanwhile, Whitehead has now been chased here by Sprague as they go towards Ashby Corner. There's no way Sprague is going to leave him alone. He's been absolutely flying in this race so far, from 8th on the grid, scalping to 2nd position. And now he's within his sights. It's a matter of time before Sprague goes by, because his pace so far, Gaz, has been blistering.
Oh, he's made, some 6 positions, hasn't he? So
yeah,
he's
got
absolutely, absolutely flying through the field. I don't think it'd be too long before he makes a move on our leader.
Well, he's already got past him. He's already got past him before he could even speak. Yeah, he's already gone by him into the lead there.
I'll see myself out now then, I think.
Okay. Well, we do need you for some reason here, guys. Anyway, Matthew Sprague into the lead then in the mods, and it's Tony Whitehead in 2nd place. The man at the head of the GX Pro Karts, that is Tom Angier, ahead of Peter Stott. It's Ewan Rayner in 3rd position in the number 4, and in 14th position overall, or 4th in class, is Christian Bellaby. And judging by the M plate, is he also another Macy Cup winner?
Yeah, anybody with the M on their kart is a Macy Cup holder from Clay Pigeon in February, so there'll be a few of them dotted out there today. Normally means that they're fairly quick and handy, so that's always good. Key drive to pick up on.
I think that Lee Mitchell's got by James Mieri for 3rd position now. He has done, so he's through to the podium places. Is Mitchell going back through the field nicely? Let's see how much time he can make up on the field. I think Matthew Sprague has posted another new fast lap of the race with 50.449, a whole second faster than what Tony Whitehead has done.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying, isn't he? He's got that kart in exactly where he wants it. It's 1.4 seconds up the road already in just a lap and a quarter. Yep. So, yeah, Tony Whitehead certainly dropping off. I think he's got enough gap, though, hasn't he, to Lee Mitchell, who's in 3rd now. Lee's got a good 2.5 seconds again to make up, to catch up to our 2nd place man, Tony Whitehead, as we watch the battle. Where are we? Is that 5th position, isn't it?
I'm looking, it's, I think it's 7th. I think it's
it's 7th, sorry.
Yeah, it's Chris French and Steve Pickles fighting over that particular spot. And then it's quite a distance back to find Ryan Clark and then Tom Anker.
That's quite strong now, isn't it, this one?
Yeah.
In comparison to what we've seen already. We've been spoiled already, haven't we, by the action earlier on today as we picked them through. To see how big those curves are, how much momentum you lose by if the kart has got wheels off the ground, you're not going forward as quickly.
Yeah.
So it shows a difference. Here we pick up our number 4, Tony Whitehead. See how much cleaner he is staying off the curbs and just guiding the kart around.
Yeah.
Not using the road as much.
He's gone through Inkermans and Ashby. And this is Parker and now Chapman. He's entering before he goes back through the infield. And then you've got the boot, which is where the 99 on your screen. Kira Cheekley, if I could get my words out, running in 24th position, or 28th rather, overall position that is, after he got involved in the first lap mayhem.
Yeah, just should be shown the blue flag there as the leaders filter through as we pick up our race leader, number 28 of Matthew Sprague, again lapping he's over a second faster that time, 1.2 seconds faster than our second place man Tony Whitehead. The gap is now up to 3.5 seconds with a minute and 3/4 to go on the time. It's made 7 positions. That's quite the drive, isn't it, so far? He's doing very well. I'm not sure Lee Mitchell's going to make too many more inroads to the second place man as they filter through some more traffic. But yeah, seeing through the chicane now. See how big this curve is on the left hand side. Look at that.
I'm tempted to counter what you said there between Whitehead and Mitchell, because I think Mitchell was something like 3 seconds behind Whitehead since we last spoke about the gap. It's now 1.4. We'll see what the gap is when they head over the line. It's now, it's half a second. It's half a second, Gaz.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was looking at the time towards the leader rather than the one that says gap next to it. But yeah, you're absolutely right there, Tom. That gap has come down. If he can pick them up with 50 seconds on the clock.
There's a yellow flag. Someone has stopped over at Parker. I can't see who that is.
Yeah, they're off the racing line.
Looks like
the
Cameron.
sides.
It might be Cameron Heskey who has stopped there because he's tumbling down the timing pages. Well, it's still going at the moment, so it may not be him. I'll have a look just as the timing tower updates. It might be Chester Trelone that has stopped there, the 73 at Parker Corner. And we're running out of time before the race. Is it a full course yellow? Is it still green? I think it's still green now.
Yeah, they're dragging the car out of the way at Parker towards the tyres, so that should be okay. In fact, the yellow flag's still at post 6, but
it looks like it's corner specific, isn't it? It's not full course yellow.
No.
For these.
You're absolutely right about the battle for second. Lee Mitchell is on the coattails of Tony Whitehead. We can't see it at the minute on the screen as we follow our race leader, Matthew Sprague. Here it is. There is Tony Whitehead on the 4, just picking his way through the number 13, the back markers. We pick up Lee Mitchell. And he's not got a long time now. He's got a couple of opportunities left. Into the boot this time round if he can find a way. He's on the back. He's got a better drive out of Chapman down the back straight. Is he going to have a look this time or save it for Christmas?
Yeah.
He's saving it for Christmas.
Saving it for Christmas.
What a great present. Oh, mistake by the number 4. Really wide on the exit there.
I think the boot was the Christmas present for him.
Yeah, quite. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's promoted Lee Mitchell into second place anyway. Yeah. As they start the last laps on.
7 seconds behind Matthew Sprague is Lee Mitchell, but he'll be very happy with his second place. James Mayeri has gone down to 5th place behind Chris Williams, but there is the man who has not looked back ever since he took over the lead. He's been that strong.
Yeah, utterly dominated this race, hasn't he? From the moment he took the lead, about half distance, and to make up 7 seconds and in an 8-minute heat, he's done that in 4. That's really, really impressive in a pro karts. But as he enters the boot for the final time, round into the pit bend chicane, he will exit the last corner, look for the checkered flag. There it is on his right hand side, and Matthew Sprague takes victory in Heat 1 for the GX UK Pro Karts.
It was a beautiful performance from Matthew Sprague, taking the win, and thoroughly deserved as well. Second place will go to Lee Mitchell. You just see there, that's the number 4. He was not passed by Chris Williams. That was just a back mark in which he was just trying to navigate through. Tony Whitehead in 3rd place, then ahead of Chris Williams. Then it's James Mayeri, Chris French and Steve Pickles. Then it's Kevin Pope in 8th position. And then Tom Angier will be the winner in the GX Pro Karts, coming home 9th overall with Ryan Clark. The next of those in the mods, and then it's Peter Stott and Ewan Rayner who round out the GX Pro Kart podium.
I struggled to keep up with that a little bit. That mixed grid confused me with the different categories there, but yeah, great performance by our winner. As we look to GX UK Heat 5. Wow, Heat 5 already.
So we've done now the two classes there of Mods 160 and GX UK Pro Karts. It feels like we're going back to where we started now, because it's the 100 UK Seniors. Now, we saw the first heat earlier, and we were treated to an absolute thriller of that particular race. And we'll just wait for the second race for that specific class to enter onto the circuit. There are the drivers waiting patiently to be given the all clear. And hope you are enjoying the action as well here in the Access Karting UK Series. The first of 6 rounds. We go to Clay Pigeon in 4 weeks' time, and it's to GYG on the 13th and 14th of June. And it's off to Rower in Cumbria on the 15th and 16th of August, Warden Law on the 19th and 20th of September, and the final round will be in Lando in 17th and 18th of October. In case you wonder how it's spelled, it's Landow. Probably pronounce that. Lando. It's Welsh, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long way past Cardiff, and you continue going for another couple of hours. But yeah, it's a great track. Not one of my favourites when I was racing, I must say. Quite technical, very tight, didn't suit my driving. But yeah, I have to say, what a great calendar they've put together for Access Karting in 2026. Got Buckmore Park in there in the middle as well to celebrate 10 years of the 100 UK Series. And here they are in front of us now for what is going to be their Heat 5.
Well, we saw what happened earlier. Marcus Dorey won the first race ahead of Don Pine, with Dan Mentz coming out in 3rd position, Scott Williams in 4th place. And then it's Michael Cornell, Paul Streeter, Brendan Williams, Andrew Hicks, Cody Pennington and Hayden Taylor. Brad Philpott, who was in the commentary position with us earlier, is now out on circuit. He's due to start on the 2nd row of the grid in 3rd position.
Yeah, I think we were just reading the other one, you know. That was 100 UK Seniors.
It was the 100 UK Seniors, you're absolutely right. This is the GX UK Senior 2026. We are watching.
It's getting very warm in the commentary box, that's what's happening.
Yeah. Oscar Prietti on pole then, and it's Frankie Taylor in 2nd place. It's Brad Philpott and Tyler Davis on row number 2. Ronnie Townsend and Leon Blindell on row number 3, followed by Harley Smith and Ross Deal. Matthew Davis and Lennox Ferguson Walker running out the top 10, followed by Jack Langford and Tim Kansas. It's his 3rd race today already, believe it or not. Jacob Sherrick in 13th, followed by Anthony Castles. And Nick Barnes in 15th, followed by James Burgess. Matthew Glazebrook in 17th, followed by Oscar Drain. Russell Worley and George Streetley ran up the top 20, followed by Alex Horn and Stanley Wilson. Jaden Nichols and Ali Dobson on row 12. It's Elliot Brook and Matthew Roberts. Harvey Still and Simon Butterfield on row number 14. And the 2 drivers at the back are Rebecca Crawford and Nick Bourne. And the drivers are waiting patiently for the lights. They are red, now green. Prietti and Philpott getting off the line fine. Philpott into 2nd place as they come out of Crook. Now Brad Philpott is in the number 0 in this one. And he's already up into 2nd place there. You can just see there's a move. I think that's Tyler Davis up the inside of Frankie Taylor into Christmas Corner. And despite it being a 30 kart field, they've got through Christmas Corner safely and no harm.
Yeah, there's a first time for everything, isn't there, today? And that was much better this time by our GX Senior class. Oscar Peretti had a great heat earlier on, didn't he? Led from the front. I think he made some 17 positions and absolutely cleared off.
Yep.
So we've got a bit of a gap starting to appear already between our 2nd and 3rd. Of course, Brad Philpott was in the commentary box earlier with Tom, talking over one of the heats. Great to have him here in the box with us to have a chat with things. All things GX unit, the seniors, juniors. As we cross the line for the first time, very much single fire as we look down the field. As Oscar Peretti leads Brad Philpott, Ross Deal is up into 3rd, Frankie Taylor is 4th, Leon Blindell is 5th, Ronnie Townsend is 6th, Harley Smith is 7th, Matthew Davis is 8th, Jack Langford is 9th, and Jacob Sharrock is 10th, rounding out your top 10. Tim Kansas has dropped a few spots, hasn't he, down to 11th?
Yeah, well, I'd say one driver who's also dropped down the field considerably is Tyler Davis, Gaz. He was running in 4th position at one point during the course of that opening lap, but he's now dropped considerably so far down to 12th place. So he's left himself with some work to do, unfortunately. But the field are settling into this one. Oscar Proietti, who had been absolutely devastated off his track that broke in the last race he competed in, he's in the lead so far in this.
Yeah, and hopefully whatever the gremlin was, they've got that sorted now, and that won't be a problem for the rest of his days. The 51 takes to the grass and decides that that's enough for one day already. That's Tyler Davis from 12th position, I've just seen on the timing. So as we sweep through, it's now a leading pair has become a leading trio as Ross Deal has joined our front two as Brad Philpott looks for a move into Christmas.
Brad Philpott on the inside into Christmas corner, Oscar Proietti, but Proietti was able to resist and holds on. Then you got the 86 of Ross Deal, who fancies his chances. They come out turn 3. There's a yellow flag, so no overtaking permitted through there. And so Philpott will have to wait another time before he can make his move.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Utter bravery by Oscar Proietti to hold on to that around the outside, but he knows the corner after that goes left is in his favour as we see a position swap by the 86 Ross Deal ahead of Brad Philpott now.
Yeah, well, it was after the yellow flag zone, so that was a little bit cheeky, that I have to say, from Ross Deal to get through on Brad Philpott. I think that caught Philpott by surprise, in all honesty, but I'm sure Philpott will do what he can to fight back from that.
Yeah, so they've got a long way to go. Over half a race still to go. Yeah, it's the 62s all out on the rumble strips. That's not the line you want to take in these karts. That will compromise them up the hill. That was Frankie Taylor in 5th position. As we see our leaders. Any moves this time by Ross Deal? Thinks better of it as we pick up the pack chasing through. A move by the 49. That Ronnie Townsend. Nice little move, wasn't it, into Christmas?
Yeah,
we see a lot of that.
You're going to see quite a bit of that already. Matthew Davis behind. Townsend been up for long. Through on the inside into Ashby. And that is Davis through on Townsend on that occasion.
Great move.
It was a great move, absolutely. But you could just see the top three absolutely line astern towards the end of this. It looks considerably close, doesn't it, between these three? I think there's bound to be a battle between these three heading to Christmas, depending on how they go through the chicane. You see how much curb Brad Philpott took as well.
It's very even Stevens, I would say, between his top three as we see a move into turn 1. That is very brave. The move is already complete before they get to the corner, so it shows how Oscar Proietti has lost a lot of momentum out of the final corner, and that leads Ross Deal into P1 as they head up to Christmas. Nothing doing this time.
There's a 4-car battle for 6th place as well between Davis, Townsend, Sherrick and Langford. Absolutely dicing it out between a lot of them. Townsend is now ahead of Davis on this lap, but Davis is coming back on the inside of... sorry, no, it's not Davis. It's Jacob Sherrick, isn't it? It's Sherrick who's going through.
Yeah, a bit of bump in there as they took to the grass on the outside, but they're still side-by-side through Parker, still side-by-side into Chapman. Eventually that's going to shake itself out into single file, as it does, as we see the 49 of Ronnie Townsend live to fight for another day.
As they all come through. Oh, that was a little bit of contact there on the 49. Townsend got out of shape at the boot. He won't have liked that one bit, but he has to recover from that now. What's happened has happened, and he has to get on with it.
They get a bit of a hand there, but nonetheless, as you say, he's got to just get his head down, not worry about it, and look to fight to, well, just get on with it, really, isn't it? It's as simple as that. You can't worry about what's happened.
There we see Townsend on the inside as well, on the 99. Jack Langford, so that is Townsend through. And now it's like a 6-car battle for position here over what is 6th position. Through goes Sherrick on Townsend. Townsend won't have liked that because he got so far out wide, and he's going to lose 2 more positions if he's unlucky.
Right, watching NASCAR at the minute, isn't it? It's 2 abreast absolutely everywhere. This midfield pack is really light on this race up at the minute. I think we might see a bit of a break now. We've got the number 1 at the front of this group. I mean, how many cars have we got in there?
We've got at least 10 in this field.
100%. It's a 3 wide into the boot. That is not going to end well, gents. Let's keep it together, please.
Oh my goodness me.
Goodness. Yeah.
How are they surviving all of that? And the number 2 slowing, they got out of shape. That was... Who was that in the number 2 there? That would have been Matthew Roberts, who has dropped so many places by simply riding the curbs too much.
I rather fancy come the end of today, we're going to see a few karts that are not flat. Definitely going to be a bit bent out of shape. The high curbs here punish these karts, and the drivers, to be fair. The back takes an awful punishment hopping like that day in, day out.
Well, there we see the 49 there of Townsend. Down in 9th place now. He was in 6th a few laps ago, but now he's got a new buckler, which is basically the cork in the bottle, and he's lost 2 more positions at Ashby, make that 3. And through goes Harvey still into 9th position, and it goes from bad to worse here for Ronnie Townsend.
Yeah, it's always a difficult move into Chapman, as we said, with it being such a late apex. It's always a do-or-die move. Oh, so much curb being taken by him as well as he hops over the pits bench chicane.
So we'll get an update on the timing tower now. I can say that Ronnie Townsend is indeed in 12th position. The next car behind him is Harley Smith, who won one of the races earlier, or was finishing towards the top end of that one. He's now ahead of Townsend on this lap, so Townsend down to 13th place. The next Ferguson Walker is in 14th position, followed by Oscar Drain and Anthony Cassels. We've got Alex Horn and Tim Kansas in 18th, followed by Nick Barnes and Arlie Dobson.
Yeah, as we're entering the last kind of throes of this race now, I think we're going to get another 2 laps out of this, and that'll be that. This will be settled fairly quickly, but the battle still rages in this midfield pack as we stream down the back straight one more time into the boot. Very much single file. I say that, they'll probably swap positions immediately just to annoy me. They haven't this time. Again, hopping, all of that cannot be comfortable. Honestly, I stood at that chicane this morning, that curb is massive.
How lethal would you say it is?
On a scale of 1 to 10, yeah. Definitely 11.
Really?
100%.
So it's not even a question, is it?
No, it's honestly, it's a good, I'm showing Tom with my hands here, but it's a good 3 inches, and it's not somewhere you want to take a kart that's 5 to 10 mil off the floor. Not ideal anyway. Not ideal at all.
We've got the number 16 back in 4th position. That is Ferguson Walker, who's fighting out with Oscar Drain on this lap, I believe, as they come towards Chapman, which I believe is named after Colin Chapman back in the day, correct me if I'm wrong. But as the field come round to begin their final lap of the race, Ross Steele is in the lead, Brad Philpott is in 2nd place, 1.1 seconds back, and it's Oscar Proietti, who was leading the race earlier, is running in 3rd place, but he'll take this one after the problem he had in one of the previous races this morning.
Yeah, I'd have to say it's a bit of a gap in front now, isn't there, for Ross Steele, who's got some 1 second over Brad Philpott. Not a huge gap, but certainly enough to keep the attentions of Brad away as he rounds Ashby for the final time. Cuts over the curb. Nice little bit of grass picking up there as well. Horrible hole at the end of that curb. You see that dip there as well. Yeah, honestly, the edge of the circuit is rather potholed.
And Ross Steele looks like he's just backing off here. Doesn't need to be pushing any harder than he is doing. Brad Philpott will know that all too well from his experience. But Ross Steele is coming through the chicane for the last time, and it's going to be him taking the heat win in the GX UK senior race, or senior class, I should say. But it's a comfortable win for Ross Steele. Brad Philpott 2nd, and it's Oscar Proietti who makes it to the podium. Leon Blindell in 4th place, and it's Jacob Sherrick, Jake Lamford, Matthew Glazebrook, Frankie Taylor, Matthew Robertson, Harvey still in the top 10. Ronnie Townsend in P12.
Yeah, that was, aside from the midfield, that front first 3 really petered out, didn't it, after half distance once Ross Steele took hold of the front of the race and stretched the front with some couple of tenths a lap faster than Brad Philpott and Oscar Proietti, who finished 3rd, who led the majority, didn't he, of that first half. I would say quite comfortably. He took it to Brad Philpott a couple of times. But it was a Harvey Steele who completed the fastest lap and finished in 10th position. He made up some 18 positions. That's a great drive by our 10th place finisher. I mean, he was a half a second faster, wasn't he, than our leaders towards the end of that. That's a great drive by Harvey Steele. Hopefully that will see him towards the front end when we get to the final, once the points have been worked out.
Well, he certainly wasn't standing still, was he?
He certainly wasn't standing still. No, very good.
Let's have a run down in the order just to shout out the others. Matthew Davis in 11th place, followed by Ronnie Townsend. Harley Smith 13th, Lennox Ferguson Walker in 14th. Anthony Cassels in 15th, followed by Alex Horn, Oscar Drain, Tim Kansas, Arlie Dobson and Elliot Brook ran out the top 20. Stanley Wilson in 21st place, followed by James Burgess. Nick Barnes, Jaden Nichols, Simon Butterfield, George Streetley, Russell Worley, Rebecca Crawford, Nick Bourne and Tyler Davis. All 30 drivers. Well, I'll say all 30 drivers. I think the only driver that did not finish the race was Tyler Davis.
Yeah, that's a great Well, I don't think we've seen that today at all, actually, have we?
29 drivers finishing in one
No,
heat.
we haven't. I don't think we've seen that at all yet. So that's a great finish for the GX. As we are going to move on to 100 Seniors Heat 3, is that, Tom? I can't read that from here.
Yeah, so it's Heat 3 I've got on my sheets at the moment. So that is what we've got coming up next. And we've been enjoying the action. Hope you are as well. Do feel free to get involved in the live chat if you ever so wish to do. We'd love to answer your questions during the course of today. Let us know who you're supporting as well and the classes they are in so that we know who we are referring to.
Yeah, we'll have a bit of a lull, I think. Is there a couple of carts being collected?
Well, I know Tyler Davis's car will have been collected, but that was over at the infill on that far side. It's over down towards, I think, where Crook is. So it's out of the firing line now anyway. So I think we'll be good to go to get this this next heat underway. It's the 100 UK Seniors, which the drivers are in. And there's a little bit of nature for good measure. And a shout out to the camera people as well for the job they've done, Paul and Ash in particular. And I imagine they've been working ever so hard during the course of today, doing a tremendous job with the camera work over the course of the last few hours, and many more hours to come over the course of today.
Yeah, very long day for them out there, especially. At least it's not raining and they're enjoying the weather. I hope you are, boys. But, yeah, we will wait a few minutes. We'll have a rundown of the grid while we wait. Shall I do this one, Tom?
You can do if you want. I've been doing it all this morning, so I'll let you have the chance of having a go.
Oh, thank you very much. On the pole position, we'll have Joe Taylor on the 68. Alongside him on the front row is Edward Scoffin. Ryan Gill and Cody Pennington will be on row 2. Matthew Lawrence and Paul Streether on row 3. Brendan Williams and Michael Cornell on row 4. Marcus Dorey and Hannah Dawkins on 5. Sergio Taggio and Leonardo Taggio, the brothers together, on row 6. Ross Goodwin and James Murray on row 7. Tom Scott and Sebastian Musica on row 8. Daniel Mensah, he's got some work to do on row 9. Alongside him is James Phillips. Samantha Topless and Matt River on 10. Oliver Warner, Simon Diver on 11. Adam Kelly is not starting. He's been scribbled out. So it'll be Dominic Pine and Simon Janal on the back row.
And to correct myself from earlier, thanks to Chris Morris, who's gone into the live chat to confirm to me, Chapman's is named after Steve Chapman, who's the long-standing clerk at Whilton, not Colin Chapman. So thank you very much for that, Chris, for filling me in on that. I'll make sure I remember that for future reference. Meanwhile, the karts are heading out on circuit, the 100 UK Seniors, for their second race of today, I believe, Gaz.
Yeah, this is their second race. You can see them getting the traditional bump start in pit lane as they get themselves away. This is why this takes a couple of laps occasionally to get these guys started for their race. Already, there we go, says the 46 not being able to get that thing started. They'll give him a go again in a minute. There's another one stalled. But already the leaders are entering Chapman while the field is just leaving the pit lane. So you can see why this takes a couple of goes to get these guys away.
Yeah, there's the 61 involved. So that's Ryan Gill in the 46 not being able to get going there. And the 61 wasn't able to get going either. We'll get more on that in a moment as to who that is.
Yeah.
But I'm very much looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it should be a good race, this one, if the others were anything to go by already today. But the two that haven't started, I think they'll let the field roll by and they'll bump these two again so they can join back on, because we're going to get a couple of laps.
Simon Diver is the other one who tried to get out of the pit lane but wasn't able to do so.
So he won't be starting from, I think it was row 11, wasn't it? So he'll be starting from the back of the field.
Yeah. Well, he won't have the temperature in the tyres either, will he?
No.
So he's going to be at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, it's always nice to get out and just get a feel for the kart and get your head set and make sure you've got everything to where you want it before you get racing. But I can't see them. Doesn't look like they've got them started, so I think we can count those two out and we'll get this lot formed up. As we see our front pair head down towards Ashby. It really shows you how steep that is. Coming down the hill from Christmas and off Camber. That flattens out a bit there, but...
Is that an overfill? Or like an oil overfill on the back of the engines there? Because with the blue smoke, is that perfectly normal to look like?
So there's, I think the mixture is 2% oil in these. Somebody will correct me on that, I'm sure. If you do know, do let us know. But yeah, it's just burning the oil at the lower revs. They'd have a little catch tank overflow. But that'd be out of the exhaust, so...
Okay. Well, Joe Taylor is the one at the head of the field, the man in the 68, being chased by the number 45, Ed Scoffin. as they are going through the boots now and into the new chicane that's been around for like the best part of a year or two, but it has produced the race. And in fact, they've just gone through that chicane, so they're not bothering to do that in preparation for this. But the red lights are on. They are now green. Joe Taylor and Ed Scoffin go through turns 1 and 2. And it's Taylor who's in the lead at the moment. We'll see where they are as they come out of Crook. You can see as he applies the brake there. So Joe Taylor's still in the lead. But I believe Matthew Lawrence might have got into second place there, Gaz, as they come out of Christmas Corner. He is into second place there. Lawrence Scoffin down to third.
Yeah, it was a great clean start, wasn't it, by everybody in the field this time round. Joe Taylor held his position off the front row, hasn't he? And it's the number 4 chasing him of Matthew Lawrence, as you say. A little bit of a gap already starting to open between second and third as they break away, but it's the 4th position this time of Brendan Williams. Oh, it's our second place man. Or is it? Now it's our leader. Was that
Joe Taylor on the entry to the boot, and that's the 26th involved. That's Paul Streether. So the 2 in the top 6 have spun round at the left-hander.
It was. That was our leader, our race leader, Joe Taylor, who's thrown it into the weeds, entering the boot, and that promotes Matthew Lawrence into the front of this race. Behind him now is Brendan Williams in the 2, hopefully having a better heat than he did in the previous one where he dropped backwards. Michael Cornell has just moved into 3rd ahead of the 45 of Edward Scoffin, so Michael Cornell is going to be looking to make some more moves to get to the sharp end of this.
Yeah, both drivers are trying to get going. I think Joe Taylor may be out of it because Paul Streether's got going again. Oh, no, sorry, Joe Taylor's got going again. Paul Streether hasn't. So it looks like Paul Streether's race is run, unfortunately. And, Joe Taylor, he's going to be just producing fastest laps now, I think, over the course of this.
Yeah, he's going to have the red mist and his head down because points are going to mean everything at the end of this. The more points you score on your heats, the further up you'll be in your final for a better grid position. So all you can do now is just get on with it and hope for the best. And given how 100 UK works, if people do fall by the wayside, he could make 5-10 positions through attrition anyway.
And there we see a move from Michael Cornell on Brendan Williams for second position. He's made the move state, so good move from Cornell at Christmas. And then we see further back between the 36 and the 11, or 39 rather, I think. That is Dominic Pine and Cody Pennington fighting over P6. And you can see all the leaders line astern. Nose to tail in single file. No one daring to go for a move at this moment in time. Joe Taylor at the moment, looking at where he is, he's got a long way to catch up to even get by the Taggio brothers of Sergio and Leonardo.
Yeah, as you said, Tom, I think he's just going to get his head down and just hope for the best. All he can do now is just keep on the circuit and circulate. If he gets a few positions, great. If he doesn't, well, he tried, and that's all you can do, isn't it, in racing?
Absolutely. Cornell in second place ahead of Williams. Goodwin's now ahead of Pine, who has demoted Scoffin down to 6th. And there we see a change for the lead. Cornell threw it on Lawrence at Christmas Corner. And that was coming all along, I think.
Yeah, it was a great move, wasn't it? Again, another textbook move into Christmas. Is he going to let this one go, though? He's going to have a look in Ashby and thinks better of it this time. Might be prudent just to sit there for a couple of laps and just see where he is. Brendan Williams is a second behind this leading pair, so I don't think he's got to worry about that too much at the minute. But yeah, I fully expect now Michael Cornell to open a bit of a gap, to be fair. He's been very quick all weekend from the practicing yesterday, so yeah, strong start for Michael Cornell as we see Dominic Pine looking for a move into the boot. Thinks better of it that time. 48, or is that the 48? It is.
Yeah,
48 of Ross Goodwin, isn't it? Yes. Oh, look at the so much better drive that time round as well as they head through and into Oblivion and Crook up the hill. You can't see, honestly, I wish you could show you how steep that hill is. It is quite the climb up to Christmas as Dominic moves to the inside. Yeah, again, another textbook clean move.
Yeah, really nice battle between Goodwin and Pine over the course of the last lap. So that is Pine through back into 4th position at the expense of Goodwin. And I think Williams may be back ahead of Lawrence now for 2nd position. He's not at the moment, but he is really, really close to him as they come towards Ashby. So Williams is in 3rd place. Matthew Lawrence is 2nd. Michael Cornell still leading by over half a second at the moment. Cody Pennington and Dan Menz, in 7th position, started 17th. Dominic Pine, 24th to 5th.
What a start in that's 5 minutes. He's made some real progress, hasn't he? That's very impressive. But I have to keep an eye on Daniel Menz, who won yesterday. Great start. He's moved up 11 spots. As you say, Dominic Pine's up 20. What did he do? Cut the corner somewhere? Because that's incredible.
He's probably taken a different route around the circuit. I'm only joking, folks. But it's been that sort of race. Don Pine has actually posted the fast lap of the race now as well. And I think it's just, for the moment you pass someone, your motivation just goes through the roof, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. The confidence is up, and you're so hyper-focused on the next part and the next part, and it all strings together if you can pull it together well. And Dominic Pine's made the most of that and has made some 20 positions at the minute. As you say, fastest lap by some 7/10 of a second as well. I don't think he's going to be hanging around too much behind our number 4 of Matthew Lawrence, the second position. I think we're going to see another textbook manoeuvre. Is he going to get it done before Christmas corner? I think it's better of it. Probably a smart move, that one.
Dominic Pine is absolutely flying in this race. It's no wonder, considering where he had started. But now you can see Lawrence going defensive into Christmas corner with 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Pine not through yet, but he just needs to be patient here, not rush it, because if he decides to go for it too soon, you just never know. But I take my word back. It's got by him, albeit briefly.
Yeah, because what do we know? He gave it a go anyway, didn't he? But Matthew Lawrence, I think, saw that one coming from a long way back, and let him run wide, capitalised on that, and then showed him the grass on the way out. And Matthew Lawrence lives to fight for one more corner, probably at this rate, to be fair, with 100 UK seniors. Dominic Pine he'll set this right back up. He'll look for a move again as they work their way through the pitch chicane. Matthew Lawrence using all the road and some more.
So as we begin lap number 8, Cornell's lead is 3.4 seconds. Pine is still on the tail of Lawrence. Christmas is the corner to do it at. It's just not enough. I thought Pine was maybe going to stay to the inside, but it would have been too tight of an entry had he tried to pull it off there.
Has that compromised Matthew Lawrence now all the way down to the Ashby hairpin? He's compromised by taking that shallower line. It's brought that pack together. What was a pair of two is now certainly a quintet of karts as they head down through the infield into Chapman. Is he going to have a look? It'll be a late move if he does. He thinks better of it this time, but with time now running out and karts on the back of Dominic Pine, he's really got to make a move. But I think he's done his tyres. I think he's run them soft, and he's run out of tyre in this particular stage of the heat now anyway.
Yeah, well, you can see he's dropped back from Matthew Lawrence quite considerably. Whilst all that's been going on, Ross Goodwin and Dan Mentz have both got by Brendan Williams for 4th and 5th, and there we go. You can see the time updating itself. So those two are up positions. What will Pine decide to do? Goodwin's going to the outside. I think you could well be right, Gaz. I think Pine's tyres have absolutely fallen off the cliff here, and it's now going to be down to him to just try and keep hold of 3rd place to the end, and he's only got 3 laps to do it. There's the open door for... that was the open... Oh, is that Lawrence, though? It was Lawrence he got by for 2nd position. So Lawrence is through into 2nd place.
He's gone down 2 spots as Matthew Lawrence. He lost out as well to the 48 of Ross Goodwin, who capitalised on that. Been hung out to dry, basically. It's the perfect manoeuvre as you head through Ashby, but I mean, what do we know about tyres? Clearly Dominic Pine's just sandbagging there and has proved us all wrong, hasn't he? But that's him into 2nd. We have to give a shout to Michael Cornell, who's some 5 seconds up the road with the fastest lap last time round. Absolutely flying is Michael Cornell in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Don Pine's trying to make us look like fools on purpose.
Well, he's doing very well.
He's doing very well at that. So he's trying to prove us all wrong. Every time we're saying, oh no, he's doing this and that. No. Oh, okay, we'll take our word. No. He had it all under control.
Well, does see him up some 22 positions in this heat, which is quite impressive.
Absolutely so. But Don Pine is now in 2nd position, albeit 6 seconds off the lead, but he would have taken 2nd absolutely, with his hand chopped off essentially at the start.
Yeah, when you see that flood of karts in front of you, you think, okay, we'll give it a go, but yeah, he'll be very pleased with that performance. As we pick up our leader, Michael Cornell comes across the line for the penultimate time to cross the stripe and start the last lap. We've got a bit of traffic that's trying to get out of the way, but not doing a very good job of it, I have to say. Who was that?
Leonardo Taggio. He was getting out of the way. Yeah, it's the 397 of which he's got through. Some consolation for Joe Taylor. He's got by both of the Taggio brothers, so at least he has pulled off a couple of overtakes, but that's as far as he's going to go in this.
Yeah, it was unfortunate too. I think he just saw himself off the side of the circuit, didn't he? I think he locked the rear, and that was it. That was him around. But unfortunate. But at least he's persevered. He got the car started, and he's still circulating to pick up some valuable points.
And Michael Cornell, in contrast, is on his way to another brilliant victory here at Whilton Mill. It was Marcus Dorey that got the first win earlier. He's going to come home in 5th place in this 2nd heat. It's Michael Cornell's turn to stand on the top step. He was 5th in the 1st heat. It's now going to be victory this time. Michael Cornell exits the last corner to take the Heat 3 win in the 100 UK Seniors at Whilton Mill. A sensational job ahead of Don Pine, who came through from 26th to finish in second position ahead of Ross Goodwin. And by the impression of Gaz Bury, he deserved a round of applause.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't overtake 26 or 24 karts or whatever it was, do you, easily? And to do that in just 8 minutes, that's a very, very impressive performance.
Very impressive performance indeed. Dan Menz coming home in fourth place, and then Marcus Dorian. It's Matthew Lawrence, Brendan Williams, Cody Pennington, Tom Scott and James Murray running out the top 10. And it's Ed Scoffin who makes it home in 11th place, by Simon Janou, Josh Cope, Oliver Warner, Tommy Rowe, Adam Kelly, Samantha Topless, and it's Joe Taylor and the Taggio brothers of Leonardo and Sergio in 19th and 20th. Sebastian Mzika and Paul Streether did not make it to the end.
Well, again, 100 UK not failing to disappoint. Another fantastic race given to us by some fantastic drivers. Great performance by Michael Cornell to pull out some 6 seconds, 6-7 seconds over the rest of the pack in that last 4 minutes he had. A brilliant battle for second place. Yeah, we move ever swiftly on to the GX UK Juniors for their third heat.
And there we are. There's Sam Blamey, who is shown on pole position for that particular race as well. Arthur Lennox on the front row next to him, and it's Tyler Rickard and Jake Blamey. So both of the Blameys are in the field in this one, and Danny Dolin and Lucas Deere. Evan Withington and Aidan McGeehan in 7th and 8th, and it's Oliver Soto and Tom Mayo are rounding out the top 10. Angus Langley and Bella Frode in 11th and 12th. It's Alfie Nichols and Zach Yeomans Thomas. Morgan Potts and Chris Mayo on row number 8. Oliver Claydon and Joe Hoare on row number 9. Lucas Brown and Ryan Rasul on row number 10. It's Casey Pickup and Annabelle Jessup. Harry Lloydill and Lewis Tracy on row number 12. It's Tom Lydiard and Lewis Prendergast on row number 13. That's James Brown and Charlie Wilshire. Jaden Besson and Jonah Winterhalder on the 15th row of the grid. And on the 16th final row of the grid are Finley Reid and Zach Llewellyn Morris. I think that's another Welsh pronounced surname on that last one.
Zach Llewellyn. Heritage of Welsh people in my family. You learn.
So your family Welsh then? Or partly Welsh?
Some of them are, yeah.
Some of them, okay.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No, I'm not judging. I know I've got friends who are Welsh. I've got a particular colleague of mine from elsewhere who is from near Cardiff.
Oh, okay.
So he's taught me quite a bit about Welsh.
Yeah, it's a difficult language to get around, but if you can pick up the basics with the double L's and things and the pronunciation, it's not too difficult to understand. As in reading it in English, I can't speak Welsh.
Well, I still remember that those famous lines from Gavin and Stacey, where obviously they're trying to learn the Welsh language. I think there was like a Dewey, saying Owain Harris or something like that. I can't remember the scene.
Yeah. I haven't seen that for years now. Gavin and Stacey.
I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I just love some of the scenes in there when you're talking about the Welsh language.
Yeah, good TV.
Either way, we've got the karts heading out on circuit, 32 in total. So yes, it is going to be another one of those cliffhangers, nail biters.
Yeah, we've got Sam Blamey on the front now. To just clarify what the D2 number that he's running is. So last year at Landau, they ran the Dragon Plate, as they always do. And if you win that, you can carry the D, which he's doing. But he also finished second last year in the overall championship, so he's also running that, hence the D2. He's the only one that is in all of the categories that you'll see here today. So if you see that D2, it's because he won the Dragon Plate and he's second in the championship last season.
Nicely done, so he'll be one to look out for sure, Sam Blamey. And we'll see how the field get on. I think considering they've already done a heat already, they may just do this one lap or something like that before the race gets underway. But we'll find out in a moment whether they will or not.
Yeah, the field, I can see out the window the field is pretty much there. So James Purchase on the grid may... There you go, so they're getting the police slow down by the marshals. James may let them go this time. They're reasonably formed up. Are we going?
Yeah.
Nah, the Battenberg.
No.
So the Battenberg is out.
We've been fooled again.
Yeah,
guys.
we have.
We've been fooled again.
There's a lot of that happening today, isn't there? But yeah, so the Battenberg, in case you are unfamiliar with karting, the Battenberg is that the leader bit basically becomes a safety car. So it's just a wave around, and he'll control the pace, and we'll go again in 1 lap time.
We'll see soon enough. He'll get around. Hopefully, we won't get any incidents in this one. We want to see all the karts get through safely, especially through Christmas Corner, which has been notorious for the incidents that we've had so far today.
Yeah, I have to say, as the day has gone on, the day has gone on. They have got progressively better, haven't they? The race has been a bit cleaner on the opening lap through the fields. There's certainly more kart. Well, we had 24 karts, didn't we? Or 29 karts finished one of the heats. So we are getting there slowly.
It was either the last one or the one before that.
Yeah,
where we had 29 finishes. We've got 32 in this one. Looking at the first race we had, how many finishes did we have in that first race of today with these? It was out of 32, we got 29.
Yeah, that's not too bad, is it? That's good numbers. Fair play to them, they're doing very well.
Well, let's hope they can get through this one safe and sound. Of course, some of these won't have been involved in the first heat earlier, so this is a chance for them to get their day up and running. Sam Blaney in the D2, and you've got Jake Blamey in the 33 on the front row next to each other. This could be very, very interesting. We'll find out in a second. The lights are red. When they go green, we'll be racing. And we are racing now. The Blameys head the field through Oblivion and Crook. And it's down the back straight towards Christmas Corner that they'll be entering next. And there we see the karts coming through. And see as we moved up into the 6th place. Didn't quite see who it was, but it looks like everyone has got through. I think some of them have learned from the previous races this morning that they need to get through there safe on the first lap, because it's not where the race is run.
No, and that's right, isn't it? I mean, if you're pointing the wrong way at the start of the race, you can effectively write your heat off, because it's only 8 minutes. That's not a lot of time to pick your way through the field, as we saw in the last heat. But two Blamies, I feel like they could almost be working together here. One's broken away and the other one's holding up the field, it almost looks like, doesn't it?
Well, to be fair, you would want one to pull away and the other maybe try to hold the field up, so it just gives your the car ahead of you, or the karts ahead of you, some breathing space in the early laps.
Jump over that curve. Remember we said how tall that is. You see the angle. It's a shame we haven't got the static on there this weekend, so you can see how violent that really is. If you've driven Whilton Mill, you'll know that's a very big curve. That at the end of the day, you know you've been over it.
Well, so far in the race, I think the biggest jumper has to be Joe Hoare. He's up from 18 to 11th, but there we see a change for position. That's Lucas Deere on the inside. Jake Blamey for 2nd position. And there was a little bit of contact further back there. Might have been Tyler Rickard that made contact. We'll get more on that in a moment. As we see the field come through Ashby, there's the 31 of Lucas Deere in 2nd place as we speak. The D2 Sam Blamey still in the lead, but the 33 of Jake Blamey is down to 3rd position. It could be 4th by the time they exit Chapman. There is Tyler Rickard on the inside, so it wasn't Tyler Rickard who got a little out of shape on the exit of Christmas. I'm not sure what the gesture was all about there, Gaz. You may have to fill me in on that.
No, it seemed perfectly reasonable racing to me. Maybe there was a bit of a bump going on that we didn't see, but nevertheless, they've sorted themselves out, and Jake Blamey has managed to somehow get back up into 3rd position.
There's a warning contact there for the 46 and the 95. Danny Dowlin in the 95 has been given a warning, as has Evan Withington. So both of them need to be on their toes between now and the end of this race. And there is some overtaking going on behind the quadruplet, who are battling for 3rd position. So I think it might have been Angus Langley getting by Danny Dowlin. So Angus Langley, who is another one of the Macy Cup winners competing in this race, hence why he's got the M plate on his kart. Going rather well so far. He started the race with P11 up to, so it's been a respectable drive so far, to say the least for Angus.
Yeah, he's doing well so far, isn't it? Another hand wave there to say, follow me, gents, we'll get to the front, but it doesn't always quite work like that when you've got a bunch of young drivers that are just eager to get... Oh, look at that. Every time they do that,
I get nervous every time they go over that curve, because I just feel like they're going to break the suspension doing that.
Yeah. Honestly, come the end of the day, we'll go and have a look at that, as you can see.
There was a technical defect sign for the 81 in the field. I'm not sure what that is all about. Now, the 81 in the field has to be... I'm trying to find the name of the driver. It's there. Oliver Clayton has got that orange and black flag. I don't know if he's got some form of debris hanging from the car or something like that.
Most likely it would be a rear bumper or a chain guard. That's the most common things you see. So you might have the rear bumper dragging on the ground. And we don't want that coming off in front of other people, so especially he'll get a technical flag for that. Especially
when you've got a gaggle of cars right behind that could end up hitting that. It could even hit a driver on the head if they're unlucky. So And you can see the field coming through towards the boot. The 33, Jake Blame's at the head of this, and it's Tyler Rickard in the 91 and Aidan McGeehan in the 50.
So he streamed through the boot to complete another lap, and already half distance, unbelievably. It goes so fast, isn't it? Sam Blamey's now got some 3 seconds over Lucas Deere in second position. Jake Blamey hanging on by the skin of his teeth, I think, as we see more hand waving and overtakes into Christmas. Jake, as I say it, has just lost 3 spots.
Yeah, that's the 46 of Evan Wigginson, is it, that's going through? It is. And the next one behind is Angus, I think that's Angus Langley, who's trying to get past as well. And yeah, it's just going from bad to worse at the moment for Jake Blamey. It's not going to plan in this race at all for him after being in second place and trying to build that cushion for Sam earlier. Well, I mean, mind you, Sam has a 3.2 second lead at the beginning of the lap, so it's not like it's the end of the world. He's done very well as Jake to get that gap up for him. He should be fine here, I think, Sam.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, 2 carts stopped. That's the 18 and the
40.
Is it the 40? We'll have a look, see who that is. So it's Oliver Soto in the 40 and the 18 that has also collided.
That was Ashby. They've got going now, so that yellow flag will be withdrawn reasonably quickly as we see a move by Aidan McGeehan up into third position, taking that away from Tyler Rickard at Christmas corner. I think this is not over yet though. Is he going to have a look at the Ashby? It's a popular move. I think it's better of it this time.
So there we see McGeehan in should be now in third position, Rickard down to fourth, and Blamey, who was running in fifth place, he's now behind. Who's he behind? He's behind the M there of Angus Langley. He's down to P7.
Yeah, he's filtered to the back of this group steadily, isn't he, during the first kind of 2/3 of this heat. I think we might... That's a move into the chicane. We don't see that very often. Is that the first? That's not over yet.
Oh, unfortunate. And the cart's behind, having to go round him. That could have ended up very, very disastrously. Thankfully, Evan Wimbledon was able to get going again, because otherwise, had he had stopped right on the racing line, goodness knows what could have followed.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been pretty, that is for sure. But happily, there was a bit of a gap to the chasing pack beyond that, which gave him enough time to rejoin and get out of the way.
Angus Langley pushing Tyler Rickard onto the grass. Rickard will not like that one bit. That was so robust, but was that too robust?
Well, we'll leave that one for the stewards, but I think, you know, you put yourself in a position when you're outside on a corner, then the likelihood that you'll be run wide is entirely possible, which is what we saw. But yeah, that was pretty strong stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a kart stopped at Chapman. I couldn't see who that was that stopped. But now we've got penalty notices for Jaden Besson and Tyler Rickard. So Tyler Rickard's got a 5-second time penalty for an incident that he's been involved in.
Yeah, so that'll be a contact warning. So that will most likely, we can ask the timekeepers afterwards, but that must most likely be for the shove off with, who was it, 46, wasn't it?
I think you might be right, yeah.
Yeah, he shoved off Evan Withington on the exit of Christmas corner, so it could be for that, but again, the penalty's there. We'll leave the stewards to square that one away as we watch this battle still rage on as they head down into Ashby one more time.
There we see Danny Dowling on the tail of Jake Blamey as they tussle over fifth place again. And the number 9 of Morgan Potts is the next driver behind Morgan Potts, who started the race. Where did he start, Morgan? He started in P15, so he's made 8 positions from his starting spot. Sam Blamey is the one with the fast stop of the race as we see the number 13 go off the circuit. That is Casey Pickup. I think that was over at Christmas Corner, where
Casey running the black and white numbers, denoting that they are a novice. So yeah, a little bit of inexperience possibly showing through there, but no harm done. They've gathered themselves up and live to fight again.
Yep. Everyone enjoying the action here at Whilton Mill, whether they're watching it over at the circuit or over at home. I'm looking at those on the far side of the circuit who are absolutely relishing the action, and I think it's beautiful to watch. Yeah,
it's great to see so many people enjoying the race and all around the circuit and in the cafe and on the balcony behind us. There's people get quite excited, don't they, about this?
Yeah,
I think it's great. I love karting in general, such a pure sport, and no less so here at Access Karting with the accessibility to the championships and the financial. It's not even a burden really. It's quite cheap to go racing reasonably speaking, anyway.
Yeah.
And yeah, it shows in the numbers 235 entries across all classes in 2026 at round 1. It's almost doubled in size, which is fantastic to see. This is a proper championship and well worth looking into should you ever fancy karting.
Yeah, and there we see the race leader Sam Blaney putting a lap on James Brown, who's actually in a fight with Oliver Soto for that 28th position. So towards the back end of the field they come. But same Blaney, I think, was a foregone conclusion from the start. I think from the moment he built up that gap of which Jake had built for him, Sam was never going to throw this one away.
Now, and he's lapping some second and a bit quicker than the chasing field, and you don't pull out a 6.5 second lead, do you, without a bit of talent, as he rounds the corner for Pitts Bend for the last time to take another victory today in Heat 3 of GX Juniors. We're going to wait for our second place man. Here he comes. Lucas Deere taking second place, looks reasonably happy with that, and so he should. It'll be Aidan McGowan in third position, Angus Langley in fourth on the M plate.
And a few applause from the balcony here at Whilton Mill. I heard it from the commentary position. They seemed rather impressed with Lucas Deere's performance there to get to second place, 6th on the grid as well. And Aidan McGeehan making it to P3 after starting 8th. Angus Langley 4th, head of Tyler Rickard. It's I think Rickard's time penalty, has that been applied yet?
No, that will come after.
So if that comes after, he's potentially going to end up losing.
14th, I think. 13th position that will drop into.
Wow. That's a body blow, is that, for Tyler Rickard. If that's the case, then Danny Dowling would finish 5th, Evan Withington 6th, Morgan Potts 7th, and it's Lewis Prendergast in 8th, Charlie Wiltshire 9th, Alvin Mickles in 10th, and it's Lewis Tracy and Bella Froud in 11th and 12th. And then it would be Tyler Rickard in 13th position if the time penalty hasn't already been applied to him. Joe Hoare in 14th place, and it's Zach Humans Thomas in 15th, and it's Tom Mayo 16th, Zach Thulian Morris. Sorry, my Welsh is still coming in, still needing to be practiced. Finley Reid in 18th, Rayan Rasul 19th, and Harry Lloydell in 20th. Chris Mayo 21st, followed by Lucas Brown. Tom Lydiard in 23rd, had a Jonah Winterhalder, and it's Jaden Besson. Annabelle Jessup, James Brown, Oliver Soto, and Jake Blamey fell down to 29th. I wonder if he may have been stopped. I wonder if he stopped on circuit at some point during the course of that. Casey Pickup made it to the end at least, anyway, and Oliver Claydon did not.
Still, despite the breakaway by our winner, that was a great heat, wasn't it? A great battle for second, raging throughout.
It was, and we've got the 100 UK Juniors, I believe, up next here, which is one we are very much looking forward to as we reach, just gone past 12:15 here. It's now 12:17 British summer time on this spring lunchtime. Of course, there's no lunch break for the drivers, and well, there's no break for us in the commentary position either. It's basically hours on end with these heats, and then the finals to come later.
It's great, isn't it? What more do you want on a Sunday? Just an awful lot of motorsport back to back. What a day.
What a day indeed. And the cars, or karts I should say, from the 100 UK Juniors are out on the circuit. So it's Harry Plutton and Oliver Borg on the front row, followed by Mason Pennington and Jess Williams. Harry Bowler and Tom Plutton on row 3, followed by Logan Pedge and Kai Turner, with Zach Lowe and Yelena Osbar Scott, who won the race earlier, the earlier heats of today. And it's Jensen Houghton and Louis Ngai on row number 6, followed by Lucas Kelly and Devon Giles, Seth Jones and Leo Stern on row 8, followed by Dan Clayton and Jack Scott. Jaden Solo and Milo Purchase on row 10, and it's Ben Pinfold and Ezra Grove on row 11. Will Brooks and Zach Mentz make up the 24 drivers.
Should be a good one, this. We had treated to a great heat earlier on, weren't we? As you say, it was Yelena Osbar-Scott who took that victory. I think we're going to get another go around here. Yeah, we are. They are way strung out around the Whilton Mill circuit, aren't they?
Yeah, so they're going to be going around another lap before this race gets underway. I was not going to be full that time, because from the moment they started signalling there, I knew they weren't going to be ready. So,
yeah,
what are you thinking for this race then?
Well, as I looked through the result last time, I'm just remembering what I can of it. It's been a very busy day already, hasn't it? But I think we'll keep an eye on the 34 of Oliver Borg. He's starting in... Where did you say he was starting? I've forgotten already.
Which driver, sorry?
Oliver Borg. He's second on the grid this time, so he's already at the sharp end, so that gave him a bit of an advantage. So we'll see how he does. Yeah, I think it's quite open. We'll have to keep an eye on Kai Turner in the unplate and Elena Oshbar-Scott, who, as you say, won last time. So I expect them to move forward a few places. We've got the number 4 of Lewis and Guy. I want to see how he does, because he's had a good start. Where did he finish last time? He was down in 8th, wasn't he? So he was in the battle, wasn't he? And at least in the mix with the chasing pack from the leaders. So
yeah. A shout out to the novices as well in this field. Ben Pinfold, Ezra Grove, Will Brooks and Zach Menz. Let's see how they get on in this race. I'm really looking forward to see, because some of these are not as experienced as others, and to be fair, I do like an underdog story. So how can you blame me?
100%.
Well, they're coming towards the boot now, and they'll get the signal from the marshals. They'll get the signal from the lights on the pit straight. Those red lights that we can see will soon turn to verde, which is Spanish for green. And you can see the field coming onto the straight now. And when they do see the green light, they can start racing. And it is green now.
In a wash of smoke.
In a wash of smoke. That's probably the most we've seen all day today. Oliver Borg in the lead then out of Harry Platten as they come out of Crook. And we could look to see a battle for third place, actually, because there's a three-way battle. That is the 67 of Harry Bowler through on the inside of Jess Williams for third place. He's made a tremendous start, actually, from 5th to 3rd. A little bit of contact further back. I think that was the number 0, Jack Scott, that's got involved in something, but he was able to survive, and nevertheless.
Yeah, as the field filters around Ashby and Intry Parker for the first time, Oliver Borg has already got the lead in his hands, hasn't he, as he's pulled away a good few kart lengths from the 44 of Oliver Platten. Jess Simpson having a better heat this time. She's hanging on to that 3rd position in the Williams liveried kart. There she is, look, with the pink helmet. Can't miss her at all.
No. And you see Jess holding on ahead of Mason as they come out of the chicane to close out this lap. Sorry, no, that's not Mason. That's Harry Bowler in 3rd place. So Jess Williams up into 2nd place. Harry Platten is now down to 4th place ahead of Mason Pennington, Logan Page, Kai Turner, Zach Lowe and Jason Houghton, followed by Tom Platten in the top 10. And I think we've just seen a change as well between the 41 and Kai. There's a car off as well. That's the 57 off.
Zach Lowe.
Is it Zach Lowe that's off?
Where is he? Is that the exit of...
That's Crook. It's on the exit of Crook where he spun round.
Well, the curbs look the same here, don't they, when they're so big?
Well, hopefully he's able to get going again.
Yeah, they'll give him a bump start, I hope.
And there pick up. That's Bowler through on Williams at Chapman's, and that's Bowler through into 2nd place. Williams saw that coming, but don't be at all surprised to see her come back, because she has been very fast here today. Yeah,
she had a good day of practicing yesterday as well, finding her feet, and just generally being fast anyway. It's pretty handy, or has been handy around here before, so hopefully she can carry some of that form forward moving through the day. She dropped off a bit, hasn't she, from Harry Bowler, who's got a bit of a break. He'll be looking to chase Oliver Borg, who's absolutely cleared off to a 2.5 second lead in 2 minutes of this heat already.
Kai Turner passes Jess Williams for 3rd place at Christmas Corner, and you can see the field further back that is being headed up by Harry Platten, who's sitting there in 5th place, ahead of Mason Pennington and Logan Page. Tom Platten in 8th, with Lucas Kelly and Jensen Houghton running out the top 10, and it's Jack Scott just on the fringes of that, but not quite in the top 10 as we speak. And then we see the number 10 and 11 fighting it out. That's Jensen Houghton and Dan Clayton who are fighting for honours to get into the top 10. The race winner in the first heat within this first class, Elena Osbar-Scott, is currently sitting outside the top 10 in 13th.
Yeah, still a bit of work to do yet, isn't it, for Elena? She's... we've got the spinners, the number 2.
Oh dear, that's a dangerous spot as well to be climbing out of when there's carts coming.
That was our previous winner, Elena.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's ended her day, or at least her heat for the time being. That will knock her down in the final for the grid.
Yeah, she stole that one, and that's her race run, unfortunately, for Elena.
Well, they've bump started her, and she's away.
Yeah, but that's a race effectively ruined, though, because there's no way she'll come back from that.
No. Meanwhile, as we pick up the end plate of Kai Turner in the 3rd position, being hunted by the... That's not Jess, that's 67, isn't it? That's Harry Bowler. So they've swapped positions then. So it's now Kai Turner up into 2nd. Somewhere we've missed that. But And a bit of shouting somewhere.
Well, we heard some shouting outside the commentary position. We thought something had occurred on the racetrack. Well, we'll get more on that in a moment. But just looking at the order, I think Dan Clayton's gone down the order now to 13th position. So that might be the reason why there was the reaction from the crowd outside of our commentary position. Kai Turner is second ahead of Harry Bowler. And he's 3 seconds off the lead that Oliver Borg currently holds.
This bunch trying to sort themselves out as they head into Ashby. I love watching these guys. They're so good, aren't they? They're just so much entertainment.
It's beautiful racing. Absolutely love every second of it. And we're just going to see a whole lot more with the 44 of Harry Plutton, who's running in 5th place. Mason Pennington in the 23 has been followed by the 32 of Lucas Kelly, who's got by Logan Pedge on this lap. So Kelly is the challenger to Pennington for 6th place as they come through the boot and the chicane. Do you think the chicane has improved the racing here at Whilton?
It's hard to say. It certainly brings them a bit more jeopardy as they head through turn 1 and 2 to Christmas, because if you get that wrong, then you're compromised all the way up the hill. I prefer the old layout. It was faster, but ultimately it was a bit more dangerous, and there was multiple accidents over the years that have caused the change. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of it, but you know, it's racing, it's modern racing, and these things do happen.
Yeah, that's Tom Plutton attacking Mason Pennington for 6th position. Lucas Kelly's already got by and he's challenging Harry Plutton. So we're looking at Plutton and Pennington in our pictures. You can just see the different lines that Plutton is taking compared to Pennington. Now can Tom go on by on the exit of the last corner? He might be able to head on by. He doesn't do so yet. We've got the 0 on the 41 beginning the lap in the positions that they are in. And then the 0 being Jack Scott, who's chasing Logan Pedge.
You've got a move by the 222.
That's Tom Plutton through on Mason Pennington. So that's Tom through into 7th place at the expense of Mason. And now he can go on chasing after Lucas Kelly for 6th place. And Tom can then go after Harry Plutton once he goes by Lucas.
Yeah, another little swap there going on between the 20 and the 0 as they head down the hill through Parker and Chapman. We pick up the 23 and the number 1. No, we don't. I'm lying to you. It's all changed again.
Yep. And they're coming through the infield again. That's the 0 through. And off goes the number 76 in the field. That's Zach Mentz, one of the novices in the field. Oh, and that's a kart off as well at the last turn. It's the 44. And it's Harry Plutton, who is running in 5th position, has effectively become nothing.
Yeah.
Something's broken on that.
Yeah. Whatever's caused that, he's not happy about it, so I'm going to guess it will be a technical. Whether it was a chain going or it's just cut out. Hopefully it won't end his day. I know they carry spare engines, but as you say, he will not be impressed with that. That's not helped his day at all.
No, not one bit. And now you can see that Lucas Kelly's up into 5th place. Tom Plutton's in 6th. But Jess Williams has done a tremendous job, despite the fact that she lost the positions to Kai Turner and Harry Bowler earlier. The gap she's been able to build up in the midst of all the fighting that's been going on behind her has helped her massively.
Yeah, she's having a much better heat this time than she did earlier on this morning when she saw herself out of the heat by spinning a couple of times. So yeah, she should be happy with this. She's doing really well. She's still in 4th position across the stripe. Yes, she is. Yeah, fair play. Yeah, much better.
Jack Scott has gone through on Mason Pennington and Jensen Houghton on this lap into 8th position now. As we see the 11 of Jensen holding back on Seth Jones through Christmas Corner. Seth attempted to go on through. No avail that time around. And just to go through the novices in the field, Ben Pinfold is in 18th position behind Ezra Grove. Oh, Ezra Grove's in 20th place. Will Brooks is further up the order in 16th. And Zach Mentz, we just saw a moment ago having that spin. So out of all the novices, Will Brooks is the highest of all of those in 16th positions, having a good run off to start in 23rd, Gaz.
Yeah, doing very well. It's not always easy to be a novice and then get up to speed, but yeah, 16th position, started from 23rd as you say, picked up 7 positions. And that's a solid run, I would say, for a novice.
Oliver Borg's, yeah, I was just going to say, Oliver Borg's gap has virtually deteriorated because that big gap he had earlier has been totally wiped out. And look how close Kai Turner is now. It was 1.1 seconds at the beginning of the lap. it's definitely going to be less than that now. You don't even need me to tell you what the gap is because you can see the two in the same picture.
Yeah, that 2.5 seconds has certainly disappeared very quickly, hasn't it? Whatever's happened there, again, it could be down to the tyres and where they've got the heat to come in. Hang on a minute, I'm going to cough.
I'll let Gaz do what he needs to do. Hopefully they won't need a lozenge or anything like that in the long run. But it's the last lap now for Oliver Borg and Kai Turner as we go towards Christmas corner for the last time. Oliver Borg is going to have to go defensive at some point. There's no way Kai Turner is going to do it at Ashby unless he's feeling that ambitious. Does he send one up the inside into here? He doesn't do so. He's got Chapman, in which he may be able to send it. But no way through at the moment. On this final lap, I think Oliver Borg... Oh, that's a spinner ahead of them. Can't see who it was, but that doesn't affect the leaders as they go on through.
No, one opportunity now for Kai Turner. I don't think he's going to find one here if Oliver Borg holds the line. He has his boxed him in, so I think that's going to be enough for Oliver Borg to take another, or a heat win today. He didn't win the first one, but he did very well. And across the line it is going to be. The 34 is extremely pleased with his efforts of Oliver Borg to take the win ahead of the M plate of Kyle Turner. 67 of Harry Bowler comes home in third. We wait for Jess Williams. There she is in the pink lid. She's held on ahead of Tom Platten, who's gained a position. Oh, in fact, they swapped. Lucas Kelly.
Yeah,
where did Lucas Kelly come from in that?
Well, he got by Jess Williams on the final lap. He was already ahead of Tom Platten at some point in the race, and he got by Jess Williams on the final lap. So unfortunately, Williams wasn't able to hold on to fourth place, but fifth is still a very, very good effort. Tom Platten sixth place, and a Jaden Solo. Jack Scott 8th, Seth Jones 9th, Mason Pennington in 10th place, Jensen Houghton in 11th, then it's Devon Giles, Logan Pedge, Ded Clayton, Milo Purchase, Will Brooks finished the highest of the novices in 16th, and it's Leo Stern, Ben Pinfold, Louis and Guy, and we've got Zach Lowe, Ezra Grove and Zach Mentz. Harry Plutton and Elena Osbar-Scott were the non-finishers.
Good drive by Oliver Borg though, wasn't it? He's held that race, made it his own, didn't he, from the start? And yeah, very well earned, really well earned. Use English.
And we've got the GX UK Seniors out next, headed up by Jacob Sherrick and Matthew Davis, who will be on the front row. And we've got 32 drivers in the field, including a couple of guest drivers, them being Dan Booth and Aaron Alexander. Now, we saw Aaron's heroics in the earlier heats when he was tossing it out with Pete Newman, I think it was, on that last lap.
That might have been a different heat, I can't remember. That was so many heats have happened this morning, but it was Ross Deal, wasn't it, who took the lead and won last time by a good... It was a second and a half ahead of Brad Philpott in the end for Heat 5. Don't forget, of course, because there's so many drivers, there's 6 heats, so they all get 3, all the drivers get 3 heats. They race against different drivers, so yeah, not everybody's raced everybody yet. They will have by the end of this one. So how many drivers are there? Some 64 drivers signed on for GX UK Senior. Yeah, 64 drivers. Yeah. That's impressive.
It might have been a different heat that I was alluding to there involving Pete Newman, so if it was the wrong class, I do apologise. But let's have a look at the grid once the field do actually go out. There are 32 drivers, as I've already mentioned, so I'll do my utmost to get through them as quickly as possible. I mean, it'll be about a minute, so I know how to manage grids like this. I've done it many times before, not just in real life racing, but also sim racing.
You can read faster than me, which is the main thing.
Well, you are speaking to someone who's worked within broadcast, like journalism-wise, so
that was good.
I go via the 3 words per second rule.
God, I can't speak that fast. I talk a lot, but not that fast.
Well, we're just waiting for the GX UK senior runners to head out on circuit. This is the second heat which they have done today, and the 6th heat they've done throughout the weekend.
Yeah, these GX 100, GX 100, GX 160s, single engine pro karts essentially, but yeah, a very level playing field. A lot of it is down to the driver essentially to make up the difference, as we've seen quite a lot already, haven't we, with Brad Philpott coming through the field yesterday and Ross Deal I say dominating, but Oliver Peretti as well. They've given us some real racing so far this morning as they make their way onto the grid circuit.
Let's have a look at the field then. So it's Jacob Sherrick and Matthew Davis on the front row, followed by Russell Worley and Matthew Glazebrook. Harvey Still and William Brightman on row 3, followed by Sam Hooper and Phil Richardson on the 4th row. Paul Hanley and Dan Booth on row 5, followed by Aaron Alexander and Leo Engels. Alex White and Ali Dobson on row 7, followed by Ross Deal, who won the earlier heats in 15th, ahead of James Burgess. Stanley Wilson and George Streetley on row 9, and it's Alex Horn and Tyler Davis running out the top 20. Ben Webster and Liam Blindell on row 11, followed by Ross Chell and Lennox Ferguson Walker. And we've got Gareth Wells and Nick Bourne. Brad Philpott, there'll be one to look out for in this one, ahead of Tom Hayward Stott on row 14. On the penultimate row, we've got Lewis Jones and Russell Endine, and on the final row, we've got Rebecca Crawford and Elliot Brook.
And to correct myself, they're GX 200s.
Well, we're ready for another race here. I believe this might be the 9th or 10th race we have done so far today, so these races have flown by quite quickly, although Gaz may correct me on that in a moment, but we'll focus on the start in this GX UK Senior Race, heat number 6 of the weekend. The red lights become green. Everyone is away off the line as they come towards Crook, and it's Matthew Davis and Jacob Sherrick who lead the way, and it'll be Christmas Corner that they'll be entering next. Difficult to see from the side. I don't think we've actually started here. I think that might be a false start, Gaz.
Yeah, the Battenberg's showing on the start line, so they'll slow them all down. They'll reorganise again, and hopefully, for whatever reason that it came out, were they not together at the start? They look like they were.
There was, I mean,
oh, well, whatever.
I did see some signalling though from the drivers to indicate that they weren't ready.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever. They've held them back anyway for another lap, so they'll have another lap of composing themselves before they're let loose into turn 1 for heat 6. And we'll go again. I mean, the field's together now, so we've got a kart stopped outside the top of Parker, I can see, but they should be able to remove that pretty quick.
Well, it looks like he's able to get that going again, so yeah, he's got that going again now, so he's got just about enough time to catch up to the field. But whoever that is going to be starting at the back, because there's no way he's going to be able to get back into the position he was in.
Is that the 67 of Lewis? It is, you know. Lewis Jones won 2 heats yesterday, back-to-back, so I would expect him to be extremely fast.
Well, the karts are back on the pit straight then. The red lights become green now, and we are good to go. And it's Jacob Sherrick who leads the field out of Crook. What about Matthew Davis? Is he looking to go after him as they come towards Christmas for the first time? There was a little bit of wheel banging there on the approach to Christmas. Couldn't see who that was, but remarkably the field have got through unscathed, and I have to say that was probably the cleanest start we've had throughout today, Gaz, don't you think, with the size of the field?
And considering they were 4 wide in the mid-pack there, that was pretty good going, wasn't it? Yeah.
Looks like someone is slowing on the approach to Parker's now as well. We've just seen out of our punch position. Yeah, he's pulling off to the side, so that might be a mechanical issue this time. I don't think that's just as simple as the engine dying. I think it has to be a little bit more internal than that. And we'll see the field come round to complete the first lap. There's a move there between the... That's the 40, is that the 48 going through? It's the 48 that's going through. That's Harvey Still on Russell Worley, I think it might be. Russell Worley's actually further down the order, so it has to be Matthew Glazebrook. He was tussling with Harvey Still.
Yeah, Harvey Still, who made somewhat 20 places, didn't he, in the previous heat he was in?
Yeah.
So I'm expecting him to be pretty quick in this heat as well. A bit of a gap ahead of him already to Matthew Davis in the 2nd position. Number 1, Jacob Sherrick's certainly shot out the box, hasn't he? He's got a bit of a gap starting to open anyway.
Yeah, it was Ross Shell who stopped on the first lap over at Parker, and there's been an incident over at Ashby. I can't quite see from that angle who that is. We'll get more on that. It's not James Birch, I think it's Lewis Jones. Lewis Jones has stopped at Ashby, and his race is effectively run, and he's got out of his car and he goes no further.
That's the 36, that's Ali Dobson.
It's Ali Dobson, my apologies. My apologies.
Yeah. I've seen Lewis Jones have a problem at the start, but he got it going. I've seen him cross the line a couple of times now, so whoever he will have to keep an eye on his progress, because he will come rocketing through the field if he gets an opportunity. as the battle rages into... I love how they've got time to wave at each other.
Yeah, that's the 75 of Aaron Alexander going through on the 30, I think, on Matthew Glazebrook, and they both end up on the grass. And thankfully getting back on the circuit. The yellow flag is out, so they can't overtake through here because there's a stop Karts. And thankfully they get through there without pulling off any overtakes. I think they've gone green through there now. There's a track limits warning for the number 22 in the field. That's Russell Worley. So he'll need to be on his best behaviour from here on in. As the field have got through there now. I think the kart is out of the way, so it should be green at that particular corner. So it's Jacob Sherrick who leads by 1.5 seconds over Matthew Davis. It's Harvey still in third position. We expect a change of position. That's Alexander going through on Sam Hooper for 5th place.
We haven't seen many of those overtakes, have we, today, through that chicane? That was a great move through there, wasn't it? And yeah, that bumping and boring last time round coming out of Christmas. That left-hander after, that's not a curb you want to be on. As we've seen before, it will just push the kart wide and you'll be all out of sorts as you head down towards the Ashby hairpin. That's
Matthew Glazebrook through on Matthew Davis for 3rd position over at Christmas Corner. That's Glazebrook on the move. The man who had started the race in 5th position is now in 3rd place. Harvey still up from 6th to 2nd, while Jacob Sherrick has moved up from 2nd to the lead. The pole sitter in this one is not to be seen on our timing pages, actually, unless there's been a false calculation on that. But either way, Sherrick is in the lead as we speak. 2.4 seconds was the margin at the beginning of the lap, as we watch Aaron Alexander having a go at the number 7 Paul Handley, who got by him on the previous lap. Now it's Alexander's turn to have a go back as they come out of Crook.
I was going to pick up on Lewis Jones, who's just crossed the stripe in 14th. He's got Brad Philpott behind him in 15th. Brad, who was in the commentary box with Tom earlier this morning to cover heat. They've both made some 16 and 13 positions respectively. Lewis has gone from the absolute dead end of the pack. He's picking his way through. I think he's still got enough time to catch up to this group here. You can pick him out. He might be towards the back of it, to be honest. Looking for the number 67. Does he flash through? He doesn't, so he's not quite arrived there yet. He'll have Brad Philpott with a 0 behind him, as this battle still rages as we head into the boot.
That's the 86 and the 81 fighting it out. Ross Deal and Sam Hooper. I think that's for 8th position. And the 81's just got absolutely swamped there. And that's the number 3 has just gone by of Phil Richardson. So as they go over the line, we'll get an updated classification. And I can tell you that the order now is Deal is in 7th place for the Booth, Richardson, Hooper and Engels. And there we see the number 30 chasing the 48. That's Matthew Glazebrook on Harvey Still. Coming out of Christmas Corner, could this be a potential pass here for Glazebrook at Ashby?
Yeah, I think it's better of at that time. You've really got to be on top of the kart in front of you. I don't think he was quite close enough. There's nothing in it really, cigarette paper, but certainly a little bit closer would have been more preferable. I have to say, I like the colour scheme of the number 30, the pink and the green. A bit of Italian flag going on almost, isn't it? Certainly stands out as he looks for a move into the boot and pulls it off quite happily. Defends the line. Yeah, lovely. I think we're going to see another one. Come on, follow me, lads. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Yeah. That can't be good for you or the kart.
Well, does that not sacrifice speed when you launch over the curb like that?
The kart's airborne, isn't it? So absolutely it would do. But then for all doing it, it costs them nothing in the grand scheme of things. But are we going to see a move via the slipstream by the set? Yes, we are.
And that's Aaron Alexander going through on Harvey Still now. So Still has lost another position to the expense of him. And Aaron Alexander, who's had quite a spirited day today so far with the way he's been performing, is now in 3rd place behind Matthew Glazebrook, who's 3.5 seconds off the lead. I think Sherrick has this one covered with less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. By the time they get round, there'll be 3 more laps.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Sherrick's got the number 1 on the front of his karts. Last season's 2025 champion. Awful lot of finger waving going on. A bit further back there. Who was that? The number 7. Who's the 7? That's Paul Hanley. Not particularly happy about something that's happened in front of him, or it's cost him a bit of time, but nevertheless, everybody continues on their way. Single file across the line with 1 minute and 20 on the clock to go.
Well, Brad Philpott, who started this race from 28th position, but has made his way up into 14th. Fast up the race, Ross Deal with a 55.07, so he's continuing his strong drive so far in 5th place. Harvey Still is the next driver ahead of him, 3/10 in fact, and you can see how close they are. in the battle for second place between Glazebrook, Alexander Still and Deal.
Yeah, Deal was looking down the inside there, but momentum on the outside for Harvey Still kept him ahead for the time being. But yeah, Ross Still, he won the previous heat, he had some ridiculous speed. He come through the field, didn't he? Made some 6 or 7 places, I think it was, in the previous heat he won. But there you go. There's the swap.
There's Ross Deal through, past Harvey Still for 4th place now. Ross, no sign of stopping. There been 2 laps to go.
But it's amazing, isn't it? That little fumble he threw Ashby last time. Look how much time on the road that's cost him to the 2 ahead of him. There's a good 3 or 4 kart lengths there now, but he's got to make back up. So long as Harvey Still doesn't challenge him and compromise them more.
And Philpott got past Alex Horn on the previous lap. He's now good to 13th place. He's got over a second to make up on those Jones, and maybe less than that, considering that's taken from the beginning of the lap. Is there a kart stopped on circuit? I think there might be another kart stopped on the racetrack. Hence why there was a yellow flag there. There's a driver that's standing by a marshal in the infield. That doesn't seem to be affecting the race too much. Either way, there's 1 lap to go for race leader Jacob Sherritt, but the battle for second place is far from over. You can just see Aaron Alexander getting over the curb, using all the track and then some.
Yeah, track, air, whatever it takes to get further out the field. But Ross Steele certainly on the back of these leading second and third positions. That makes some sort of sense, I'm sure. As we pick up our race leader, Jacob Sharrock, who's had a quite quiet heat, to be honest with you. As soon as he got in the head, he's not looked back.
We need to see the battle for second place between Glazebrook, Alexander and Deal, because that was very, very close on the approach to Ashby. And now they're coming out of Parker now. There's the 4-way battle for second place. Glazebrook is ahead of Alex. I think Alexander's dropped back, actually. Is he behind Ross Deal now? He might be behind Ross Deal. We'll come to that in a moment. But there is Jacob Sherrick coming through the boot for the last time. And it looks like he is just absolutely unstoppable as he exits the last corner. And he takes the GX UK Senior Heat 6 win at Whilton Mill. So we're going to see who will finish second. It's definitely going to be Matthew Glazebrook, but who will finish on the podium? It's Ross Deal. I was right. He got by Aaron Alexander on the last lap to finish in third place. Alexander fourth, and it's Harvey Still, Phil Richardson, Matthew Davis, Sam Hooper, Dan Booth, and Paul Hanley in the top 10.
Yeah, great afternoon's work or great morning's work there by Ross Deal. That'll do his final grid position. No harm at all with a heat win and a third. Can't remember where he finished yesterday, but yeah, based on that, I'd say he's done fairly well. And that will be the last time we'll see them out before we head to B finals later on this afternoon.
Running down the rest of the classification, Lewis Jones 11th, Leo Engels in 12th, and it's Brad Philpott who makes it to 13th. That's a good effort from him. Alex Horn, Lennox Ferguson Walker in 15th, followed by Russell and Dean, Leon Blindell, Tom Hayward Stott, Elliot Brook, Ben Webster, James Burgess, Tyler Davis, Will Brightman, Gareth Wells, Stanley Wilson, Rebecca Crawford in 26th place. It's Nick Bourne, Russell Worley, and George Streetley didn't actually make it to the end. I don't think Worley made it to the end. Arlie Dobson retired, as did Rochelle on the opening lap.
And yet again, the GX seniors do not fail to disappoint us, do they, with the racing? It's been fantastic all morning so far. Again, another hotly contested battle in the midfield, as we've seen previously today. A great scrap for second place. Brilliant result by, who was it, wasn't it? Matthew Glazebrook, wasn't it, on the 30, who held on to that second place. He came through the field, he made some good spots, but biggest mover in all of that was Lewis Jones, who made some 19 places from the very back, including an overtake on Brad Philpott, who Brad's done quite well, to be fair.
And that was that. And the next race we've got lined up for you, the latest heat, comes in the 115 UK, which is the second heat of their weekend.
And the 115 UK, if you're unfamiliar, they're TKM BT82, some 18 horsepower. These things are brilliant fun. More modern chassis compared to the older ones, but yeah, this will be good stuff, this. Full of two-stroke smoke. We love a bit of that on a Sunday.
And to my understanding, looking at the grids as well, it's showing that Jordan Coulson is starting 9th instead of 10th. You may have to fill me in on what's happened, Gaz.
Okay. So looking at the grid, James Cannon, he's not racing. He's one of the organisers.
Okay.
So he won't be out. So we can cross him off entirely because he's running around in a high vis. So there you go. So they've all just bumped up one from there.
Cool.
All right.
Well, that's that clarified in the hands of Mr. Gasbury. And without him, I wouldn't be able to do his job as sweetly as I would like to.
Well, thank you very much.
So I can't thank him enough for it. Do you get involved in the live chat if you have any questions for me and Gaz to answer? And we'll answer them in due course. And do let us know who you're supporting and what classes they are competing in. So with the 115 UK, there's a total of 23 competitors competing throughout the whole of today, and all of them are competing in this heat. I think the exception is obviously James Cannon, who's, as what Gaz has just mentioned, is one of the organisers and won't be competing as a consequence.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a good race, this one. We saw... I have to go and find it on timing now. But, yeah, it was a great scrap in the first race, wasn't it? I think this was the one we had... Heat 1, where is it? There is. Yeah, Ben... Oh, that was it. This is the one we were talking about before. I'm up to speed. Honestly, there's so much to try and remember during these meetings.
Was this the one with Pete Newman?
Yes, and Gordon Smith.
Yeah, and yeah, that was that. And that's why Ben Jessup... So it was Gordon Smith and Pete Newman that collided. So I got mixed up with someone else when I was mentioning Aaron Alexander earlier, because he was running towards the front in his own heat.
Yeah.
In the heat that he did before the one we've just commentated on.
Well, I thought Gordon Smith might have incurred a penalty for causing the collision, but the stewards have seen it differently. He held on to his second position as I scrolled through the result of the last heat. So, yeah.
If we could be informed on that, that would be fantastic. Oh, there's a kart stop on the circuit. That's the number 3 of Lee Harrison, who has not been able to get that car fired up. It's a good job that's happened there, not further on around the circuit.
Yeah, you see James Purchase there, the other series organiser, giving him a bump start in the orange high vis. Off he goes. That's probably knackered James out now.
I was tempted to use the phrase "on your bike, son," but no,
Yeah.
because it's not a bike; it's a cart. So on your cart.
On your cart, son. Yeah, honestly, there he is.
There he is. And a shout out to the organisers and of course the marshals for doing the job that they are doing as well. We've mentioned the TV crew earlier, and want to shout out to the marshals for the job they do. Without marshals, we can't go racing, as obvious.
Yeah, Molly's doing a fantastic job on timekeeping to our left, keeping on top of everything and in touch with the circuit, getting all the relevant information across and such like. And shockingly, we'll have a wave around.
Which buys us another minute just to run through the field, which I'll kindly run through now. So it's Sam Cope and Lee Gadsby at the head of the field, and it's Alex Thomas and Charlie Mackin on the second row. James King and Lee Harrison, who would have started the race in P6, may end up starting at the back of the field. And then we've got Oscar Stevenson and Jordan Coulson on row 4, and Paul Garner is... Paul Garner starting in 9th position, Ash Robinson in 10th. Then we've got Dom Houghton and Jamie Crease on row number 6. There's Declan Shanahan and Don Cliff. Pete Newman will start the race in 15th ahead of Faith Hunton, with Gordon Smith and Ben Jessup, who won the first heat earlier. And it's Sam Taylor and Ryan Cole. And then we've got Mason Keeble and Charlie Rowe. And Lee Harrison looks like he's going to be starting the race from the back of the grid. Dom Houghton is also looking to start from that position. And Tom Houghton, who would have been starting the race from 11th, looks like he's going to be starting at the back. But the drivers are in position and ready to go for the 115 UK second heat. And once they come round to the pit straight, we are good to go racing. Onto the pit straight they come. You see the red light. It becomes green. And it is Sam Cope and Lee Gadsby coming through Oblivion and Crook. And there's a kart on the grass. It's the 42 of Jamie Crease, and he came back onto the racetrack so dangerously. Thankfully, he did not collect another driver there, Gaz.
No, it was quite fortunate, wasn't it? But that's put him right down to the back of the pack. He's going to have his work cut out in these 8 minutes. So this somebody's gone far enough to the right-hand side. I couldn't see who that was. It looked blue. Was it the 22 of Marcus Dorey?
It might. Well,
no, it was
the
29, and it was black. So no,
it's
completely wrong.
It was Dom Cliff who had gone off the circuit. Thankfully, there was a load of grass on the outside. Didn't go straight into the tyre barrier on the far side. So luckily, got back on the racetrack. But there we see the number 40 in the lead. That's Lee Gadsby leading the way ahead of Charlie Mackin and the number 3 is Lee Harrison. So he was able to restore his grid spot after the kart failing to start up properly. As they begin lap number 2, and there'll be plenty of changes in the field as the race goes on over the course of this 8-minute plus 1 that heat. And up the inside goes Charlie Mackin on Lee Gadsby at Christmas, and through the open door at the same time is Lee Harrison. Yeah,
opportunistic but a great move. You see how much these karts move on the brakes. So twitchy with a shorter chassis. But here we go, another swap for position. That's Charlie Mackin straight into the lead, no hanging about.
Doing a superb job there, Charlie Mackin.
Oh, it's number 3, sorry, my apologies.
Lee Harrison is in the lead. 2 changes of lead in the space of a few corners. We've seen that a few times today.
Yeah, Lee on the white. He crossed the line in 3rd, and yeah, already in a handful of corners, as you say, Tom. He's picked his way into the lead, but the question will be now, has he got enough momentum to carry that and break away from the chasing pack?
And has he got the tyres to get to the end of the race? Do you think he's gone for maybe like a softer compound or something for this one?
So they all use the same compound tyre, the Vega S1, but the difference they can make with how they set up their tyres for the kart will be how much tyre pressure they'll run. So if you want it slightly higher or lower, you can have the tyre come on at the start of the heat or at the end of the heat, and that what makes a difference, which you'll see if you see fast lap times towards the end. You know which way they've gone.
There is the field, and there is Harrison in lead in the number 3. Number 2 is Charlie Mackin, and Ash Robinson has come through very nicely as well, from 11th to 3rd. Lee Gadsby down to 4th place, and it's Alex Thomas in 5th, ahead of Paul Garner. Pete Newman in 7th position, determined to make up for what he felt should have been his win in that earlier heat. Sam Cope in 8th, Gordon Smith 9th, and James King in 10th.
Yeah, Pete's going to have the red mist, isn't he? And this one, he's going to be really working to get ahead of these 6 karts ahead of him. He's on the back of this leading group now, just flashing through. There he is. Behind him is Paul Garner, and behind him is the end plate of Gordon Smith, who was, well, frankly, very fast in the first heat, but had that unfortunate incident with Pete Newman just here. Heading into Ashby, a bit of confusion, and it is a move by the 17. It was Alex Thomas picking his way through ahead of Lee Gadsby, I think that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So that's Alex through into 4th place, and there was a change for 2nd place as well. Charlie Mackin's ahead of Ash Robinson's ahead of Charlie Mackin. So Robinson's through into 2nd place. Harrison is still in the lead, and there we look at the 55 of Paul Garner on the tail of the 40 of Lee Gadsby as they come towards the last chicane before the lap is out. And then you can see the top 7 all in your picture with the M of Gordon Smith. In case you're wondering why he's got the M, in case you've only just tuned in, it's because he's a Macy Cup winner. Meanwhile, there we see Robinson through on Harrison for the lead. So another change of lead, and it is Robinson through on Harrison.
Yeah, well, half a heat to go. Will he decide that now it's time for me to take the lead and disappear off? Because they do have a gap now, these 2, over the chasing pack. Albeit Alex Thomas will be thinking that it's not too far away. I did see Pete Newman pick the pocket of Lee Gadsby a lap ago here at Chapman. Another hand gesture of, go on, let's go. But we'll see how this one transpires, because Charlie Mackin in the number 2, who is in 3rd position, there he is, just coming into shot with Pete Newman all over the back. In fact, it's the number 17, I'm talking absolute rubbish. It's Alex Thomas who's in the... Have we lost somebody? We have. Charlie Mackin's dropped 4 places.
Yeah, Charlie Mackin's down to 5th place, and there's been a couple of penalty notices as well. Mason Keeble and Jordan Coulson have both been given 3-place penalties. So wherever they finish, those 3-place penalties will be applied. So where Mason Keeble finishes, as it stands, he'll drop to 20th, and where Jordan Coulson finishes, he will drop down from 11th to 14th. That's quite a big blow, that, actually.
I wonder what that would have been for. It's something that we haven't seen on screen.
It must have been for contact. I wonder if it was contact earlier. I'm just wondering why it's that severe of a penalty. As a kart stopped on the circuit as well. Can't see who that driver is. I know Charlie Rowe is already out of the race. Might be Oscar Stevenson.
Yeah, the old Tony Kart colour scheme of the green, white and flashes of the red as the leaders flash through into Crook and make their way up the hill towards Christmas for another time. We look at the 17 of Alex Thomas with the attentions of Charlie Mack. I don't know what's happened to Charlie to lose those 3 spots. He's lost an awful lot of time somewhere. I can only imagine he's fallen off the circuit briefly and has had a bit of a rejoin. But nevertheless, he's still in the top 5, rounding them out. Pete Newman has climbed up to 3rd. Pete will be happy with that after, as we said, what happened in the previous heat. And the Macy Cup winner of Gordon Smith, still, I would say, almost languishing in that 8th place in comparison to what we've seen already.
Gordon Smith in 8th, behind Lee Gadsby.
Ahead now. He's
ahead of him, actually. Yeah,
behind
right.
him now,
Absolutely right. Yeah, well spotted, Gaz. So Gordon Smith is now ahead of Lee Gadsby for P7. Paul Garner is the next driver he'll be chasing. Ben Jessup, who won the earlier heats in this class, is picking up the pace now in 9th, and through goes the 79 of Pete Newman, and that's on Lee Harrison for 2nd position.
Yeah, at the minute 40, Pete is definitely going to be hunting down the leader now of Ash Robinson. Ash had a good heat last time, dropped back. We couldn't figure out why, could we? He seemed to have really good pace, like he's got here, and just kept losing positions. But this time seems to be a bit more with it. As Pete Newman, I think Pete's going to have him. We've got a minute and 20 to go. I think Pete can close that gap down nicely. He's going to bring Lee Harrison with him. I'm fairly certain of that. Alex Thomas, he's running on his own now. He's pulled a gap on Charlie Metchin, who was in 5th behind him. Paul Garner in 6th. As we cross the stripe one more time, the top 10 rounding out is Gordon Smith in 7th. Lee Gadsby in the 40 has dropped down to 8th. He's lost some positions. Our poleman Ben Jessup is 9th, and James King has just dropped a few places, with Faith Hunting taking that 10th position.
Pete Newman posted a new fast lap of the race with 50.69, which is about 2/10 faster than the next driver with the lights on. That was Alex Thomas. So Pete Newman, now 2nd, is really eating in the gap on Ash Robinson. They've got 2 more laps to go once they cross over the line, so there is enough time for Newman to make his move. And Christmas Corner, is that the place to do it up?
I would say so. He's got a great launch out of that chicane, hasn't he? He's going to be on the back of Ash Robinson through Oblivion. He'll hold station briefly through here. He'll make sure he gets himself settled and up the straight properly. He'll look to dive in. Will we see Ash Robinson defend? No, we don't. Is Pete Newman close enough? Not this time. Slightly out of step there for Ash Robinson, but it doesn't cost him too much time. It's the style like you see in KTM. More often than not, it's loose. Thinks better of it for Ash, but he's running out of time now. Fortunately, I would say they've kind of got a bit of a breakaway on Lee Harrison, but it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time round. So I would say Pete Newman's got 4 opportunities left.
Yeah. Well, he's buying his time, but he needs to. He's basically trying to play his cards as of when the best time is to do so. He needs a good drive coming out of the chicane here. If he can take as much curve, the right amount of curve, which I think that time, I'm not too sure. I think that was a bit iffy, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he's still got a couple of opportunities. I don't think he's close enough to get a move done here as we head up to Christmas Corner. He's not close enough unless he takes a lunge. He thinks better of it, but if he can stay glued to his rear bumper and shadow him through down increments, horrible corner where the bumps are. Will he look into Ashby's? No. So realistically, it's going to be a dive at the Chapman or into the boot for the final time.
Here they come then through Chapman. Does Newman decide to go for it? It's too far back. So it's going to have to be the entry to the boot. That will be his last opportunity to go for. I think he's going to run out of opportunities. If he could just maybe dummy Robinson a little bit, that might put Robinson off. But there was no way that Robinson was going to be put off in that. It's been a very good drive whilst under pressure from Ash Robinson, who takes the latest heat win in the 115 UK Series. A brilliant effort from him ahead of Pete Newman by just 0.2 of a second. Lee Harrison 3rd ahead of Alex Thomas, and it's Charlie Mackin, Paul Garner, Gordon Smith, Lee Gadsby, Jamie Crease and Faith Hunting running out the top 10. James King in 11th, followed by Sam Taylor. Jordan Coulson's 3-place penalty will be applied, so his 14th position behind Domcliffe will become 17th. Mason Keeble will also drop back, so that will promote Sam Cope and Declan Shanahan up 2 positions. So Cope will be 14th, Shanahan 15th, and then I believe it'll be Coulson and then Keeble, and it'll be Houghton and Jessup, I think, had to come into the pit lane because he did pick up that mechanical flag for whatever reason, so that's effectively a non-finish.
Well, I think a tip of the hat as well to our 1st and 2nd places there of Ash Robinson and Pete Newman, respectively, between them, making some 24 positions up. 10 by Ash and 14 by Pete. Fastest lap by Pete Newman as well, halfway through. That's some 1 second faster at one point than Ash Robinson. Whether Ash was made a couple of mistakes, as he knew Pete was breathing down his neck, we don't know. But yeah, fair play to both of those drivers making up those spots to finish where they have.
And the other drivers that we lost in that race were Oscar Stevenson and Charlie Rose. So effectively 18 out of the 21 making it to the end of that one. And just like that, we'll go on to the next heat, which is the Mod 160 and GX UK Pro Karts.
So this will be a split grid with the Mod 160s. I think they're going to be rolling out first like they did last time around. It hasn't been clarified. So we'll have 2 sets of karts on the grid. And speaking of the grid, Tom, I believe you have it.
So the mods are headed up by Lee Mitchell and Ryan Clark. And then it's Matthew Sprague who won the first heat. He won so comfortably out of over everyone else. He starts third in this second heat. Then it's Steve Pickles alongside, and Tony Whitehead and James Mayeri on row number 3. Chris Williams and Kevin Pope on row 4, and Chris French and Cameron Heskey round out the 10 drivers competing in that category. In the GX Pro Karts, Trista Trelone is heading that one up, followed by Rob McGeehan, and it's Don Hemp and Richard Melton Baxter on row number 2 there. Christian Bellaby and Ewan Rayner on row 3, followed by Kiri Chiacli and Nick Williams on row 4. Then it's Tom Angier, who won the class in the earlier heats. He's effectively starting 9th in class ahead of Gary Evans. Peter Stott 11th, followed by Richard Ware. Then it's Simon Fuller and Michaela Pothis on row 7. And then we've got the novices in the field, 5 of them in fact. Liam Pedge, George Pothis, Ashley Hilton, Jay Keenan Hannon and Leon Chiacli.
That is a very sizable grid, isn't it? Hopefully they'll all filter through like they did last time.
So we've got a total of, if I can get my maths right,
31.
So there's 10 in, yeah, but it says, no, it's 29. So they've cancelled out the 6th row just so that there's a gap in the classes. So the field are coming through now. I think they may be ready to go actually, Gaz. Red light becomes green. Lee Mitchell and Ryan Clark at the head of the field, so we'll see how that plays out. Although we're just waiting for the GX Pro Karts to kickstart their race now as well, and they're underway. And there we see a tussle in the mods as they go through Christmas Corner. And so far it seems like Lee Mitchell is still in the lead over Ryan Clark. We'll get you an update once we recognise the numbers in the field. 37's in second place now, so it has to be, is it number 28? It's Matthew Sprague. Blimey, he's made a tremendous start again. We know we dominated the early heat, but I suppose there's a reason for it.
Yeah, some 8 seconds he won by last time, wasn't it? And as we see a move already unfolding as the 13 and the Pro Kart class is off. Who was that spinning? It's
Jay Keenan Hannon.
Yeah. To pick up our leaders.
He's pulled to the side as well.
What a great noise these Mod 160s make with their straight exhausts.
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, if you're here, you need to hear them.
Yeah, there's going to be a yellow flag over at Ashby because Keenan Hannon's kart has pulled to the side. He's probably had contact with someone that has caused the car to just not go any further. But either way, that's his race run, effectively. Well, there we see Battle down, and he needs to be out. Oh, does he pass him? Does he pass him in that yellow flag zone, the 64? I think he passed him at the yellow flag zone there, Gaz.
Yeah, I think he definitely did. But I'm sure if he redresses that, the officials might turn a blind eye, but he doesn't seem to be wanting to do it.
Oh, that's a big shunt into the barrier at Christmas Corner. I'll have to see who that is there. Is that one of the mods that's gone off?
I think that's one of the Pro Karts. Trying to pick out who it is. Who's come to a standstill on time and can't see. Difficult to see from now. How on earth do you end up there?
That's a very strange spot to go off at. Big off. It might be James. It's not James Mieri. I'm just waiting for the timing tower to stop to update. It might be. Just looking at it. Just to update you. You've just seen the field going over the line. Michaela Pothis has gone over the line. Leon Chiacli's gone over the line. It's Richard Melton Baxter. Richard Melton Baxter is the one that's gone into the barrier, Gaz.
Yeah, it was quite a substantial hit. The cart looked like it was up in the air, didn't it, in the tyre wall? I can see him out the window pulling the car out. We've kind of, in American terms, gone to a full course yellow where they recover that. That's probably the safest option, isn't it? Neutralise the circuit, because that's a very precarious position at the end of a very fast straight, isn't it? We don't need anybody else disappearing off up there, do we?
Yeah, I wonder if he's been wounded from that, because that was a big hit.
Oh, yeah.
In the speeds of these karts, when you go into the barrier like that, it can really knock you.
Yeah, I've gone into a couple of tyre balls backwards in the kart, and it does hurt if you get it wrong. But hopefully he's okay. He's standing, I can see him out of the window, standing out of the kart, so hopefully it's as simple as that. He hops over the barrier towards our cameraman Paul, who's manning the pictures you're seeing from Christmas Corner. Yeah, they've dragged the cut out of the way, so I think this will be a short yellow from this point forward.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that cut cleared. I mean, some of the barrier has been knocked off as well, out of place there, but I think they'll be all right from here and there. I suppose in between the heats they can just always put it back in after this one.
I wonder if he had brake failure or something then, because it's not a place that you'd normally go off. Not to that extent anyway, but nevertheless, we are following our leaders to cross the line one more time. Matthew Spragg is leading the field at a reduced pace, my apologies, ahead of Lee Mitchell, Tony Whitehead and Chris Williams. That's your top 4 in the mods. Scanning back, we've got it's Christian Bellaby on the M plate, who's leading the Pro Karts ahead of the 27 Tom Angier, my apologies. Peter Stott in the number 1, and Simon Fuller is your top 4 in that one. Just trying to pick them up, because it feels so spread out now, isn't it, because of the neutralisation of the circuit. Is this the second time we've had this class where we've ended up just running around under a yellow flag? Because one finished under a yellow flag, didn't it?
I can't exactly remember. I think it was in another class where we had that yellow flag, which brought an end, because
I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember which corner it was where someone had stopped and we effectively finished the race under yellow.
Yeah, we did. I think it was down at the boot, wasn't it?
I think it was the final corner where it happened. But we've gone green now. Everything's been cleared, and it is Matthew Spragg who has a 1 second margin over Lee Mitchell at the beginning of the lap. Tony Whitehead is in 3rd position, followed by Chris Williams and Steve Pickles. Chris French is in 6th place, followed by Kevin Pope, Ryan Clark, James Mieri and Cameron Heskey.
As the racing resumes, that's just to clarify how much slower they were going. Some 10 seconds lap slower that they'd reduced the pace by under that, I say full caution, it kind of is, isn't it, in a way, just without the safety car. As we watch the number 4 of Tony Whitehead, he's chasing down this man, the 37 of Lee Mitchell, who's circulating in 2nd, who's trying to get back up to Matthew Spragg, but I rather fancy Matthew Spragg has not got it in the bag necessarily, but certainly got the measure of anybody around him today.
Yeah. You can see the gaps in the field now as well, but that doesn't necessarily apply to the likes of Tony Whitehead and Chris Williams, who are fighting over 3rd position in your picture. Through goes Chris Williams. Oh, can he get through safely? That was so close. That was so close to the pair of them taking each other off.
Yeah, almost lost his nose there, didn't he, did Chris Williams, but he goes for it again into Ashby. A nudge to the rear tyre with the front left. He'll get away with that. But that's cost him a good 4 or 5 kart lengths now, so he's going to take him probably a lap or so to make that back, but I'm sure he'll be on the back of Tony Whitehead. I say that, he's already back on him. What do I know?
So now we see Whitehead and Williams in 3rd and 4th. Let's see if there's any other battles going on further down the field. I can see there's actually a group of like 4 or 5 cars going through the infield towards the boot. We'll get more on that in a moment. The confirmation that Whitehead is ahead of Williams for the time being. But now you can just see, in fact, it's just allowed Williams to go back ahead of it again. Why that might be.
Yeah, it's just, he had the move done on the exit of Oblivion, which is unusual. So I wonder if he had Tony Whitehead that has had a slow exit out of Pitts Bend, and it slowed him a little bit, because that's given Chris Williams a bit of a gap, hasn't it, really? He's quite, a couple of kart lengths already. We'll see how he does now. He's got a minute on the clock. Can he get up to Lee Mitchell? He's got 1 3/4 seconds to make up. I think that's probably a bit too much of a tall order for him, but I think 3rd will be good for him as we pick up some of the Pro Karts and our race leader overall, Matthew Spragg, in the Mod 160s. There's 3 seconds up the road, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not going to be caught from here, Spragg. He's been too quick all the way through. And with that yellow flag, it might reduce the whole thing by a lap. because of the fact we had to, the drivers had to slow down during it. But looking further down, there is the number 4. We're looking at the Pro Karts in the field. This is battle for the final podium position in class between Peter Stott and Ewan Rayner as they head towards Ashby. And there we look at Peter Stott, who's in the number 1, Ewan Rayner in the number 4. We've cut to the number 39, which is George Pothis. He is running in 23rd overall, 13th in class. And it's Christian Bellaby who's leading the class at the moment over Tom Angier. The gap between the pair of them is, well, it's less than a second at the moment, so that battle's far from over. Involving the Macy Cup winner, who's running in 9th position overall. It's not been too bad of a performance from Christian, has it?
No, he's doing very well, isn't he? It's interesting to see that they've got themselves ahead of some of the Mod 160s as well in this heat. I think there's a couple of them behind them, but yeah, strong performance by Christian Bellaby again in this one. Should come home first. He's got 0.8 of a second over Tom Angier across the line last time, but we follow our leader around Pitts Bend onto the start line for the last time in this heat, and Matthew Spragg takes a second victory today in the GX 160 mod 160s. The words are in there. I give up. Right,
it'll get to Gaz at some point. Let's just say Matthew Spragg won the race with Lee Mitchell second and Chris Williams ran out at the podium. It's Tony Whitehead, Steve Pickles, Chris French, Kevin Pope, James Mieri. Christian Bellaby is the winner in the Pro Karts, ahead of Tom Angier and Ewan Rayner, who round out the podium in that respective category. In 12th and 13th places, Peter Stott was 4th in class, Ryan Clark ended up 9th in the mods. And then we've got Simon Fuller, Cameron Heskey finished... Are they still doing another lap? I thought I saw a checker flag as well. Unless we're looking at the wrong car. I mean, that's Matthew Spragg going over the line again.
Yeah.
Well, I initially thought there was a checker flag there, which would have confused the leader if it wasn't.
They've done a celebration lap, apparently.
Well, we can continue running down the order whilst we just get confirmation as to what's been going on. Chester Trelawney is 16th, had a Nick Williams, it's Richard Ware, Gary Evans, Kiri Cheercley, Liam Pedge, Ashley Hinton, Michaela Pothis, Rob McGeehan, Leon Cheercley, George Pothis made it home in 26th place on the lap down. And the drivers we lost were Richard Melton Baxter, who ended up in the barrier over at Christmas Corner. Hopefully he is okay. It seems like he's walked away and he's absolutely fine. We've just seen in our pictures that he's making his way back to the paddock. Jay Keenan Hannum stopped on the first lap.
So the reason he went round again is because it was either last lap board or final lap, and it was right on the time. And he slowed down just enough where he managed to get himself another lap out of it. So there we go. Sorry for the confusion, but...
yeah. It's like play to the whistle, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Play to the whistle in football. Well, it is what it is, and it's a second heat victory of the day for Matthew Spragg, and he'll be a very, very happy man, no doubt about that. So we've just been told that the kart of which Richard Melton Baxter had gone off into the barrier by was due to a brake failure. He's got back in the kart now, he's going through Christmas Corner, and he's just going at a rather leisurely pace just to get round safely. And I imagine he'd have been quite shocked by that in terms of the impact.
Yeah, I've had brake failure once and it was here, and it's not something that you want a track like this. Happily, because it's quite an open circuit, you're not lined by tyres everywhere, so there's ample runoff, just not where you needed it for Richard that time round, unfortunately. But as you say, he's okay. He's driving the kart back, which is probably quicker than trying to carry it back, because these pro cars are quite heavy. But yeah, here he comes. At least he's okay, because that's the main thing, because that would have been a hell of a hit.
Yeah, and I imagine the car would have been wounded as well, hence why he's deciding to go through one of the shortcuts around here. And time will tell whether his car will be in good enough condition to take part in the remaining heats.
Difficult to see from here, but it looks like as he's gone under our window that the steering wheel's reasonably straight, so maybe a couple of tow rods and a steering column and a front bumper, but hopefully that's all it is, and we should see him back out later on if he so fancies it. What's up next, Tom? What have we got?
We've got the 100 UK seniors, and they've got their 4th heat of the weekend.
Do enjoy this class.
Don't we just? And do you know who's on pole?
I do not.
It's Leonardo Taggio.
So they've both had a pole.
So, yeah, well, it's basically an underdog. I'm going to call him an underdog because that's basically what he is compared to the other runners. That's not me being disrespectful by any means. That's just me being objective on the basis of what I've seen so far today. But he is on pole on the basis of a mixed grid. Don Pine is next to him. Then we've got Adam Kelly and Ross Goodwin on row 2. Ahead of James Murray and Scott Williams. Oliver Misters and Michael Cornell, who won one of the races earlier, or the earlier heats. He will start in 8th position, Oliver Warner in 9th and Tom Pickle in 10th. Joe Taylor and Matt Rivett on row 6, followed by Marcus Gray and James Dawkins. Sam Toplis and Andrew Hicks line up on the 8th row, followed by Hayden Taylor and Artie Cameron. Ryan Gill 19th ahead of Matthew Lawrence, and it's Brendan Williams and Hannah Dawkins in 21st and 22nd places. Marcus Dorey and Sergio Taggio on row 12. On the penultimate row of the grid, we've got Pete Townsend and Simon Genu. On the final row of the grid are the 2 novices in the field, Josh Cope and Tommy Rowe.
Should be a good one, this. Dominic Pine at the front. Didn't he made some, 23 places, didn't he, in the last one to finish second behind Michael Cornell, our eventual winner. Daniel Menze came up the grid, didn't he? He made some 13 spots, and Ross Goodwin in 3rd made 10. So this does set itself up to be quite a good race.
I think we're going to be in for a treat again with this one. Let's see how far Leo Taggio can actually go in this one, because I just want to see an underdog get their elbows out a little bit instead of just allowing karts go by because they feel like it's not their battle. Yeah. I want to see him
stick it to them
and just make an effort. Not saying he's not making an effort because he's doing his best, but I just like to see him try and make a race of it for them.
Yeah, I think Leonardo, he's been around a long time. He'll certainly make it a bit more difficult than he would if it was a blue flag situation. We get ourselves ready to go as we enter the back straight, and they set themselves up for the 2x2 formation, as we always see in karting. Bit of a wiggle there by the 88 further down. Get some extra heat in the tyres. Was it the 85? It might be in the 85 of Tom Cornell, to be honest with you. But yeah, we'll have a look at where's Brendan Williams. He's a long way down. We've got Marcus Dorey towards the back of the row, 18th and 19th respectively. Matthew Lawrence is up into 20th as around they come, Tom.
Yep, and the red lights now become green. And Taggio is going to be beaten off the line into the first one. That's Don Pine into the lead, and there's multiple cars spinning around, 4 in total. And we'll get more on that and who's been involved as well. And well, their races are heavily compromised. I can't see which ones they are from that angle. We'll find out more as the race thickens. And you can see the car. Oh, that's another kart going off at Inkelman's. I think he's able to continue, though. So he's got going. Although the other one's not. Is it Leo Taggio?
Yeah.
It is. Oh, it's a shame. That's a terrible shame for Leonardo Taggio.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened there, but yeah, absolutely. Just whatever's happened, that has certainly split the front of this race up, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The collide at turn 1, and then whatever's happened to Leonardo Taggio through Inkermans at the top of the hill. But nevertheless, we continue onwards, and it's going to be Dominic Pine across the line ahead of Scott Williams on the O plate. Ross Goodwin is 3rd. Michael Cornell has made some places. He's up into 4th. He's come up some 5 spots, I think, hasn't he? We've got Adam Kelly in 5th, Oliver Misters in 6th, Hayden Taylor in 7th, Marcus Gray up into 8th, Oliver Warner and Ryan Gill is your top 10, with a move by the 32 of Oliver Misters. Yeah, he's made it stick this time as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, the drivers were lost on that first lap. Well, obviously Leo Taggio stopped at Inkermans, and the other ones were James Murray, Sam Toplis, Tommy Rowe and Pete Townsend.
Bit of a shame, isn't it?
Oh, that's a car! That's the 27 overshooting the first part of... Oh, it's got broken suspension. Suspension's broken on that car. No doubt about it. The 27 going off the racetrack. That's Marcus Gray on the entrance to the boot. And that is his race over and done with.
That is the brake pedal. That rod he just picked up there, that's the brake pedal. That's the brake rod, not connected to the rest of the coupling, which is the problem. There's another one off.
That's a big off. That's a big off for the 48.
That's Ross Goodwin.
It's Ross Goodwin.
Third position, that is. What is happening today?
I wonder if we will get a red flag in this one, because there's too many karts falling off the racetrack here and may need a clear up. That is a big off of all drivers to go off. There's another kart pulling to the side where Leo Taggio pulled off. I reckon we'll end up with a red flag situation because there's too many karts going off the racetrack.
I don't think we will. I mean, they're far enough away. They can clear it localised. It depends how hard that's going to be to pull out the tyre wall up at Christmas for Ross Goodwin. But happily, Ross is out of the kart and on the other side of the wall, so it looks to be okay at least. But that was a big hit.
That was a big hit there for Ross, and that came as a big surprise. That's probably the shock of the whole day, to be honest with you. Of all drivers, it might have been a brake failure similar to what Richard Melton Baxter had in one of the other heats. But yeah, the craziest race we've had so far today. So many drivers falling by the wayside. But let's focus on what's going on up front. So it's Don Pine in the lead by 0.6 of a second. Then it's Scott Williams in the number 0 in second place. Michael Cornell, who won one of the previous heats, in third. Then it's Oliver Misters in fourth. Hayden Taylor in fifth.
Yeah, Michael Cornell certainly making some inroads now, isn't he? He's got the fast lap of the race last time round. Hayden Taylor had a great day yesterday as well. Let's not forget about him. He was leading for the majority of the Heat 1. That was on the late of Saturday afternoon. Lost out in the end to Daniel Menzies, who took the win, but much better showing at the minute by Hayden in his, I think it's his second season now of Senior UK, so he's having a good show for that. He's made up some 12, well, I suppose. They've all made up an awful lot of positions, haven't they, with people falling off the road.
So out of 26 starters, 17 are still going. So we've lost 9 drivers already in this race. 5 on the first lap. And then we just see the 74 of Adam Kelly going defensive. He's got Joe Taylor and Matthew Lawrence, who's been given a penalty, presumably for contact. So wherever he finishes, 5 seconds will be applied.
Yeah, he's been given 5 seconds maybe for a contact warning. Whatever that could have been, that may have been part of the melee that we saw earlier on, or possibly why Leonardo Taggio has walked away from the remainder of this heat. Nevertheless, though, it's the 74 holding off the attentions of Marcus Story, who's just picked his way past the 68 of Joe Taylor. Marcus on the 22. He started a long way down, some 20th position, I think. He's picking his way through quite nicely. Winner of an earlier heat this morning. Marcus is always one to watch. He's always been very quick in this category. To get on the outside, out Oblivion, there's a move you don't see very often. Will it compromise on the way up the hill, though? He's going to have a look for it. 74, no, thinks better of it this time round.
Yeah, so Marcus Dory's through on the 74 of Adam Kelly, so he's now into... Where is he now? He's ahead of Kelly into 7th place. Kelly's now got Joe Taylor on his tail, and it's Matthew Lawrence in 10th position. It's Simon Janou, who's the only... or one of the... I think he's the guest driver in this race. Tommy Rose, the only novice driver remaining in this one now. I'll get an update as to where he is. I don't think he's actually competing in this race, actually. It's Tommy Rowe. Oh, and that's a kart spinning on the entry to the boot. Who is that that's gone round? That has to be the 140.
Hayden Taylor. I was just singing his praises. I think he's locked up the rear there and taken himself out of the race. It doesn't seem...
Oh, the rear bumper's gone. You can see the rear bumpers.
He might have had a love tap then and been pushed around then.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of the TKM classes here, it's with the push start. It's not a case of just press the start button and off you go again. It essentially ends your race.
So another one bites the dust, unfortunately, in this heat. And there we see the 74 go wide at Aspie. Can he rejoin the track safely? He does.
Yeah, he had more than a helping hand from Simon Janal. Sorry there, Tom, but he had more than a helping hand from Simon Janal, who shoved him off, I would say. And that exit on the side of Ashby is a horrible piece of grass to be on. It's so bumpy, full of potholes. Yeah,
Adam Kelly is now dropped down the order, and this is the 2nd and 3rd place drivers, Scott Williams and Michael Cornell. Ahead of him is Don Pine. He may only have a 1 second lead, but he'll be happy with that because he's got these two fighting amongst themselves. So there's a chance for him to try and bridge out that gap, whilst Williams and Cornell fight for honours to finish in the silver medal position for this heat. And there's only 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. By the time they get round, I reckon we'll get 3 more laps.
Yeah, much better showing from Scott Williams this time. I think he's probably got his kart together, and hanging on to that second quite well, isn't he? He's not really showing too much difference on the lap times with our leader, Dominic Pine. Very similar, in fact, only 1/100th of a second difference in their best time. Michael Cornell, he's close enough to have a look, isn't he? And as we come up to Christmas, I would say, do we see Scott Williams go defensive? We do not. Does Michael Cornell think about it? He probably did, but thinks better of it this time round. Yeah, we'll have a look again in Ashby's, I think.
Marcus Dorries moved up into 5th place at the expense of Ryan Gill and Joe Taylor. So he is now around about 5 seconds off Mister. So I think he'll be reasonably happy to finish in 5th place considering everything that's happened in this. But there we look at Williams and Cornell through Chapman for the 3rd to last time in this race. And Dom Pine, who you just saw briefly in your picture, is coming around to begin his penultimate lap. Look and see further down the field to see if there's any other battles going on. There are 2 drivers going through Chapman now, both wearing black helmets, who are in a really good scrap actually as they come into the infield and heading towards the boot now. That's the number 4 up the inside. That'll be Matthew Lawrence on Simon Jodno. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd place, we see Williams and Cornell nose to tail as they come through there. It's the 74 of Matthew Lawrence. Is that Matthew Lawrence? No, it's not. It's Kelly, isn't it? Adam Kelly is the one that spun round.
Yeah, I don't know if he had a helping hand there or not, because he was together with somebody else in the circuit. When I glanced out the window, we were talking about the 2nd place battle here on screen. But nevertheless, he's got that kart going as we round ourselves. Where's our leader gone?
Well, we'll pick up in a moment, but there we see another battle further down the field. I can't tell by the sunlight which karts are those. But the last lap has been started now by Dom Pine ahead of Scott Williams and Michael Cornell.
Here they are as our leading trio heading up to Christmas Corner for the last time. I think Scott Williams has got a bit of a gap, hasn't he, now on Michael Cornell? Is that how it's going to finish? I think Cornell's going to have some work to do to gain that couple of kart lengths with the limited time he's got left. Good try though, isn't it, by Dominic Pine in this one? He's certainly shown his worth, hasn't he, in this heat?
Absolutely so. And Pine is on his way to victory. Looking how he got on in the earlier race, he finished 2nd. Cornell won that one, but Cornell's going to finish 3rd. Scott Williams, who ended up quite far down the field in the first one. I'm not sure if he actually took part in that first heat. Either way, Dom Pine takes the latest heat in the 100 UK Seniors ahead of Scott Williams and Michael Cornell in a photo finish.
Just wait for our 4th position man. Here he is. Oliver Mister's taking his best result of the day so far with the 4th place. Marcus Dorey, he made some spots, didn't he? He was up some goods. Where was he? On the grid. He was a long way down. He's 18 spots he's made. So it's a great drive by Marcus Dorey. Joe Taylor's recovered some speed this afternoon after his spin earlier on. He finishes in 6th. Ryan Gill crosses the line in 7th. Matthew Lawrence with his impending penalty. We'll see how that affects him, but that will drop him down out of the top 10. So that will promote Simon Janelle up into 8th position. Brendan Williams will be 9th and Tom Pattle will be 10th as the rest still filter through.
I think Artie Cameron will move up as well, so that will drop Matthew Lawrence down to 12th place. Andrew Hicks was 13th, followed by Oliver Warner and Hannah Dawkins. Adam Kelly did not actually make it to the end. So out of 26 starters, only 15 made it to the checkered flag.
Oh, that was just like TKM of the 90s. That was perfect. Thanks, boys. A perfect rendition of how it used to be.
That's like from a race on Grand Prix 2, the Microprose Grand Prix 2.
Yeah.
Those of you who are old enough to remember, you do know what I'm on about.
I remember that. Oh, that was good.
What a race.
What a race.
That was chaotic. By far the most chaotic we've had all day.
Definitely. I'm surprised by the amount of brake failures we saw. Marcus Gray into the boot on the 27. You could see the rod was not attached. And then I forgot who shot off at the top of Christmas Corner now. Still, nevertheless, that's not a place you want to go off with the brake failure. But he did well to get it around most of the corner, I think, before he hit anything. Give himself a bit more room to scrub some speed off.
May have a little bit of delay with all the karts that had stopped on the circuit, which will give us a little bit more time to run through what is happening in the next race. Well, we've got 32 drivers in the next one, Gaz. It's the GX UK Juniors, and it's their 4th heat of the weekend that we are going to be that is going to be happening next. So just looking at the earlier heat, which Sam Blamey won earlier, and that was partly down to the fact that Jake, his brother, I presume, had basically built up a gap for him whilst running in second place, and Blamey was just unstoppable. There was no way anyone was going to catch him in that earlier heat. And so we wait for the GX UK Juniors to go on circuit. 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and that will remain that way until we get to the finals later today. So the GX UK Juniors, let's have a rundown on who is lining up where. So we've got Riley Potts and Lucas Brown on the front row, followed by Ollie Chandler and Alfie Nichols, with Evan Withington and Zach Yimmons-Thomas on row number 3, Bella Frode and Noah Denham on row number 4, and it's Fred Pollard and Jake Blamey on row number 5. Joe Hoare and Tyler Rickard on row 6, followed by Oliver Claydon and Denny Dowling. And then it's Leonardo Pelagi and Jack Griggs on the 8th row. Lucas Deere and Angus Lanley on the 9th row, with Oliver Soto and Zach Andrews on row 10. Dan Blake Pugh and James Brown on row 11, followed by Harry Lloydell and Tom Lydiard. And it's Zach Cleland Morris and Leo Anderson on row 13, followed by Finlay Reid and Jess Tonks. Casey Pickup and Nick Buss on row 15, and at the back on the 16th and final row of the grid are Jaden Basson and Lewis Prendergast.
Only 32 karts, eh? What a field. Goes to show how popular it is, doesn't it? And it's great, it's so accessible, like cost-wise and things. If you've ever thought about karting and things like that, the GX UK stuff is really good for affordability. One set of tyres for the season, which is always helpful. The Vegas are pretty durable, so there's no wets.
And so, reaching 25 to 2 in the afternoon for those in the UK. If you are watching us around the world, whether you're watching us in Australia, in Brazil, in the USA, or South Africa, we do welcome you.
Or the UAE, most likely right now.
Or the UAE, of course. A shout out to Nick and Joe, who are over there. So the field are coming around the last corner now. Look like they are ready to go. The red light becomes green, and we are good to go. And Riley Potts will lead the field into Oblivion and Crook. There was a little bit of contact as they went through that. And there's a kart spinning around at the back. We'll come to that in a moment, but they're coming towards Christmas Corner now. And there we see, it was like 3 wide into Christmas Corner. I couldn't see who that was in the black helmet, but someone's gone onto the grass, and that's going to cause problems behind. And it's a concertina. It's a concertina involving the 29 in the field.
Peretti.
Oh, what a day he's having.
Yeah, he's been quick as well, hasn't he? So that's unfortunate. Oh, it's Pelagi, my apologies.
It's Pelagi.
I knew it was a P in it somewhere. But yeah, absolutely right there, Tom. That one mistake cutting over the grass there bunched the field back up, and it was a kind of where do we go next, and the grass was the best option, wasn't it?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Riley Potts is in the lead over Lucas Brown in second position. And then behind them, looking at the kart number, as they exit the right 46, that's Evan Whippington. And now you can see the 77 of Lucas Brown is now down to 4th position at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, they've certainly changed around a bit, haven't they, since the start of that race? Front of the grid is not at the front of the grid anymore. Riley Potts taking the lead in the number 5. As they head through Inkermans at the top. There's a horrible bump there. You can see this where the black and the grey skips where the karts are hopping so much. You can't really set the kart up for that one corner. You kind of just have to deal with it. But yeah, as we head through into Parker, out the other side, avoiding the little dip. That's on the exit of the cut through there. Through Chapman. Bit of a mistake there, I think. That was by Ollie Chandler, wasn't it? Got a lot of oversteering as he exited that to enter the back straight, but it's not really cost him anything. Evan Withington will be thinking about a move to set up from about this point. Get a clean exit through pit bend.
Oh, look at that. That's the 7th. Lucas Brown getting out of shape. I have to say, full marks for control through that. Anyone else would probably have gone round.
Yeah, that was class bit of tank slapping, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He held on to it nicely there, didn't he? As we pick up with the battle for 5th place, isn't it? between the 56 and the 3, Noah Denham and Jack Griggs. Jack had a great first couple of heats earlier on.
So we see the field go through Ashby. Just to let you know, I think it was Jess Tongs who spun on the exit of Crook on the opening lap, hence why she's at the back of the field. There goes the number 3 on the 56 for position. That will be Jack Griggs on Noah Denham. And talking Richard, Jack Griggs has just been given a contact warning.
Yeah, that was a little bump at Christmas a lap ago.
Sorry, Gaz, that was a contact also at the entry to the boot. They just survived that, but I thought that was going to end in tears.
Hopefully. Well, it hasn't, has it? Which is thankful. So they live to fight another day. So they sort themselves out across the start line and enter another lap. This squabbling mid-pack, again, just showing us why this class is so good, aren't they? I mean, it's I think a quarter of the field are novice drivers, which is great to see. As 33 of Jake Blamey is a bit further back this time than I thought he would have been, is he? He's down in, where is he, 9th at the minute. Does he look... Oh, no, he's gone up a place from his 10th grid.
It's not exactly like it's going to be ordered considerably, is it?
No.
So there we see the 71 and the 46. That's the battle for second place, actually, between Ollie Chandler and Evan Withington. Riley Potts is, he's in command of this one, even though it's not quite a whole second in the lead. It feels like he's kind of stroking along a little bit, because whilst he's leaving these two for dead, he can just focus on his own race. The battle for fourth, however, between Lucas Brown and Jack Griggs is hotting up.
Yeah, but Jack all over the back of Lucas Brown in the 77 as they head through Oblivion and Crook out the other side. And here's the move. Is he going to look for the inside? The 77 holding the defensive line to narrow the angle for Jack Griggs, but Jack doesn't care about that and moves up a spot.
Yeah, it's a good
move.
Great move from Griggs on Brown at Christmas corner. How long will it be before Noah Denham decides? Oh, that was a bump tap. Yeah. That was a push to pass overtake.
Yes, quite. A lot of hand waving. What do you do that for? But I think they'll sort themselves, if they have sorted themselves back out into the order they were, so that's good. As Jack Griggs stays ahead of the 56 and the 78 into the boot. How much curb are they going to take this time? All of it or none of it? All of it.
Well, I know one did, and that's he was off. The whole kart was off the ground.
Honestly, I hope the photographer's got some shots of that. I'd love to see that after this race.
I mean, the pay they're going to get from that is just going to be cha-ching.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a great spot for photographs, as that's Lash again, that is for sure. As we watch the 46 of Evan Withington. Again, can't really seem to find a way around the second place man, can he, of Ollie Chandler. This has been going on for a couple of laps now, all the while helping Riley Potts just ever so slowly eke out that lead. Up to 1.3 now. I would say he's trying overly hard to extend that, is he? He's driving very smoothly and calmly. He's not having to worry about somebody hot on his heels, is he? So he's like you said, Tom, he's allowed to drive his own race at his own pace in his own way, and it's working.
I wonder how he's set those slicks up for earlier, because we mentioned about the different ways, because we mentioned that they're basically running the same tyre, but how they set it up for these races could differ from one driver to another. Yeah,
and it's all about the PSI. Hello?
Oh, that's the 20 and the 33. They've collided at the last turn. That's Jake Blamey and Alfie Nichols. Both of them have come together. Luckily, they've got going again, but have lost a bundle of time and a bundle of places.
Yeah, I was just watching Jake Blamey like, get off me, move that kart. Wheels the other one out of the way. And needless to say, the circuit is clear and they've continued on the way, albeit it's hindered their race in Heat 4. But nevertheless, we continue our attentions at the front of the field where we follow second and third. Again, still, Evan Withington, it's just not quite there, is he?
No.
He's there, but there's the last little bit, isn't there? That last kind of 2% that he needs to make this move happen and hang on to it. Because I think he is quicker. He's showing the signs of being a bit quicker. He's all over the back of him. He hasn't lost any time anywhere on Ollie Chandler.
Yeah. I'll tell you one driver who is in trouble, and that's Noah Denham, because he's been given a 3-second time penalty for contact. So 3 seconds will be added to his time. He's going to fall out of the top 10, no doubt.
Ooh, I wonder what that was for. I wonder, because he was running, wasn't he, with the 33 of Jake Blamey. I wonder if they've had a coming together, and that's what's caused Jake to tumble down the order. But the stewards can pick that one apart. Nevertheless, Are we into traffic already, or is that just... Are we watching the number 3 of Jack Griggs catch up with these leading...
I'm
these
looking at
second, thirds?
the gaps behind. It might be Casey Pickup.
I think
who's
you're right.
been lapped by the leaders.
Yes, the number... Is that the 13? Yeah, the
Yes,
number 13.
it's
You're
Casey
absolutely
Pickup's
right.
getting out of the way, yeah.
Yeah,
She's got out of the
fair
way of the leader. Now she has to get out of the way of these two. Oh, don't get in the way, Casey.
Oh, no, it's good.
Yeah.
She spotted all 3 of them. Well done.
Yeah, well
Good
done there,
driving.
Casey. Yeah, she got out of the way at the right spot. Now she can allow these 3 to battle amongst themselves. Jack Griggs has done very well to get involved in this, so the battle for the win, battle for second place is on, and Alfie Nichols is now the latest. I think he was the one at fault for the incident with Jake Blamey at the last turn. 5 seconds it is for him.
Well, that's interesting. So Jake's not going to be overly happy with that. That's dropped into 21st, hasn't it?
Yeah, it'll feel like it's a penalty that's not.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's always the worst, isn't it? Especially if you get nerfed off and then the other guy who gets the penalty finishes the race ahead of you. Still, nevertheless, we've got Jack Grigg looking down the inside at Parker. We've not seen him move there today. Thinks better of it. Showing the nose there is always brave, but it's not always the opportune or the quickest way around as you head into Chapman. Is that moving in a straight line? I don't know how you call that, if that's a thing. But nevertheless, I think Jack Griggs is going to get this one done sooner rather than later, with only a lap to go as our leader, Riley Potts, disappears off into the distance in front of us through Crook and Oblivion and Crooks up the hill, up into Christmas Corner, and this battle still rages on.
Yeah, second, third and fourth, you are watching. Ollie Chandler leaving Evan Withinson, leaving Jack Griggs. Griggs is looking for a move on Withinson. He cannot find a way past, and they go through Enkermans and Ashby for the last time. Chandler doing his utmost to hold on here. The marshal doesn't know whether to show the blue flag there or not, unless he's looking at another driver further on around the circuit. But there is Chandler, Withinson and Griggs coming through. But we look at Riley Potts, who's just put a lap on Jess Tonks. And this has been this typical drive from Riley all the way through. And he's going to lead Chandler, Withinson and Griggs over the line. Potts takes the win in the GX UK Juniors heat number 4. Second will be Ollie Chandler, ahead of Evan Withinson and Jack Griggs.
Good drive by our leading 4 as Zach Andrews comes home in 5th with Lucas Brown in 6th. Marcus Anley's up, he was up a few spots. Where did he start? Because he's come up from, well, in fact he's lost 4. I'm looking at, I am reading it right, yeah. Marcus Angley 6th, he made up 11 spots in that heat, so good drive by him on the end plates, as we'd expect to see.
Angus Langley you're talking about?
Yes.
P7.
What did I say?
You said 6th.
Correct, I did say 6th. Good spot. So I'm glad one of us knows what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, that's why there's 2 of us and not one.
Quite.
There's 2 drivers, of course, with penalties as well. Ricky Collard. Sorry, not Ricky Collard. Alfie Nichols is what I was trying to say. Noah Denham. I don't know why I said Ricky Collard. I was thinking of Rickard, I think, one of the drivers in the other heats there. So I apologise for that. So Alfie Nichols' time penalty, he ended up finishing down in 21st place. His time penalty will drop him 2 positions, which is no consolation to Jake Blamey.
I don't think it'll make too much difference to his finals. I mean, as a position filtered down for points, it's only 1 point per position difference.
Right. And Noah Denham's penalty of 3 seconds has cost him 3 places, so he drops from 12th to 15th.
That'll hurt a bit more. Still, nonetheless, you have to say, point out the novices. Zach Andrews, our first novice home in 5th position, he was up some 15 spots.
What a performance from Zach.
Yeah.
That's a great drive.
Round of applause from the commentary team, I tell you, because that's not an easy thing to do as a novice.
No. So let's just run down on the result then. Riley Potts is the winner over Ollie Chandler. Evan Withinson in 3rd place ahead of Jack Griggs. Zach Andrews with an astonishing drive to 5th position from 20th. Lucas Brown in 6th place, followed by Angus Langley ahead of Tyler Rickard. Denny Dowling and Fred Pollard ran out the top 10. Leo Anderson in 11th place, followed by Noah Denham, drops to 15th. So it's Lewis Prendergast who came through from 32nd to 12th. And we've cut away from our timing pages straight into the next heats, and we'll run down on who is lining up where in that particular race.
And it is the 100 UK Junior. This is their 3rd heat and will be their final heat before we move towards the B finals this afternoon, which we'll talk about when we get there.
So run down on the grid in the 100 UK Juniors. Jaden Solo on pole ahead of Zach Lowe. and it's Jack Scott and Kai Turner on the second row. Dan Clayton and Logan Pedge on row 3, and it's Leo Stern and Tom Platten on the 4th row. Seth Jones and Devon Giles on the 5th row of the grid, followed by Harry Bowler and Lucas Kelly. Jess Williams and Louis Ngai on the 7th row. Then it's Mason Pennington and Jensen Houghton in 15th and 16th. Oliver Borg and Elena Osbar-Scott on row 9, with Harry Platten and Milo Purchase on the 10th row. Then we've got our 4 novices at the back: Will Brooks, Ben Pinfold, Ezra Grove and Zach Mentz. As the drivers are going round one more time. It's not the start of the race yet. That's just to get the drivers back into formation before this race begins. Although it is a 1.1 kilometre circuit, sometimes it isn't enough. Probably need a couple of kilometres before the field can get back into formation.
Yes, quite. And as we say, with these being a bump start down the pit lane, if you haven't got the legs for it, or it doesn't catch, you'll never be trying to do it again. But as you say, it's a long enough track with some cut through, so it's not too difficult to get these guys to go around again and get the whole field formed up to get them going.
Behind the karting wheel, supporting Evan Withinson, who competed in the last race, he'll have been a very, very happy person. I don't know if it's a man or a woman or trans, but whoever it is will be a very, very proud individual, because he finished very strongly in that last heat. Jaden Solo in the number 1, you can see in the multicoloured kart, and you got the 57 Zach Lowe in the black kart with the white helmet. And the field are coming through to kickstart this race, this latest heat. And we are good to go. 24 karts in this one. It is green. And we'll look at Zach Lowe, who's got the jump on Jaden Solo at the start. There's a car off on the far side there. And he's able to rejoin the racetrack. Now we're coming towards Christmas Corner. And that looks like Jack Scott on the inside of Jaden Solo. It might be Kai Turner, as we see someone else go through the gravel on the outside, but no harm done. In fact, it's Kai Turner who's going through on Zach Lowe for the lead. So the Macy Cup winner is through into the lead. Oh, there's 2 karts off though. That's the 0-9. That's Jaden Solo and Jack Scott on the entry to Parker. Both of them are out.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what they did there. It's like one just drove into the back of the other one, and they took each other out. 2 of our quick drivers now not competing for the rest of this heat. And that's going to split the front as well, isn't it? Because we're going to see a gap now between, I think it was 2nd and 3rd, wasn't it? Or was it 1st and 2nd? They were 2nd and 3rd, and now they're not.
I think they were maybe 2nd and 4th in that one before they collided. So that's a huge chain of events there. I think someone else had stopped on the circuit. I think it was the 44 that had stopped out on the racetrack. I think I've got it on my notes here. It's Harry Platten. So he's not shown on the timing page on here, but I have seen that he's 44 is on the side of the circuit. It must have stopped on the formation lap, Gaz.
Yeah,
hence why he didn't get going.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I didn't see the number come through either, but you've got good eyes to see that from here.
Sorry, there's another car. That's the 69 going round. That will be Leo Stern, who was running in 6th position before that spin, and he's the latest to bite the dust.
Did he have a helping hand in that, or did he do that by himself?
I don't know. I think he's had contact with someone.
Well, it's an odd place to fall off the circuit after the hairpin. But nevertheless, it's kinetic. This is not already. We only had 2 minutes. As they filter through the Pitts Bend chicane, it's given a gap, hasn't it, to our race leader, Kai Turner, as they kind of squabble behind him. He's got some 3.3 seconds now over our 2nd place man, Zach Lowe, in the 57.
After only 2 laps as well, Kai Turner. And there's the number 7 going through on the 41. That's Devon Giles on Logan Pedge. And there is Lucas Kelly going through the open door. What about Harry Bowler? Is he able to go through as well? I couldn't quite see from that angle. He probably didn't. But we'll see soon enough. You can't even see Kai Turner in that image. That's how far he is ahead of the rest.
Yeah, he certainly made use of the incident-packed start as we see another clash.
This is going to cause huge problems behind. That's the 57. Zach Lowe running in 2nd place.
Devon Giles, I think, is the other card, the number 7.
That's over at Chapman Corner. I really feared that more drivers are going to get involved in that.
Yeah, that's scary. To be in the middle of the road there. No, thank you. But honestly, this is decimating the field, isn't it? Look at them all jumping up. Let's move up Yelena Oshbar-Scott up into 7th position, where she was absolutely nowhere at the start of this heat. She's made up 11 places because of it.
That's Jess Williams fighting out with Elena Ospar-Scott, who's come through the field amazingly well, up from 18th, and she's up to P7. This is an astonishing drive from Elena Ospar-Scott, battling it out with Jess Williams. It's Mason Pennington who's the next driver ahead in the 23, though, in the white helmet you can see in your picture. It's been encouraging from both Jess and Elena, who have put on a real good show today.
Yeah, Elena, who won that first heat of the day, didn't finish in the last one, but much the same as Jess Williams, where Jess didn't finish the first heat but finished very strongly. I think 4th or 5th, wasn't it, in the heat she last competed in this morning. So yeah, great to see the two girls up the front of the Junior UK.
We begin lap number 5, 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go, plus the 1 lap once the time reaches 0. And there we look at Elena Ospar-Scott with Jess Williams in the pink helmet at Christmas Corner. They've been keeping it clean so far. I just hope it remains that way between now and the end, considering the nature of how this race has played out. The 67 of Harry Bowler is behind, and it's Louis Ngai who's getting himself involved in the action over at Parker, and that was superb. That was a clean overtake. It was risky, but it paid off.
Yeah, and that's a late apex corner as well. The curb kind of comes into view as you're halfway around the corner there, so to get that pulled off, I mean, that's the thing. I think that's the first move we've seen, isn't it, at Parker's today? So yeah, very impressive. Not a normal overtaking spot.
Tom Platten in second place. You can see the gap between him and Kai Turner in the lead. Now nearly 8 seconds. 8 seconds, and we've got over 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
Yeah, he's already off into next week, isn't he, at this rate? He's absolutely torn away.
He's probably heading off to Clay Pigeon at this rate.
I think he's halfway there, isn't he? But he's lapping some 2 seconds or just slightly over a second a lap faster than our second place man, Tom Platten. Not to say Tom's holding them up at all. I think Kai Turner is just that fast this afternoon.
Logan Page in third position. There's a contact warning flag for Lucas Kelly as well, so he needs to be on his toes between now and the end. Considering how this race has gone, we don't want to be getting a penalty of this rate. The highest of the novices in the field is Will Brooks, who's running in P12. There goes Williams on... Is that Pennington she's going through? She tried to get through on him, and then now she's left herself exposed to Ospar-Scott. Oh, this could get very, very messy here, because you see Ospar-Scott had to get out of it, off the throttle, and through went Louis Ngai into P7.
Yeah, that was a bit of a compromise, wasn't it, by Jess Williams there, but she did the right thing. She held her line, which slowed everybody else down around her, so she popped up the other side, still ahead of the squabbling pack as Elena Ospar-Scott takes that position back that she lost from the number 4 of Louis Ngai, as they head down into the Ashby hairpin, all very much line astern for once in this heat. Can you believe that?
Scott, just to update you, he's actually still going in this race, running in P17. The next driver is chasing his Milo Purchase. Elena Scott thought about a move on Williams at the moment. She's got back ahead of Ngai now, which is good for her, as they all come through towards the boot. And there we see another pass as well from the 34. That was Oliver Borg through on the 67 of Harry Bowler. Up to 9th he goes now. And the next driver will be the 20 of Seth Jones.
Yeah, good strong drive by Oliver Borg so far in the 34. Heat winner last time out, of course. He's up some 7 positions, and he will be not done yet, that is for sure. He's going to be on the back of the number 4 any time now. I think might be close enough to have a go into Atten, or I don't know. I've said it. Nah, it's not this time. But certainly towards the boot and whatnot, he'll be looking for a move. Made a move a lap ago, coming through Chapman, so it was a yellow flag, so let's put the kibosh on that.
Yeah.
But we'll see how this...
Who's the latest to have stopped them?
Is it at Parker's?
Is at Parker, yeah. I don't know which kart that is.
No,
I can look on the timing pages. Well, Leo Stern, so it might be Sack Mentz. I think Sack Mentz was the one that stopped. So hence why... Oh, sorry, just to interrupt you. Williams lost places at the boot. She lost like 3 places through there, and now she's down behind the 34 of Oliver Borg in 9th position.
Yeah, she got tapped sideways there, and that's cost her 3 spots, but she'll gather herself up and get her head down again with a couple of laps to go yet. 38 seconds on the board.
It might be 3 actually, because Kai Turner is that far out in front. He might get over the line before the clock reaches 0.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, so it might buy the other drivers a little bit of time. So Kai Turner, as you see the 2-2 and the 76 battling out there. I think 76 might be a back marker. I think the 2-2 of Tom Platten was not too pleased with the 76 that didn't get out of the way, and that was Sack Mentz.
Yeah, not really sure what's going on there, but it certainly compromised the 2-2 of Tom Platten in second position.
And Jess Williams has been penalised now as well, presumably for contact earlier on in the race. Goes from bad to worse for her. So her 3-second time penalty will cost her, she's looking at 4 positions lost at that. So she could go down from 9th to 13th.
Yeah, as we pick up our battle for second place, it's Logan Pedge who's taken away the second from our 222 of Tom Platten in that melee with the back marker. It's certainly cost Thomas a fair bit of time. He had a bit of a gap over Logan a lap ago, but that's all gone now as they've swapped positions with what was soon to be the final lap.
Yeah, there's plenty of karts battling over where Ashby and Parker are, and are they going to get through safely here? It's all nipping, so it's like 6 or 7 karts fighting over the same piece of tarmac. But the leaders are coming around to begin their final lap of the race. Are we going to be seeing changes in the field? The 23 of Mason Pennington going off the circuit briefly, as we see the 41 of Logan Page holding on ahead of Tom Platten, but not for long, because the two are side by side coming towards oblivion. Platten having to get out of the throttle before they get there. And now we're looking at karts further down the field. We're on the final lap of the race.
So our race leader, Kyle Turner, who's absolutely walked away with this one, some 14 seconds, barely believable, 14 seconds up the road. But I want to see this battle for second position unfold as Logan Pedge is hanging on by probably his fingertips and everything else he can hang on to from Tyler Platten as they duke it out through and come down the hill into Chandler's. It's not Chandler's, it's Chapman's.
Yeah. Either way, Kai Turner will take the checker flag, but I want to go to the battle for second place involving Logan Pedge and Tom Platten as they're coming through the boot for the last time. Where are Logan Pedge and Tom Platten? Are they heading through the last corner now? I think they're coming through here. Look, there's the 41, there's the 222, and it is Logan Pedge who holds on to second place ahead of Tom Platten, and it's Lucas Kelly who's going side by side with Oliver Borg and Elena Osbar-Scott. It's Elena Osbar-Scott who snaps 4th place by 100th of a second on Oliver Borg.
Beautiful. 3 wide at the finish. Why not? This is exactly what we come for racing for, isn't it? They finished, the 3 of them were separated by 500ths of a second. Unbelievable.
So running through the result then, as we wait for the remaining cars to head over the line. The race winner being Kai Turner. Do you know the gap? 14.9 seconds, which is the biggest margin of victory so far today. Logan Page second, ahead of Tom Platten. Then it's Elena Osbar-Scott in 4th place, snatched it right at the end from Oliver Borg. She came through very nicely as well, 18 to 4th, so hats off to her. Oliver Borg 5th, followed by Lucas Kelly. Then it's Louis Nguy in 7th, Mason Pennington 8th, Seth Jones 9th, and Will Brooks finishing the highest of the novices inside the top 10. Well done to him. Jess Williams 11th, but her 3-second time penalty will drop her to 12th. So it's Ben Pinfold who will be 11th. Harry Bowler will be in 13th place. Jack Scott 14th, and it's Milo Purchase. Ezra Grove, Devon Giles, who finished a lap down. Dan Clayton, Zach Mentz. Leo Stone was 20th, although we did lose him earlier on. And we also lost Zach Lowe, Jaden Solo, and Harry Plutton had stopped on circuit during the formation lap.
Good race there, wasn't it?
Oh, it was beautiful. Again, chaotic again.
Yes. 3-4 wide. I think as I look through time in there, we had 7th and 8th across the line at exactly clocked over, 8th and 9th. Mason Pennington and Seth Jones crossed the line side by side with nothing between them. Nothing. Not a sing. Not a 10th, not a 100th. Nothing. So that went to Mason Pennington, who would have been ahead through probably the last checkpoint on the circuit.
So you probably wouldn't fit a ruler through that gap.
No, nothing.
So when I say the end of the ruler, I don't mean
long ways.
It's like vertically. You wouldn't fit the vertical side of a ruler in between the gap.
Yeah. I wish you could have seen Tom describe that with his hands then.
If there was a camera pointing me, I would be able to describe it to our audience. But yeah, I'm sure they'll know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but that was a great race. Brilliant overtake. Aside from the incident at the start there, that was proper 100 UK racing, which is what I love to watch. This class is so good.
What's coming up next? Well, it's the 115 UK, and it's the 3rd heat of the weekend for then. After that, it's the Mod 160 GX UK Pro Karts, and then after that, it's the GX UK Juniors 2nd heat, as far as I am aware. We are approaching 5 minutes past 2, although I think this might be the penultimate heat we've got out of all the classes, actually. So we've got this one and the mods and the GX UK Pro Karts to do, and then we've got the finals to come, with the B finals first and then the finals after.
Yeah, so we're approaching the end of our heats for the day. There's an awful lot of carts that's being collected out there, isn't there? So the heats will work that. We have 2 more to go. We have the 115 UK next for their final heat, then the final heat for the Mod 160s and the GX UK Pro Karts. We're moving to B finals. What's a B final? Well, the B final is quite simply where we've got bigger fields over 34 karts. Whoever finished 34th or 35th and below will move to a B final. And it will work out that the first, I think it's the top 4 that get moved up, and they'll go to the back of the grid for the A final. But I will clarify that one. I think it's top 4, so we'll have 34 karts in the final. Will they be called the A final? I'm sure that made some sort of sense.
We'll get that clarification very, very soon, but we have got a couple more heats to come before the B finals come around, as they will. We are scheduled for the next heat, the 115 UK third and final heat of the weekend, to be staged in around about a minute's time. But considering there's been karts being moved off the racetrack during that last race, we may see a slight delay to proceedings. So just bear with us on that. So in case you're wondering, who is lined up in the third heat of 115 UK? So you've got Sam Taylor and James Cannon on the front row, Ben Jessup and Jordan Colson on row number 2. That's Gordon Smith and Faith Hunting on row number 3, followed by Oscar Stevenson and Pete Newman on the 4th row. Running up the top 10 are Lee Harrison and Dom Cliff. Then it's James King and Declan Shanahan. Charlie Mackin and Jamie Crease on row 7. Then it's Alex Thomas and Dominic Houghton. And it's Lee Gadsby and Ash Robinson on the 18th row. Sam Cope and Paul Garner on row 10. Ryan Cole and Charlie Rowe on row 11. And the only driver on the 12th and final row of the grid is Mason Keeble.
Lovely. To clarify the A and the B finals, it will be 2 drivers that move from the B final forward to compete in the A. Like I say, they'll be shuffled to the back of the grid if they finish in first, second. So in the B final, if you don't finish in first or second, you're going home. So we're going to pay special attention to that and see who goes forward. All adds extra wear and tear to the tyres and everything else, but yeah, this is racing. This is what we're coming for, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Like I say, we have had a slight delay because of the karts that stopped on circuit during the course of that one. I mean, the biggest loss in that one was Jaden Solo, who got taken out by Jack Scott. Sorry. That was a turning point in the race, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it really split the race up, didn't it? After that, I mean, gave Kai Toner a huge advantage anyway, which he doubled pretty much. Really split up the middle of the pack, didn't it? I say the middle of the pack, the top 10 anyway. I mean, there's some, looking at the time, in 10th position, finished some 25 seconds behind. We've not seen that all day, have we? I know, I mean, even if you take away Kai Turner, my words are failing me this afternoon, apparently. Turner. Yeah, thank you. Even if you take away that 15-second advantage, that's still 15 seconds off second place, isn't it? Which is quite big.
He could have exceeded track limits a few times and still won the race.
Yeah, quite. 3 second penalties.
If he was that determined to go quicker than he was, because his best time in that race was a 51.7.
Yeah, 1 second faster than anybody else. How did he do that?
In 11 laps.
That's yeah, fair play to him. Very good drive. Whatever he's got under that is a rocket ship, isn't it? Because it's quite something.
The kart is clearly dialed in for him.
Yeah,
it's abundantly clear, and it's down to everyone else to really catch up.
And of course, one thing we haven't touched upon is the fact this could be a local circuit for him. He could be from this part of the world, so his knowledge of Whilton Mill will far exceed possibly other places that this calendar goes to. The series goes to on the calendar this year. So there's a little bit of nuances and factors that play a big part in it, isn't there?
And shout out to Brad Philpott and saying what a day so far. Well, it certainly has been, Paul. Brad. I was thinking of someone else that might have been competing, but thank you for the commenting in the live chat. There was another Evan Withington supporter in the live chat who will be very, very happy with his performance today as well. And someone's coming in with a question in relation to Sharrock earlier. saying, why does he have an emoji next to his name on the timing tower?
That'll be from when you can sign on Alpha Timing when you enter your name. Apparently you can enter emojis, but if you thought his keyboard on his phone, he's probably put an emoji on the end when he signed on. Yeah, probably.
And we've got this penultimate heat. This one is the 115 UK third heat within the class. You can see that's Gordon Smith in the M plate. And the Macy Kart winner will start third, or will be on the second row. I mean, in actual fact, he's showing like he's at the head of the field, isn't he? So who's the other driver? There it is. Look. Yeah, I wondered why Gordon Smith was lining up on the front row there. But thankfully, he's now behind Ben Jessup and Oscar Stevenson. The field are not bunched up yet, so they will do another lap before this race gets underway.
Yeah, the stragglers just coming out of Chapman. As we go around one more time.
So here we are. They're still under formation as far as this race is concerned. And so we look forward to the beginning of this third and final heat. Who will take victory? Do let us know in the live chat who you got your money on. These have put on a really, really good show today. In fact, all the classes have. I think we've seen some really, really brilliant competitors, quicker than I thought they would be, quite frankly. I'm sure it's some of which have caught Gaz by surprise about how quick they've been.
Yes, definitely. There's been some amazing performances throughout all the classes we've seen. In this one, we're going to keep an eye on our 17th position guy, Pete Newman, on the 79. He's been really strong all day, hasn't he? We've got Gordon Smith in 8th. Jamie Crease has been quick, but he's not really shown that today so far. But here we go.
Here we go, indeed. We've got the number 11 of Dom Houghton and the 16 of Mason Keeble. Now remember, Keeble is one of the novices in the field along with Charlie Rowe. So he'll come out of the last corner now. And it's green. A lot of smoke all the way through Oblivion. Are they going to all get through safely here at Crook? Plenty of drivers running wide, but no harm done. You can see the top two of Gordon Smith attacking Sam Taylor for the lead. And you can see there's Justin for position further back through Christmas corner. And it seems like the 31 has got through, Jordan Coulson that is. And now through Ashby for the first time. Sam Taylor leading the way ahead of Gordon Smith. And the 18 of Ben Jessup is in third place. And it's the number 3 of Lee Harrison in fourth.
Yeah, and further back coming out of Crook, I saw Pete Newman. There's a move there by the number 2. Charlie Mackin, I think that was, wasn't it? Yeah. But Pete Newman had his front wheels completely off the ground as he'd gone over the back of another kart. But I think he lived to fight another day, and he's continued. We'll find out as they cross the stripe. So we pick up our number 18 poleman, Ben Jessup.
Yeah, over the line they come to complete the first lap, and Gordon Smith is now in second place. Lee Harrison bars his way through past Ben Jessup at the boot, and you can see in fifth position is Dom Cliff. So Dom Cliff so far in this one has made up 5 positions from where he has started. One brilliant starter is Ash Robinson, who's moved up from 18th to 6th.
Ash Robinson,
he's not done yet. He's going through on Dom Cliff at Ashby Corner. So Robinson on a charge.
Yeah, last time out winner, wasn't he? Ahead of Pete Newman. Pete, who's also made a couple of spots up, I just saw in the background. As we follow the number 7 and the M plate. Gordon Smith, I mean, he's been at the front pretty much all day, hasn't he? So to start at the front should give him the advantage, shouldn't it, to keep ahead of some of the quicker guys. But like you say, Ash Robinson has already scythed through the field and got himself up to 6th position only after 2 laps.
Over the line to complete lap number 2, and the changes in the field will come up as they head over. Robinson into 5th place, Jamie Crease and Pete Newman up the order. Declan Shanahan has had a really torrid second lap. He's down to P12. I think he's lost something like 5 positions on that second lap. And, well, he's got his work cut out between now and the end.
I wonder if he had a hand in that. You never know with these guys. They seem to be... contact has been the way of the day, hasn't it, so far? More often than not in this class. But nevertheless, the racing's been fought as Gordon sails the dummy but doesn't go with it.
Taylor leaves the door open for Smith to have a go, but no way through. I suppose that's the advantage of going that far out wide. You've got a little bit more room to get all the acceleration and traction on the exit and carry that through all the way towards the boots. But now, as they head through the chicane, I mean, it's not everyone's cup of tea, to be honest with you, this last chicane. Depends on who you ask that question to.
Yeah, quite. I mean, I think the drivers have got used to it now, so the complaints are minimal, really, but it adds to the racing, doesn't it? I mean, the photos that we've seen and the action we've had over today, well, them launching over those curbs and how it compromises them, as we switch for the lead, as Gordon Smith takes that away from Sam Taylor on the 7th. Are we going to see Lee Harrison make a move as well? He thinks better of it this time as they head down the hill into Ashby.
And Taylor is still holding on for second position. Smith is now in the lead as they go through Parker, and there we see Lee Harrison thinking about an overtake. He's going to the inside of Sam Taylor, and through goes Lee Harrison into second position. That was superb from Harrison to go on by, and watch out for Ash Robinson as well, going for fourth position past Jessup, and I think he's already got by Sam Taylor as well. So Ash Robinson, who's now up from 18th on the grid to third place.
And only in half a heat. And we've not had any incident really, have we, where people have fallen away. He's done this all by himself. That was a great performance in the first half of this race by Ash Robinson, who won the Heat 2, didn't he, earlier today? I don't think he's got as much work cut out as Pete Newman as well, makes a move up ahead of the 29. That was for
Don
5th
Cliff.
place. Yeah, Don Cliff. That was for 6th place, in fact. But yeah, this leading group is certainly sticking together. We're not really seeing a breakaway.
There we see the field. You can see the top 7 now, make that 8 and 9, all in the picture. Jamie Crease in 8th, Lee Gadsby 9th. And it's Charlie Mackin in 10th position. Faith Hunting is, she's dropped back from this now. And then she's got Declan Shannington for company. Pete Newman through on Ben Jessup into the boot. That was
What a great move.
It was a great move, robust but fair.
Yeah, it's not a move that we see very often, but before we had that chicane put in, the line was a lot different, and that was always an opportunity. It's gone for another move, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Already up into 4th place ahead of Sam Taylor into and out of oblivion. Got a bit of room to make up now. Sizable bit of air between him and Ash Robinson in 3rd, but I think Pete will be okay with that, and with 3 minutes on the clock, I'm sure that gap will whittle down.
Ben Jessup went through on Sam Taylor at Christmas Corner, so that's him up the order into 5th place. Pete Newman absolutely flying. I wonder what happened earlier had somewhat fueled him for this.
Without a doubt. Pete is... There have been times where I've seen him being caught up on accidents before. Sometimes his fault, sometimes not. But it's like that edge that you need to get yourself into gear, and off you go, and it lights the fire, and he's away. And he drives spectacularly well when he's in this type of mood, and he's showing it today.
Over the line to start lap number 7. Sam Taylor now down to P7 after being on pole earlier. Jamie Crease is the next driver that could potentially send him down the order. Through goes Pete Newman on Ash Robinson, and that was... It wasn't like a genuine overtake. It's more like Ash Robinson just completely left the door open, and he felt like it was not worth fighting.
Yeah, definitely. That week started a move started about a week ago, didn't it? There was so much time for Ash to check how far back Pete was and let him by. For whatever reason, Ash has been doing that today, hasn't he? A few times he did in Heat 1, didn't he? Where he let most of the leading, 5 or 6 through, didn't he? As opposed to battling for whatever reason, but he's shown he's got the pace. Whether he's got something else on the cards that he's trying to do for the final, I don't know, but surely you would just get on with it. Whatever it is.
Gordon Smith still in the lead, and it's Lee Harrison in second. Pete Newman up to third position, may become second if he gets a good enough drive out of Crook and heading into Christmas Corner. We're going to the inside of Lee Harrison, almost wheel to wheel, and you have to say Pete Newman pulled it off superbly.
Yeah, he's certainly got his eye in, isn't he, at that corner in this heat so far. How many overtakes has that been there now?
Pete Newman, he's gone up from 8th to 2nd now. Ash Robinson is in 4th place after starting 18th. And I'll give a shout out actually to Mason Keeble, one of the novice drivers in the field. I think he was running towards the front earlier. It's shown he's gone up from 23rd to 12th position, but at least he's kept himself in the fray for a possible top 10 finish. But you just see Pete Newman, who got great driving out the chicane, and this could be the moment where he has gone all the way to the front, and just like that, over at Oblivion and Crook, Pete Newman is the new race leader with a minute plus 1 lap remaining.
Yeah, he didn't hang about, did he? He wasn't waiting for Christmas, as we see Lee Harrison make a move past our former race leader, Gordon Smith, carrying that M plate. Gordon has another look, but he thinks better of it. Ash Robinson has a little sniff into the gap, but not doing that time. Is that going to bring Ben Jessup back to the back of this group?
We'll see soon enough. Well, Ben Jessup in the blue overalls is in 5th place. behind Ash Robinson. And now Gordon Smith, who was in the lead at the beginning of the lap, is now in third place. Lee Harrison is the newest challenger to go for the lead on Pete Newman. And this has been an astonishing performance from Newman with the fast lap of the race. He heads over the line. The latest lap is not as quick as what he had previously done, but that was because he was pulling off the overtake at the beginning of it, wasn't it?
Yes, quite. But he's got himself a gap now anyway, hasn't he, from Lee Harrison? But I suppose as much as it's there now, that'll be gone in 2 corners if he makes even a slight mistake. But Lee Harrison is fending off. He hasn't dropped Gordon Smith at all, has he, really? Not yet, anyway, despite Gordon going back a few spots. But the gap has opened up, hasn't it, between 3rd and 4th. Expected Ash Robinson to close that when they were squabbling, but it just hasn't happened, does it? So whatever he's doing in this heat, it's not the same as it was in Heat 2, where he dominated. That is for sure.
Harrison and Smith in 2nd and 3rd behind Newman. We've got Robinson and Jessup in 4th and 5th. Domcliffe 1.5 seconds back from Jessup in 6th place. He's got Sam Taylor for company. The final lap confirmed to the leaders as they go over the line. Jamie Crease is in 8th place, Lee Gadsby 9th, Charlie Mackin in 10th position. There was no changes during that previous lap inside the top 10, but there is a battle going on further back between Cliff, Taylor and Crease.
Yeah, as the leaders filter their way through Inkermans and down the hill into Ashby for the final time. I think Pete Newman's got this one under control now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Got just enough of a gap as the remainder of the top 10 filter through in front of you now. That is the 29 leading the challenge of Sam Taylor. Behind him is Dom Cliff leading that in 6th. As we watch Pete Newman enter the boot and through Pitts Bend for the last time.
Winner, chicken dinner for Pete Newman as he heads out of the last corner to win the 115 UK 3rd heat. And that puts him in good stead for later on, for when the finals come. Lee Harrison 2nd, and it's Gordon Smith rounding out the podium. Ash Robertson in 4th place, Ben Jessup in 5th position, so less than 2 seconds separating the top 5. And we've got Dom Cliff holding on ahead of Sam Taylor and Jamie Crease. The top 10 completed by Lee Gadsby and Charlie Mackin.
Yeah, great race by Pete Newman, a well-deserved victory that. I'd rather fancy he'd be thinking it's about time after the wars he's been in today. But yeah, good performance. Great race by Lee Harrison to keep him honest in 2nd position as well. Another good drive by Gordon Smith and Ash Robinson. And we'll see how that unfolds in the final, because I rather fancy that is probably going to be Pete Newman, Gordon Smith front row, and we've already seen fireworks, so why not have some more?
Yeah. Well, Faith Hunting was 11th in that race. Lee Gadsby, just to update you, he got that 5-second time penalty, so his 9th position will become 10th. So Charlie Mackin's now 9th. Lee Gadsby will drop to 10th place. Faith Hunting 11th. Jordan Coulson in 12th. Mason Keeble 13th. Alex Thomas in 14th. And it's Declan Shanahan. Charlie Rowe, James King, Sam Cope, Oscar Stevenson and Dom Houghton was the only driver to not finish.
Again, though, brilliant race by the TKM, isn't it? We've seen so much of that today, haven't we? But I do like a 2-stroke. Nothing like a 2-stroke. As we move ever swiftly on and we head to the final heat of the Mod 160 and GX UK Pro Karts. Engines are running, and I do believe it's a split grid again, isn't it, Tom, this one? So
yeah, so it's mods at the head of the pack, and we'll run down on the grids for this one. So it is, we'll go through the mods first. It's Chris French and Steve Pickles on the front row, and it's Kevin Pope and Matthew Sprague who won the previous 2 heats today. He's aiming to make it a hat-trick before the finals later. And you've got Chris Williams and Ryan Clark on the 3rd row. James Mieri and Lee Mitchell on row 4, with Tony Whitehead and Cameron Heskey running out the field in that respective category. In the Pro Karts, Ewan Rayner and Simon Fuller at the head of that group, with Richard Ware and Christian Bellaby. Richard Melton Baxter and Peter Stott on row number 3, with Gary Evans and Dom Hemp. Tom Angier and Nick Williams on row number 5. Rob McGeehan and Kiri Chiacli on row number 6. Chester Trelawney and Michaela Pothos on row 7, followed by Leon Chiacli, George Pothos, Jay Keenan Hannon, Liam Page and Ashley Hinton.
Well, as we form up, I think the man watching this one again, and it's probably undeniably, it will be the 28 of Matthew Spragg, who, a bit of confusion who's going to finish chicane or not. Are they going to wave them around again, or are they going to let them go?
I think they're going to let them go.
Yeah, they have. It's a green light, and we head into turn 1 for the first time with the Mod 160s. They shoot off and up the hill towards Christmas Corner as we wait for the Pro Cars to take their start. Here they come, 2 by 2, and off they go.
Here we go then. Who's watched the... Oh, that's a spinner involving one of the mods. That's the 37.
Lee Mitchell.
It's Lee Mitchell who's gone round. You're absolutely right. So that's him spinning around at Christmas Corner. What about the Pro Karts who are entering Christmas Corner? Well, they're going through there now. They've got the 42 at the head of that. That's Simon Fuller. And it's Ewan Rayner, which he's got the jump on. So in that group...
Yeah, it looks like very much a status quo with Chris Bellaby on the end plate in 3rd position, and that as we pick up the front of the race with Matthew Spragg with the kart so close behind him. We've not seen that all day.
Well, we haven't seen that all day, but I've just got a feeling Matthew Spragg is going to really, really pull away from this now.
Yeah.
I cannot see anyone catching him.
No, he's been devastatingly fast, hasn't he? I mean, already just going out of one corner, he's opened a few kart lengths, hasn't he, over 2nd place man Chris French.
Oh, that's a big off into the barrier for the number 0, I think it is. That is Chris Williams. And he's got a little bit of debris hanging on the back of his bumper.
Goes to show how strong these Pro Karts are, doesn't it? If you just parked that at some circuit 55 miles an hour backwards and drove off out of it. Bit of a squabble there. I saw a touch of the nose cone to rear bumper on the M plate in the Pro Karts. Who was that? And the number 4 was Ewan Rayner at the front of the race now. He'd been chased by Christian Bellaby on the M.
And there is Bellaby, who won one of the earlier heats. He's got Ewan Rayner ahead. And behind those two is Simon Fuller, who was leading that group a lap ago. He is now dropped to 3rd position. As we watch the Pro Karts come out of the last corner. There's no change at the head of that. We've got 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, 42 of Simon Fuller's dropped another spot as Peter Stott has pulled himself up into 3rd position. Bit of a gap opening up already between this leading pair, and very much a single Peter Stott and Simon Fuller circulating by themselves before the rest of the pack filters through. We head out of Ashby's into Parker. That late apex catches a few drivers out. They've opened up the curb there. It used to be a lot closer to the circuit on the exit of that, but it's certainly changed the character of the corner, having a lot more runoff. You carry a bit more speed through there, especially in a Pro Kart. That's a massive advantage.
There are the top 2 in the Pro Karts coming through the boot. And now we've the 3rd, 4th, and now this is a break back actually for 5th place, involving not Tony White. This is Richard Ware and Richard Melton Baxter, who is back in the karts off that off he had earlier at Christmas. Luckily he was all right from that and was able to get the kart repaired, and he was good to go again, considering the amount of time he'll have had before this event.
About 35 minutes, 40 minutes, I think.
No, it was, yeah, something like that.
If he went in nose first, it would have been a steering column, track rods, and hopefully that was it, really. But he drove it back round, didn't he? So I don't think it was as damaged as it could have been. But yeah, certainly had his work cut out just to check everything. Nonetheless, great to see him back out and fighting at the sharp end of this race.
On lap number 5, Matthew Spragg's lead is 3.8 seconds over Chris French, who's got Steve Pickles on his tail. In the Pro Karts, Ewan Rayner is ahead of Christian Bellaby, the number 4 leading the Macy Cup winner. It's Peter Stott in 3rd, Simon Fuller, Richard Ware, Richard Melton Baxter, and it's Tom Angier, who won one of the earlier heats in the category. He's got Nick Williams, Gary Evans and Rob McGeehan in the top 10, and that's a pass from the 27 on the number 5. That's Tom Angier going through on Richard Melton Baxter. That's for 6th position in class.
Yeah, great move that. Got it stopped just in time to get it in and around Christmas Bend and hold the position up the other side. As we move forward to our leaders in class, that's the number 4 and the M plate still leading the way. Very much a status quo at the minute. I don't think we're going to see too much of a challenge at the moment. Just slightly over half distance, so plenty of time left over.
Nick Williams has been given a contact warning flag so he'll need to be careful from here on in. But we'll look at the top two in the Pro Karts, Ewan Rayner and Christian Bellaby. This could be another different class winner from the heats. This time of Rayner. Christian Bellaby won one of the early ones, and Tom Angier won the one earlier this morning. So it could be from 3 different race winners in each heat in the Pro Karts in this final heat before the finals later on your Sunday afternoon at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. And I just heard there's some tyres screeching out of our contra position. I don't know where that's come from, but it was probably just a kart going through the corner as we speak. We've not seen too many incidents in this race either, so it looks like the drivers have got a better handle on how this racetrack works, and considering the number of karts.
Is that the commentator's curse, though?
I don't know.
Let's hope not.
Make of it what you will.
But you're absolutely right, though. Whole field is still running at this point in the race, which is great. As we pick up with our leaders.
Well, there we see the 85. It's the
third, yeah.
So this is the battle for third place in the mods.
This is the battle for second place in Mod 160. There's just been a change of position as Chris French has gone down to third and Steve Pickles is taken second from him. Steve is going to be bewildered when he realises how much empty tarmac he's got in front of him to Matthew Spragg.
Yeah, the fast of the race coming from Matthew Spragg at 49.856. Is that the fastest time we've had from all of everything today?
That's the first time I've seen the 49 on the board, yeah. That's quicker than the TKMs, which is very impressive.
Oh, you could just see Pickles being bumped by Chris French on the entry to the boot. They're going to be coming up to back markers soon now, the leaders, aren't they? Before this race is over, you can just see. I don't know if was that Spragg who went on the drive? Couldn't even tell from that angle whether it was him or.
He's some 9 seconds up the road, isn't he, on the 28? That's the 85 and the 6. That's still second and third. So he should be heading down towards an hour. He's long gone out of Ashby. People on his way down to Chapman now will be our race leader on the 28. Matthew Spragg, some scarcely believable 10 seconds up the road.
So Matthew Spragg in the 28 is going through the boot in a second.
He's around the last corner now. He's about to cross the stripe. As we pick him up on timing.
Yeah, so I can just see Spragg coming up to lap more of the Pro Karts as he starts his penultimate lap of the race.
And I'd like to know how much these 160s are modded compared to the standard Pro Kart and at the horsepower numbers. I did have them written down, so if anyone's got the answer to that, do let us know, because it is impressively quick. As we watch dominating race leader Matthew Spragg continue on his I don't want to say victorious way and curse him, but certainly looking that way as he's done another fastest lap.
Well, I was just looking at Lee Mitchell because he's just leapt up into second position at the expense of Chris French and Steve Pickles. So I don't know where he's done it, but Lee Mitchell is now in second position as Matthew Spragg starts the final lap of the race.
I'm going to say they were caught in traffic because Lee Mitchell was some 2 seconds faster that last lap. So I wonder if they've caught the back markers in the wrong place and that's compromised them and allowed Lee Mitchell to take that away from them. That moves him up into second place, and now he won't believe how far ahead Matthew Spragg is, some 12.5 seconds down the road.
Well, there's your race leader, Matthew Spragg, who's going to make it a hat-trick of wins in all of the heats in the Mod 160s. Can anyone stop him this season? We shall see in the coming rounds of Clay Pigeon, GYG, Rower, Wardenlaw and Clundo. And as he heads through the chicane for the last time, it is the hat-trick at Whilton Mill for Matthew Spragg. And that puts him in a very, very strong position for the final later on. Lee Mitchell, a long way back, will finish second ahead of Steve Pickles. And I think Ewan Rayner has dropped down the order. Oh, no, he hasn't, sorry. Looking at the wrong class. Steve Pickles will finish third.
Yeah, as the rest filter through, we'll pick up our winners of the Pro Karts. It still should be. We lost Chris French on that last lap somewhere. Chris French, the number 6, who was battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, has disappeared off our timing. Can't see him out the window if he stopped, but nevertheless he'll be non-classified. As our Pro Karts, our winner is the number 4 of Ewan Rayner. He did hold off the attentions of Christian Bellaby on the M plate. Peter Scott on the number 1 brings that home in 3rd position. Simon Fuller will be 4th. Tom Angier is 5th. Richard Ware, Nick Williams, Richard Melton Baxter for getting that kart repaired. Chester Trelone, Gary Evans, Rob McGowan, who has had not a particularly good finish that time round in the 50. He was a lot further up before. Ashley Hinton, Leon Chiaki and Kiri Chiaki, I presume they're brothers or sisters. Rounding out your Pro Kart grid.
And that rounds up the last heat for today.
Yes.
We've got the B final in the GX UK Seniors.
Do we have grids for that? Is that what they were handing us earlier?
I think so, yeah. I'll quickly find it for you.
Well, but it'll only be a handful of karts, I would have assumed.
So it's the Seniors first before the Juniors.
GX UK Senior, yes it is. So to clarify, what do we mean by the B final? Well, 34 karts are allowed in the A final. So if you're 35th and below, you're racing the B final. The first 2 will be bumped to the A final. They'll take up position on the back of the grid and they'll race in the A final at the end of the day. Pretty straightforward. Finish 1st or 2nd and you're through. So we're going to pay our attentions to that. Once Tom's found the grid, we'll bring it to you.
I mean, I'll kindly let Gaz look through the finals just to make sure we've got everything here in our contra position, because we've got the finals to come now.
We do, and while they are...
So that was a very intriguing race there, and of course the next time they'll be back on circuit will be at 1700, 5 o'clock local time, which will happen to be the last event of the day.
We don't have the grid for this one. Or it should be race 24.
Yeah.
Have you got it?
I mean, I've got so many pieces of paper.
Yes.
Yeah, it's always like it's difficult for me to keep track of which grids we've got. We may just ask for like another copy of it just to make sure that we've got what we want. But the karts are heading out onto the grid now. This will be the B final of the GX UK Senior Series, and it is Ash Condola who is at the head of the field, ahead of Ethan Hall, with Max Andrews and Luca Dolby on row number 2. Ben Webster and Frankie Taylor are on row number 3. Then it's Joe Harris and Anthony Custles. Leo Engels and Simon Dean are on... Sorry, Anthony Custles and Leo Engels are on row... Yeah, sorry, Simon Dean is on the 10th row of the grid because we've lost the driver who would have been starting in P7. We've got Elliot Brook and Arlie Dobson on row 6, Jaden Nichols and Nick Barnes on row 7, Will Brightman and Simon Butterfield on row 8, Alfie White and Tom Hayward start on row number 9, and it's Aaron Pearson and Gareth Wells on row 10. Paul Sanitaki and Stanley Wilson on the 11th row of the grid, and at the back on his own is Russell Worley. So you can see there are plenty of drivers in the field. There's 28 in fact, so we've actually missed out a few names on there, but I'm sure we'll catch up with that as it goes on. The other drivers in there are Chris Deere, Nick Bourne, Tyler Davis, Damien Williams and Rebecca Crawford.
It goes to show, doesn't it, with 28 karts in the B final, how subscribed this series really is. So, popular series. As we head round again, don't forget, it's the first 2 that go through to the A final.
Here they are over the line to start the B final, and we are green. And it's the man in the white helmet coming through. That is Ethan Hull, I believe, unless I'm mistaken with that. As they come towards Christmas Corner, there is the number, I think it might be Condola who's still in the lead ahead of Ethan Hull as they come out of Christmas. And then it should be Max Andrews in the 50 in 3rd position. We'll get you an update on that in a moment. But it's Condola who leads, and it's Hull in second place, Andrews third. Dolby, we understand, is in fourth position. But it feels like this has been the most calm start out of all the races we've had so far, guys.
Yeah, certainly a bit more subdued and orderly, wasn't it, through turns 1 and 2, and especially out of Christmas where we've seen so much carnage in some of the classes today. But yeah, these drivers have got a tall order. If you're further down, if you're starting at the back, it's all about track time, I would suggest.
And Anthony Castles has gone up from 7th to 4th on the first lap. So he is up the order nicely, as is Frankie Taylor, as is Simon Dean, as is Elliot Brook. And it looks like we've had some drivers tumble down the order considerably, and we'll find out who they are. Nick Barnes has gone down the order. It looks like he might have stopped. No, he's still going at the moment, is Nick Barnes. He clearly had made a mistake during the first lap, but at least he's still going in this final.
Yeah, I don't think too much has changed overall at the front end, especially with Ash Candola on the 45 hanging on to the most important position. That will put him into 33rd on the grid for the final currently. Ethan Hall will want to do everything he can to hold that second away from Max Andrews, because at the minute Max Andrews and everybody else will be going home.
Yeah, three-place drop for Anthony Castles. I don't know what that is for. I want to be made jump the lights. That would be my assumption, unless he made push to past overtakes or something on that first lap. Yeah. That might be what it is.
3 seconds is normally a contact warning. So we can essentially probably rule him out of this one now, because he's 3 places, sorry, not 3 seconds.
It's 3 places, which is worse than 3 seconds in my book.
Oh, it would be, because you can't, even if he wins, he still finishes third.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shortened day for him, isn't it? But nevertheless, we must go on, and it's still going to be this front four going to be fighting over these 2 all-important positions for that coveted A final grid. Still not really. I mean, if they're going to hold station for a couple of laps and figure out where they're going to go, but the chasing pack are not going to hang around, are they? They're going to want to get up here as quick as they can and kind of bully their way through almost.
So that exits the chicane. Ahead of Ethan Hall, Max Andrews in the 50, and in 3rd position. And it's Anthony Castles who has that penalty hanging over him. So he doesn't know about the gap that he would want to pull out, because that's hardly relevant, because it's a place drop, not a time drop.
Yeah, I didn't see if it went up on the board or not, so you might not even know about it, to be honest. But nevertheless, bit of a move looking there by the 87, Max Castles. Not this time round, though. But again, all kind of irrelevant for him, isn't it? Which is a shame.
Yeah, well, the highest he can finish now is 4th. So if he was to finish where he is, he'd end up 7th. So he may as well still go for it.
Yeah. There's still points on offer, of course, as well, for the guys that don't manage to get through to the A final. So points still count. And it all adds to the championship cause later on. There's a move for second place as the 50 of Max Andrews tries to jostle Ethan Hall out of the way, makes a mistake, and it's consternation further down.
Yeah, and he's getting pushed out wide, though, is Max Andrews, so he won't be best pleased with that. And that allowed Anthony Castles to go through into, well, he's now 4th, because Luke Dolby has moved in front of both him and Andrews. So Dolby has benefited from other people's misfortunes.
Yeah, massively, and Max Andrews has lost out hugely there, hasn't he? He's been shuffled to the back of this leading 7. So we'll see how this unfolds for Luca Dolby now. Can he capitalise on this and make his own overtake for that second position?
Out of Ashby, Condola still leading the way. We're looking at the battle for 3rd position involving Dolby and Castles. Castles will just want to try and get by Dolby as soon as he can. He hasn't got a lot of time to make his move. Remember, the top 2 finishers in this race will advance into the main final within this class. Those 2 heading through, as it stands, are Ash Condola and Ethan Hall.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've started to break away, haven't they, as well, from our 3rd place man, Luca Dolby, which is exactly what he doesn't want to see. Nevertheless, it's going to be... I mean, these guys need to work together here, don't they, now? You see it earlier on, and it's always about follow me when they've made the overtake, but now it really does matter. Need to get together and work on it and close these 2 in, because they are escaping.
45 and 9. I think they know the situation in terms of what they need to get to the main final, so there's no point in them battling amongst themselves, because if they start battling, that's allowing the rest of the pack to close back in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they've got any sense, they will hold station. All it will do is put them on the opposite side of the back row of the grid if they do overtake. As we see the 26 getting mixed up, there's Luca Dolby having a bit of a scrap. Was that the 62 of Frankie Taylor? I think yes, it was, wasn't it? But again, that's just helping the leaders get away.
Yep. So we are on their 7th lap now. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Judging by the lap times we are seeing, we're looking at 4 more laps in this B final in the GX UK Seniors for round 1 of the Access Karting UK Series. And they're all enjoying life out there at the moment and putting on really, really good show for the fans who have turned out. I've just looked at Anthony Castles again. I think he's got another 3-place penalty, Gaz. He's got another 3-place grid penalty.
He could be a sparring in the works here, couldn't he? Because if he ends up taking any one of these 2 out or bumps them out of the top 2 positions, that would be controversial, wouldn't it?
Well, the highest he can finish now is P7.
Yeah, his day is done, isn't it, for sure? But again, like I say, he still scores points in the B final. They're still continuing toward the championship.
I wonder if that's for the contacts he had with Max Andrews over at the booth. That may have what had contributed to it.
Possibly.
That's my take on it, at least anyway.
Well, no, I think that's reasonable. There was a bit of bumping and boring going on, wasn't there? But we'll see how that transpires come post-race. But yeah, I think unless he gets involved in this gap now, in this battle for the lead, I think these two have got this sewn up. They've got, some 3 seconds now, isn't it, over the battle, which is essentially 4th on the road but 3rd in the race.
Now we look at the top 3 in your picture. Now you can see the other group in the pack. There's like a 7-kart battle for 4th position, which is headed up by Luca Dolby. You've got Frankie Taylor, Max Andrews, Ben Woodster, Leo Engels, Simon Dean and Elliot Brook. An amazing battle between those 7. Anthony Castles, who's running in P3, his place drop would demote him to 9th.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances, but I think I'm starting to feel now Luca Dolby's the cork in the bottle of this here. As much as he keeps gesticulating, follow me, work together, I think he's holding these guys up, because it's nose to tail down to the 9th position, isn't it, with Simon Dean on the back, Elliot Brook, on the back of this group down to 10th.
That is Frankie Taylor going for it on Luca Dolby. There was contact at Christmas corner. Oh, that's a car up in the air. That's the 24 Leo Engels who posted the fast up of the race on the last tour. Well, that race could have ended horribly for him. I thought that rear suspension was going to crack.
Well, it would certainly be a bent axle. Don't forget there's no suspension on the karts. But yeah, I'd rather fancy that he probably got away with that to fight for another day. But all academic at the minute, because it's just opened the gap up to the leaders even more and let these two escape from 3rd and 4th, hasn't it? So, bit of a move into the boot. That's not somewhere you see an overtake.
That's Dolby and Taylor into the last corner. Taylor running out wide. That's back on the circuit. And Max Andrews will be looking to make his move after having that skirmish with Anthony Castles earlier. Well, Castles is to the outside of Ethan Hall. Oh, he had to get out of it. As he continued to keep his nose in there, that would have been contact.
Yeah, and that could have seen Ethan Hall out of this race very quickly. And I don't know if I've seen the boards for Castles for the penalties. I don't know if he knows he's got a penalty, you know.
They won't. I mean, to be fair, they may have seen the board, but they probably can't remember what number it is, which driver has that number and where he is in the field.
Yeah, quite. And there's a yellow flag as they enter the boot.
Yeah,
someone's gone off. Lap as well.
Yeah, someone's gone off or stopped on the circuit. But we'll come to that in a moment as they come out of the last corner now. And it's going to be victory in the B final for Ash Condola. Both he and Ethan Hall will go through to the main final later. Anthony Castles' 3rd place will drop into 9th with those 2 penalties. So it's Luca Dolby who goes to the podium, but he will be heading home.
Yeah, a good, sensible race by our top 2 there. They didn't battle it. They knew what they had to do. They did it, and that puts them onto the back row of the A final later on this afternoon,
which should be a very tasty affair indeed. Frankie Taylor in 5th position. It's Leo Engels who posted the fast of the race during that. Max Andrews 7th, and it's Elliot Brook. Ben Webster and Simon Dean running out the top 10. It's Will Brightman, Paul Senataki and Ali Dobson in 11th, 12th and 13th. And it's Jaden Nichols 14th, Simon Butterfield, Alfie White, Gareth Wells, Aaron Pearson, Stanley Wilson was 19th and Tyler Davis in 20th place. Nick Barnes was 21st, followed by Russell Worley. Rebecca Crawford, Joe Harris, Damien Williams, Chris Deere, and Nick Bourne. Tom Hayward Stott was the only driver to not finish that race.
27 finishes, that's very good.
For a B final.
Yeah, very, very good.
Because you'd have thought they would have got their elbows out in that.
Yeah, to be fair, to have 27 finishes in the B final is a momentous occasion anyway, because half of them normally don't start. So it's quite nice to see everybody getting out there and getting some circuit time and just generally enjoying their karting.
Well, the next one we've got lined up for you now is the 100 UK Senior Series. And I've got the B final right here, and there's only 7 competitors in this one, Gaz. So I'd imagine this is going to be over quite quickly.
Well, it's still the top 2, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well, we need our 2 drivers to join the other competitors in that. So we've got Sam Topless on pole, ahead of Hannah Dawkins, James Dawkins in 3rd place, ahead of Simon Diver, James Phillips in 5th, James Purchase in 6th, and Matt Rivet at the back in P7.
Well, that's more like it, isn't it? Oh, yes, yeah, there you go. Well, James Purchase, so there's actually 6 karts, because James Purchase is stood right on the start line in an orange high-vis. He did say he might have a go if he has a chance, but it's just, as a series organiser, I think he's got plenty enough to do today as it is.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I've got to say...
We've only got 4 karts on circuit.
There you go, then.
So it looks like we don't
Who have we lost?
So it looks like we've lost Matt Rivet and James Phillips.
Well, this adds to the tension, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because they might as well absolutely go for it now, hadn't
Yeah,
they?
well, they've got nothing to lose, these 4.
Nope.
So this should be over and done with quite quickly.
Still an 8-minute heat, though, so hopefully they don't get strung out. We could do with a nice little battle here.
Well, we could do. I suppose it makes our commentary job easier with it being just
yes.
4 karts.
A lot less to remember. Yes, Sam Topless leads them around. She's on the left side as you look at it right now, so she'll have the advantage into oblivion at the start. Nice and slow.
As they all come round to begin this 100 UK Seniors B final. 2 out of these 4 will advance to the main final later. The lights go green and we are good to go. It is Sam Topless who comes out of Crook in the lead as we speak. But there's the 1-2-1 go through, and that looks like a problem.
She's oiled up, I think.
Yeah.
She's got no drive.
She'll be livid. She will be livid at the worst possible time, down from the lead to 3rd place.
I think it's cleared, though. She's back on it, is she? Because she's not losing any more time, so this race isn't over 3 yet. She's only lost essentially net 1 position, hasn't she? So she can pick her way past the 121 of Hannah Dawkins. She'll be safe.
Yeah. So she does not
over.
need to win the race. She just needs to get back into 2nd position.
She's still got an issue there somewhere. Something's not working properly for her.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how she goes through the curb here at this last chicane, because I'm just worried as to how that kart will handle. But it's James Dawkins who's in the lead, which, without me disrespecting anyone, is no surprise. Hannah Dawkins is in 2nd place, and it's Sam Topless in 3rd position, and the kart behind is Simon Diver, who looks to be struggling through Crook there. Gaz.
Sam Topless has got no top end, does she? She's got no top end power.
I'm looking at Simon Diver because he's basically fiddling with something to the side of his car. He's clearly not happy with something.
Yeah, it'd be there. You've got the airbox to the right hand side, so in the carb. But yeah, we'll see. Because there's Simon Diver there, just going through the shot on the right hand side in the 61. We're following Sam Topless, who's obviously got some sort of drama going on with the engine where it's not picking up. She's got drive coming out of the corner, but she doesn't
look happy though, does she?
No, she's calling it a day. That's the end of that.
Yeah.
Sam Topless will not be in the I final for whatever reason.
I really feel for her.
Yeah.
She definitely deserves a whole lot better than that.
This is motor races, isn't it? It's as kind as it is cruel, isn't it? And it's the nature of the beast. But that leaves James Hawkins home and dry already with a 7.5 second lead.
So it looks like both of the Dawkins are going to head on through unless Simon Diver can sort out his issues and start making inroads. But the issue is he's already 5 seconds off the pace to Hannah.
Yeah, and if one of these 2 in front of him retires, he's through to the final by cruising about. Amazing. I love how this works in the B final.
One of the rare occasions. That's the nature of karting for you, when you've got a B final and there's a chance of advancing by just simply finishing in the top 2.
Amazing.
Welcome to Access Karting UK, ladies and gentlemen.
That's great. And I mean, to see a B final in the last race we had 28, and compared to this, junior TKM has always struggled in the last few years. It's never been particularly popular, but it's nice to see it's oversubscribed here, where you've got more than 34 karts on the grid, where you have to have a B final. And it's nice to see them out running, because they didn't have to. So if 2 of them didn't start, the other 2 have automatically qualified.
Yeah.
But it's great to see the UK 100 TKMs on the rise, because it has dwindled for a few years, and not many places run it anymore. But yeah, it's great to see.
Hannah's gap over Simon has increased to nearly 8 seconds. This is a foregone conclusion, unless there's a mechanical issue with either of the karts. It's that. There's going to be no change in the field whatsoever.
No, I think if there isn't, I'd certainly be cruising around saving my tyres for the A final now.
Which is exactly what James Dawkins would be thinking about doing. I think he just needs to bring it home.
Yeah.
He could even try and cruise around and save himself doing an extra lap.
Yeah, keep an eye on the time, because he's got some 11 seconds now. He could go 14 seconds, so he could go 3 seconds a lap slower or 2 seconds a lap slower from this point and still win the race, I think. But I mean, ultimately the name of the game here, isn't it? It's just to get through. So he's essentially got through, as long as the engine doesn't let him down. As we pick up the number 61 of Simon Diver circulating. Let's see if he was a novice or not. He's not, is he?
No. I mean, you can just tell by the body language of him, he just wished for more than this, really. He's dropping back from Hannah all the time, and it's almost like, I don't want to say he's ready to give up, but he feels like he knows the outcome here.
Yeah, he'll be in 3rd position as long as he keeps going, and the other 2 do as well. But the thing is with this, 8 minutes of circulating by yourself is boring.
I know.
It's like testing. It's a
Sunday drive essentially for these.
Yeah, and I used to hate doing this when I was racing, because it was just.
And it looks like someone has stopped on the circuit.
That's the 121. That's second.
It's Hannah Dawkins. It's Hannah Dawkins who stopped at the boot, and Hannah Dawkins is out of the final. Well, hurrah, hurrah. The prayers have been answered for Simon Diver.
I'm lost for words with that, I have to say.
Oh,
you can't, can you? It's just like, what can I do? It broke. Yeah, well, there's always the next one. Unlucky Hannah. Sometimes it just happens this way, doesn't it?
And even if Simon Diver does not finish the race, he'll still end up going through to the grand final.
Yeah, he will do now. That's him in 2nd place. He's some 30. I wonder if he'll get lapped.
No, he won't. There's not enough time.
Oh, yeah,
there's not enough time.
But still, this is it. This is, TKM can be such a finicky sport sometimes. The issues that you can have with the engines and whatnot. But all good for Simon Diver. He'll get himself a slot in the A final and be able to race with some more karts and have another go this afternoon. So they're calling the checkered flag early, as the result is there's only 2 karts left.
Yeah. So I suppose that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
You've got James Dawkins who's coming around the last corner, and he's gone over the line. Well, they've taken the checkered flag away.
Oh.
So the race is going to carry on as it is. To be fair, I think it's probably the safest thing to do is just let the time elapse.
Yeah, so they put the checkered on the start line, so I rather fancy, because there's only these 2 left, they are going to qualify irrespective of what happens now anyway, so.
Well, James Dawkins, you can see through Chapman, and the checker flag is going to fall prematurely because they know these are the 2 drivers advancing to the final of the 100 UK Seniors.
There it is.
And there is the checkered flag. And we should see James Dawkins heading down the pit straight. And it's going to be victory in the B final for him. And we just wait for Simon Diver to head over the line. I don't know how Simon will be feeling.
Relieved that he's got another shot this afternoon. And this is the thing now, like I say, circling on your own for 8 minutes is boring. So to be out later on with some more karts bit more excitement, a bit more race experience. Just generally make it a bit better for him, which is good.
Yeah, Simon is heading through the boot for the last time now. He's just entering that, and he will make it over the line. Out of the last corner now.
Here he comes, across the line.
And he confirms his place in the final by finishing. And so I can run down on the race result in 5 seconds. James Dawkins is the winner. Simon Dover gets to the grand final with him. Hannah Dawkins and Sam Topless are out.
That was definitely under 5 seconds.
Some people may disagree with that, but I don't care. That's all you need to know.
No, that's fair.
So the next one we've got now is the GX UK Juniors. And I've got the lineup right here. So there are 13 drivers in this field.
Is this a B final? Oh, it is a B final.
It is a B final, yeah. So there are 13 drivers involved, aiming for 2 spots to make it into the grand final later. Tom Lydiard is on pole, ahead of Harry Lloydell. Then it's Finlay Reid and Jonah Winterhalder, with Ryan Russell and Jake Blamey on the 3rd row. Jaden Besson and James Brown on row 4, with Jess Tongs and Annabelle Jessup on row 5. Dan Blake Pugh and Oliver Soto on the 6th row, with Casey Pickup at the back. So I'd probably say, looking at those numbers, Tom Lydiard and Harry Lloydell and Finlay Reid are probably going to be the favourites to get through. But I'm just looking at Jake Blamey and Oliver Soto.
Yeah,
I've had anomalous results in those heats. I've just got a feeling they could cause a stir.
And let's hope they do. I think Jake Blamey's unfortunate, wasn't he, in that incident where he was taken off at the boot in whichever heat it was, wasn't it? This is the thing with racing. You have one poor final or one poor heat, and this is what happens. But yeah, absolutely right. I think they'll be the ones we want to look at.
Well, let's hope we get as many to the checker fight this time. And they're going to be battling it out tooth for nail, that's for certain. Let's see how this plays out here. It should be just the one formation lap for these. They know how these karts work now.
Yeah, and these are pull cord Honda engines, so it'll be a case of just pulling the cord and going. So as they make their way around, weaving at the front there by Harry Loddle. Was it? And this was Tom Lydiard in the 64.
So they are coming through. So the 99 of Harry Loydell is the one in the left-hand side. So it's the white one on the front row. And Tom Lydiard is in the red and white one in the 64. So they're going through the boot in preparation for the start of this race here. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. He will come away with the 2 remaining spots in the final GX UK Juniors later here at Whilton Mill. All the cars are in the position and it's a green light. So we'll see Lydiard, who gets pushed out there by Jonah Winterhalder. So Lydiard's down to 3rd position. It could be 4th in the moment, but he is around the outside coming towards Christmas Corner. And look who's coming through in the 3rd. So that's Jake Blamey on the inside. Contact made between the field there, and that's the 90 going off the second. That's Finlay Reid, who has got a lot of work to do from here now. One of the highest point scorers out of the whole field of this one. He's going to find it very, very tough to get back into the top 2.
Yeah, they all went wide, didn't they? Entering Christmas and coming out the other side there. Moved by Jake Blamey, well constructed and pulled off as he went 3 wide and made that work brilliantly. That moves him up into, where is he now? He's up into 2nd, isn't he? Ahead of the 64 of Thomas Lydiard. So we'll see how this unfolds. A bit of bumping and balling going on a bit further back. Was that the 54?
Yeah, that's Ryan Russell. Yeah, that's Ryan Russell going through on James Brown. Is it? No, that's the 66. That has to be Jonah Winterhalder. So Winterhalder's dropped 4 positions on that last lap. Jaden Besson, Dan Blake Hugh have made up positions. Jess Tonks is also up the order at the end of lap 1. And basically because he's making up the rear at the moment. I think she's just having a little bit more experience of racing in these karts.
Yeah, and to be fair, of the 13 karts, 11 are novices. So, yeah, this should be a good race, to be fair. A lot of experience to be gained by everybody in this class. Jake Blamey, who's probably find himself a bit hard done by finding himself in the B final, but he's up into second position. He's going to be challenging for the lead. Either way, it will put him through to the back of the A final grid. Just which side, left or right, depends on where you finish right now, first or second. So
it won't take too long to see how much curve it takes. And the exit from Lloydell wasn't great either out of the last corner. I think Blamey's going to take the lead here into Krug. Providing he has the inside. Oh no, he gets out of shape and has to drop back in again. He's in a position where he can qualify for the final later. If these two break away, it's a foregone conclusion here, Gaz.
Yes, I mean, it's more likely that these they'll finish the race at the front. But yeah, I love how you said it takes no risks as he goes all over the curb through the pits bend. But yeah, I mean, Jake, if he had a quick look over his shoulder, he'd realise, like he just did there, he's got loads of time to make this move. He doesn't need to stress, he doesn't need to worry or rush. Trying to get round to the outside of Oblivion with still half a race to go is just unnecessary at this time. And if he's quicker, he'll know he's quicker. He can build up to the move, get a good clean run, like you said, coming out of the pits bend and make the move happen towards Christmas Corner, as he's been doing all day.
Yeah. Now let's see how these get through. It wasn't as ferocious as the previous time Jake Blamey went over the curb at the last chicane, but he is going to head on through into Oblivion and Crook. Yeah, still no change between the two, although Blamey's going to the outside. Oh, this could be with... Oh no, contact! Blamey and Lloydell come together at Christmas!
Has that popped the bead off the tyre? Oh, he's got away with that, hasn't he? But that was...
Harry Lloydell, you lucky boy.
Yeah, why
you lucky boy. I don't know why he squeezed him there. I think Jake Blamey was entitled to more room there, Gaz.
Absolutely. I don't think that was necessary for Harry Lloydell at that time. They're both through. There's no need to push like this, gents. Just keep it on the track and get the race over. Worry about the rest in the A final.
I don't know if these two have got previous history in terms of battling against each other, but either way, that was not on from Harry to cut across him in the way he did into Christmas.
No, I don't think so, but whatever the stewards may think of that. I mean, they're both still... That's a curve Jake takes every time. But they're still circulating, but I think this will just push Jake Blamey to get this move done now sooner rather than later, because that's how it's going to go. They both don't need to be out of this race.
Well, Jake Blamey's been given the contact warning, presumably with Harry Lloydell, but it felt to me like it should have been Lloydell being given that, unless it was a separate incident. I think Lloydell's allowed Blamey to go on by this time. Yeah, I think he kind of knew he couldn't cut across him the same way as he did previously. Finlay Reid, I think, might have just stopped on circuit. He was running towards the back end of the field. I think he's accepted the fact that he's not going to make it to the top, so that's it's a hard shame after a tricky day for him.
Still saw good experience there. Like I said, they're all novices, so it all counts to more experience. Jake's waving his hand, come on, follow me. There's no need, mate. You're 2 seconds a lap, or 2 seconds down the road.
Well, I was just going to say, why is he gesturing like that? Explain this to me, Gaz. Why do you think he would be gesturing like that?
So, you see it a lot in the junior categories. Jake Blamey gets it very wrong coming out of the final corner. But normally it's a case of you'll do that, and it's a case of, all right, let's get our head down, let's follow me, and don't attack me, and I'll pull you forward to, the next kart or whatever. But they're 3 seconds up the road. These two, they could just circulate, but apparently there's a bit more pride at stake here.
Yeah, they feel that there's pride at stake as opposed to just booking the place in the final early. Well, Tom Lydiard is waiting in the wings here, because if these two come together, he's going to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, and he's going to be wishing that's going to happen. They've already done it once, but I just need to calm down at the front of this race, I think. Just circulate. He's still going to be on the back row. Like I say, you're either being on the left side of the grid or the right side of the grid. Again, Jake is gesticulating, but in fact, as I look at timing from a lap ago, Harry Lloydell led across the line by 2/10 of a second, so he must have got that really wrong coming out the last corner that time.
Yeah, well, see the order as it is. Blamey in the lead now in this B final. Just over 2 minutes remaining. So we've got 4 more laps of racing in this one. And there goes Lloydell on the inside into Christmas. Ooh, I thought he was going to try and... I don't know whether I was trying to dummy him or whatever, but he's just not really... He was just too far back to try it from there.
Catches attention.
Yeah.
But again, like as we said, there's no need for it, these guys. I mean, save it for the A final. You've got more cars to fight against, more positions to be gained. You don't want to enter the A final and spend the 20 minutes, 30 minutes fixing the car before you get there, or having to run a damaged one. So, just sit there. I mean, I appreciate that Harry Lauder wants to win just for the bragging rights, and that's great. But just sit there, take it in, see what Jake's doing. He's using all the curb.
Yeah.
I don't think I could take that today. My back would fall apart.
Yeah. How do you think Harry Loyal would feel about the way Jake Blamey is going over that curb? Because I've not really seen Loydal do that compared to Blamey.
There's another look, but Jake holds the inside of the road, moves once back to take his line. I don't think Harry's losing any time by not doing it. He's still bumper to bumper with him as they enter the pit straight. As we go for a move into Ashby, he's made it work.
Ooh,
shoves Jake wide.
And Blamey's coming back towards Parker, and now Chapman.
Yeah, this is not over yet, is it? I think Jake Blamey certainly has got the red mist down, hasn't he? And he wants to get on the front of this and win. But just, if I was Jake, I'd be, all right, do you know what? Have it. Just finish. You're 3 seconds down the road. You're about to cross the line to start the penultimate lap.
Ooh, that's Loyal. Didn't get the best of exits coming out of that last corner there. They begin the penultimate lap now. These two. It's been a really, really good battle, although it's so easily ended in tears over at Christmas Corner. That rear corner, let's just say rear corner of Loydal's car could have been ruined, and that would have been him out of the final.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it wouldn't have bet an axle at that type of angle of speed, but it could have pulled the bead off, the bead that sits on the alloy that pulled the bead and had a flat tyre. But he's got away with it, fortunately for him. So come round Chapman one more time, but a little bit sideways there on the entry, halfway through the corner for Harry Loydal, but he's gathered it all up. Still got the attention of Jake Blamey. He's not really dropping Jake, but I don't think Jake's pushing as hard as he was to get that position back. A little bit wide, in fact, through the top end of the boot, but again, over the curve. I suppose he's getting a bit of time on him there, but I don't know.
Well, it's the last lap now. He's got a run on Loydal. This is the last time they'll be coming through Christmas. There's Lydiard just waiting back. But here goes Jake Blamey on the inside of Harry Loydal into Christmas. Will they leave each other? No, they won't! And off goes Loydal onto the grass! Game over for Harry Loydal. That's him out of the final!
Yeah, I'm not sure what Harry was expecting to happen there. I mean, Jake was fully alongside and well positioned to take that and come out the other side. I think he should have let that one go. That's cost him, and that will see him out of the A final, and that promotes Thomas Lydiard into second position. I mean, yeah, I was clumsy, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah. Do you think Blamey should have left him more room? We'll see what the stewards say on it, because they can give out penalties rather quickly. But Jake Blamey, through the unlikeliness of circumstances, is going to take the checker flag first in the B final, with Tom Lydiard finishing in second place. He could still end up being given the win in this B final. And the man in third position looks like it's going to be, is it James Brown? It's going to be James Brown. So even if Blamey gets a penalty, Gaz, Loydal is out.
Yeah. I'm surprised he managed to get the kart as quick as he did. He was well over into the next field, wasn't he, by the time he stopped. But, I mean, looking at the timing, Jake Blamey's finished some 4 seconds, 3 seconds up the road, so what would the penalty be? You could only give him, if it was a contact or reckless driving or whatever, you could only give him a 3-place drop, because a 3-second penalty would do nothing.
Yeah.
So
if Jake Blamey was be given a 3-place penalty, I think that could be what will be given to him. I don't mean to speculate, but if anything was to be given to him, I think that will be him out of the final as well. So we're looking at Tom Lydiard and James Brown possibly.
Yeah, I think from my point of view, because if you're on the inside, the track does go left as Christmas, as you can see on your screen now. But I think that was for Harry Loydal to concede there and fight for another day, because Jake was well up the inside. He had the curb on the entry. The move was done. I think it's a racing incident ultimately, but it's one for the stewards. I mean, I've got a different version of racing. I grew up in the 90s, so they all used to fire each other off back then. But yeah, I mean, we'll leave that open. What do you think?
I'm looking at
watching from home.
I'm watching it back on the stream again, Gaz. So for those who are watching now, feel free to watch it back on the stream if you want to. But I'm just looking at it. So Blamey gets a run.
He's ahead on the track. Jake Blamey is ahead when contact is made. So
is it more on Lloydell?
At that point, I think it was for Lloydell to concede, like I say. But, you know, I mean, what I see is one thing, what everybody else, how they view it, might be different. So, you know, we'll see what the stewards say, if anything, and we shall move on.
We'll leave that for the stewards to decide later. In the meantime, we'll go to our next final. Our B final.
Seniors.
It's the seniors now, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
100 UK seniors.
So it's the 100 UK seniors. I think it's just, yeah. So it's the seniors finals. It's the main final of today. And Don Pine
is
on pole position ahead of Dan Mentz. And it's Michael Cornell and Scott Williams on row number 2. It might be Marcus Dorey on the second row, Scott Williams and Brendan Williams on row number 3. Tom Scott and Matthew Lawrence on row 4. It's Hayden Taylor and Oliver Misters on the 5th row. Andrew Hicks and Paul Streether on row 6. And it's Tom Packle and Cody Pennington on the 7th row. Artie Cameron and Simon Jonu on row 8. And it's Oliver Warner and Adam Kelly. Marcus Gray and Ryan Gill on row 10. And it's Tommy Rowe and Ed Scoffin on the 11th row. Sergio Taggio and Leonardo Taggio make up row 12. And it's James Murray and Simon Diver on row 13. And on row 14 on the grid is Pete Townsend and Sebastian Masika. It's not the start of the race yet. We're still waiting for the karts to be in formation. So as they go over the line, there are 30 karts in the field. Josh Cope and Ross Goodwin make up the field.
Batten down the hatches, it's going to be a stormer.
Oh, isn't it just? 12 minutes plus 1 lap for this first A final. Final.
Of the final.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the finals will be 12 minutes plus a lap, as opposed to the heats, which are 8 or 10 minutes usually. Here they're 8, so an extra 4 minutes for all the drivers that make it this far. Yeah, this is lining up to be extremely good. I'm surprised Michael Cornell didn't start on the front row, but nevertheless, I mean, he's been quick anyway, hasn't he? So it won't be an issue for him. It's a very sharp-looking front end of that grid, that is for sure.
Yeah. I can't wait for this. I think we're going to be seeing some immense on-track racing.
Yeah, if the heats weren't anything to go by, this will be something spectacular.
Now here are the fields coming towards the boot the last time before this race begins. Who is going to come away with the honours today in the 100 UK Seniors Final? So the field comes round and we are good to go right now. And you see the field coming towards Crook, and Don Pine holds the advantage ahead of Dan Mentz and Michael Cornell. And now they come towards Christmas for the first time. It's the 85 who's looking to the inside, it's the 89 going to the inside of Dominic Pine, and that's Dan Mentz going through. So Mentz through on Pine for the lead, but Pine's able to resist. So Pine comes back ahead of Mentz on the entry to Ashby, and now as they head towards Parker, and it looks like Pine has had a really, really good start. The fact he's been able to withstand the pressure at this stage is astonishing.
Yeah, and keep an eye on that 22 of Marcus Dorey. He's up into 4th already on the back of Michael Cornell in the 85. I think Marcus is looking pretty hot in the first opening lap, or the only opening lap, because there's only one opening lap, isn't there? He'll be looking to make a bit one. He took a heat win, didn't he, earlier on today, did Marcus Dorey, as they crossed the stripe for the first time. It's Daniel Menze who leads everybody over the line. Dominic Pine has dropped into 2nd. Michael Cornell is 3rd. Marcus Dorey is 4th. Scott Williams is 5th, shadowed by his brother Brendan in 6th. Matthew Lawrence is 7th. Hayden Taylor, who had the spin earlier on. As it all gets a bit airy-scary at the exit of Christmas.
It's Marcus Dorey and Scott Williams that very, very nearly came to blows in a similar way to what we saw in the B final in the previous race. And there is the number 2 and the 22 now. So that was Brendan Williams who got ahead of Scott Williams in the midst of the squabble a few corners before.
Yeah, Marcus Dorey didn't hang about there, did he? He got that pigeon straight back from Brendan Williams as they went into Chapman. But massive snap of oversteer by Marcus, who's really annoyed at himself there.
Yeah.
But look at the gap now to our breakaway leaders of Daniel Menze, Dominic Pine and Michael Cornell. They've got some 3 seconds in one lap purely from this lot squabbling on the exit of Christmas Corner.
Here we go then. So here is Scott Williams through on Brendan Williams into Christmas, and that's him through into 5th position. Marcus Dorey is basically the cork in the bottle right now. There is a breakaway between the top 3 and the train of cars that are filtering through Ashby. So we've got Dorey leading the 2 Williams drivers, Lawrence, Taylor, Misters and Scott.
Yeah, it's going to be, with 9 minutes still to go, this is going to be absolutely lit from here to the end, no doubt about it, as they stream through and down the back straight. We watch the leaders round the boot and into the chicane. They don't use half as much curb as we saw in the GX class. Much lighter karts, much shorter karts are the 100 UK seniors. 900mm chassis, I believe they're running in this. As they stream through Crook and then up the hill, it's still Scott Williams shadowing Marcus Dorey on the 22. He's looking for a move right now. He's alongside.
Yeah, it was a foregone conclusion, I think, judging by the pace that Scott Williams has been producing in the last few laps, and Dorey getting on the curves heavily again.
Yeah, not ideal there.
No. So there is Scott going on by. Can he catch the top 3? He's got all the time in the world to go and do it. He's got more time in this race than he has done earlier on today. Yeah,
essentially the race has just started, isn't it, in some regards. We look, just see the leaders flash through, and Dominic Pine's got a bit of a gap on Daniel Menze as they head through the pits curve. We follow 4th and 5th of Scott Williams and Marcus Dorey. Marcus Dorey's not really dropping him, is he? He's not letting him get away from him. We've got Brendan Williams holding up the 4th, 5th and 6th. 4th, 5th and 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th guys of Matthew Lawrence, Hayden Taylor and Oliver Misters, rounding out the little group we have here.
And there we see the field coming through. Christmas once more. And there's the number 2, Brendan Williams in 6th place. Next Matthew Lawrence, Hayden Taylor, Oliver Misters and Tom Scott inside the top 10. I think we've lost a few drivers already in this race. They are Leo Taggio and Cody Pennington. Those 2 have gone no further. So we're down to 27 runners in this race. We're on lap number 5. And so far we just see the number 0 and the number 22. Scott Williams and Marcus Dorey over 4th position. Williams isn't able to get Dorey off his shoulder and get on with a pursuit. Let's see what lap times he's producing now, Williams, compared to the top 3. So Williams has just done a 51.7. Menz has done a 51.4, Cornell a 51.5, and Pine has posted a new fast up of the race with a 51.43.
Yeah, so we can take that these 3 are still lapping faster than the chasing field, being led by Scott Williams in 4th position. The gap has grown by some 0.4 of a second this time round. It's up to 3.8. It's certainly going to make this much harder, but we'll keep an eye on Scott Williams just in case he's got his tyres set up differently in this PSI and things. It may come on a bit later and his lap times might pick up, but the longer it goes on, the harder it will be for him to close this gap down.
And there we look at the field as they come through the chicane for the 6th time in this race. 7 minutes to go. Oh, it's a little bit of a concertina further back. Didn't quite see what was going on there. That involved the battle, I think, for 7th position. And I think it looked like one of the green helmet drivers was involved in that. And we'll get an update. Tom Scott has gone down the order, so that might have been him suffering the most from that. So he's down 2 positions. Hayden Taylor's down 1. Oliver Misters is down 1. Paul Streether has benefited that, has moved up 3.
Yeah, I think Hayden Taylor was the big loser in that one. I could see the blue suit being spun sideways at the top of the boot there. So I think maybe there was a move that was done that's just nerfed him round and slowed the field up a bit. Like you say, Paul Streether has capitalised on that and jumped, was it 3 spots? I think it was 3 spots, wasn't it? He went from 11.
3 spots, yeah.
Yeah, so great bit of driving there by Paul Streether to pick his way through. That will help his points for the championship no end as we follow our leaders. Again, Dominic Pine had a bit of a gap and Michael Cornell has deleted that in no time at all. They've slightly dropped Daniel Menze for the time being, but again, that could all change. But lap time-wise, again, we're still 52.1s, 52.2s between our first 3 quite comfortably.
I think I can see Cody Pennington's kart in the infield on that far side over there, near where Ashby and Parker is.
Yeah.
It's well out of the way, but I just noticed him parking there.
Yeah, he's far enough from the infield to not warrant a yellow at post 6.
Well, Dan Menz's margin over Williams is over 3 seconds. Williams hasn't been able to get Dorey off him.
No, I mean, Marcus is experienced enough, as well as Scott. If he thinks Scott can pull him closer to the front, Marcus will sit there, I think. But It's not happening, is it? They're losing another 0.3 this lap. See what it is over the line when they flash under the camera. As the leaders filter through. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, lap number 9 they're on now. 5 minutes to go plus 1 lap. And there is the 55 getting out of the way. I think that might be Sergio Taggio getting out of the way of the leaders coming through. And that must be a driver's worst nightmare as a kart driver in a race like this, even though it's 12 minutes long, which you are more likely to get lapped in than you would do in an 8-minute plus 1 lap heat. How does it feel being lapped in a race like this?
Awful.
It's awful, isn't it?
I can speak from experience. It's not fun. But then you've got an opportunity as well if you can stick there long enough to watch what some of the leaders are doing as they come by. If there's corners you're struggling at and they happen to be in front of you at that time, maybe there's an opportunity to learn something. Maybe not, but yeah, if you're just circulating, it can be a miserable day.
Well, there we see the 39, the 85 and the 89. Don Pine, Michael Cornell, Dan Mentz in first, second and third. Cornell deciding when is the best time to go for it. But he also has to think about the championship, because it's not all resting on this one round. And bearing in mind, all the drivers' best scores, the worst score for a round gets dropped for each of them.
Yeah, and this is it, isn't it? So them doing this now, there's no problem with them sitting there. They'll save any battles they've got, I would expect, until the last couple of minutes, which is still another 2 minutes away. So just circulating, keep an eye on the time board that's on the gantry over the start line, working out whether the other drivers are quicker or slower, and just building up to what will be a crescendo. Stand by the extinguishers.
We're now on the 11th lap of the race. Scott Williams, in terms of the gap he's trying to make up, well, the last lap he's just done, he did a 51.65. Mentz did a 51.51. Cornell a 51.52. Don Pine 51.4. So there's no way that either Williams or Dory are making up ground on them, because their lap times aren't as quick.
No, there's 2/10 that is missing, isn't there, in their box of tricks this weekend. Clearly, as they continue to fall away from our leading trio. Leading trio still looking fairly stable. Nobody's really challenging, are they? They seem very comfortable for the time being. Michael Cornell seems quite happily just shadowing Dominic Pine and let him do the work. Drag him up the hill and whatnot. Quick look over the shoulder, head down. Come on, lads, follow me. We'll get away. I think they've already done that, Dom. No need to worry about that. Another glance through the chicane, over turn 2 to see where the rest of the field is by Dominic Pine as they round Christmas another lap. Using a bit of the curve there by Michael Cornell on that left-hander. Honestly, that curve is awfully steep. Not somewhere you want to put the kart if you can help it.
Well, these aren't exactly tossing it out as we are watching. No, we're cutting away to the battle for 4th place over Scott Williams and Marcus Dory. Paul Streeter's another 3.5 seconds adrift of these two, and he's got no one to fight with ahead, and he hasn't got anyone to fight with behind. So Paul Streeter may be just happy to accept that 6th place is the best he can achieve, and he'll be pleased with that, will Paul?
Yeah, for sure, no doubt about it. He's got a nice bit of empty tarmac around him, isn't he? And a 6th place is going to be a nice little finish. There's quite a gap going on for 7th place between Matthew Lawrence in the 4, who's just in shot there. Here we go. There's Hayden Taylor and Brendan Williams. We'll just see how these guys are doing as they flick through the screen. There we go. Hayden Taylor on the 140. His 2nd year in seniors, I believe it is. He's doing very well. He's the junior champion from a couple of years ago. As we watch the number 2 shadowing him.
I'm looking at Simon Diver at the moment because he's been given a contact warning flag. Wasn't he one of those that came through from the B final earlier?
Yeah, he circulated, didn't he? It's the one they shortened because there was just 2 runners left.
Yeah, I thought it might have been.
Yeah.
Dawkins was the other one that made it through, James Dawkins. And looking at whereabouts he is in the field, James, I don't know if he actually took part in that.
No, he might not have gone out then if he's not on the timer.
Well, that could well be the case.
Nevertheless,
either way, the field is what it is with 30 seconds to go. Just thinking about where the leaders are. Are they going to get over the line before the clock reaches 0? Well, the leaders are just going through Parker now. I will probably say the clock's going to reach 0 before they get over the line, so there'll be one more lap to go after this.
Yeah, as we watch the battle for, where are we, 32. So that's the battle for 10th position. That's Oliver Misters, or was Oliver Misters, staving off the attentions of Tom Pattle for the remaining top 10 spot as we pick up our leaders one more time as they commence the final lap. There's Sergio Taggio getting clean out of the way, aren't they? Oh, he didn't, you know. I think that's compromised Michael Cornell.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt him for the run up the hill and bring in Daniel Mense to the fore.
And Dory's through on Williams. Dory is through on Williams for 4th place as well, Gaz. So he's got up the order. I don't think there's going to be any change involving the top 3. I just don't see it at all. I think they look consigned to finishing where they are.
Yeah, I don't think Sergio's efforts in getting in the way there helps. I'd not say he did it on purpose. It's always very difficult to judge when there's more than one kart, but that certainly helped Dominic Pine's advance forward to this win if he can get it. And watch the squabble for second into the boot.
Around the outside goes Mentz. He tries to put Michael Cornell under pressure, but Dom Pine is coming out of the last chicane, and he's going to be the winner here in Whilton Mill in the 100 UK Seniors Final. Congratulations to him. He kickstarts his Access Karting UK Championship of 2026 in the best way possible. Michael Cornell second, and Dan Mentz makes it to the podium.
Yeah, fantastic drive by Dominic Pine. Don't forget, he started some 24th earlier on and cut his way through the field, had a mid-grid in Heat 2 and picked up the front as well, didn't he? So he's done extremely well to make up a good 30-odd positions today on his own. The rest of the field comes through. It is Marcus Story who did stave off the attention of Scott Williams for 4th and 5th. Paul Streether comes home in 6th after capitalising on a few errors from other drivers further down. 7th is Matthew Lawrence on the 4. 8th was Hayden Taylor. Second. 9th is Brendan Williams, and 10th, rounding out the top 10, was Oliver Misters, as the rest still stream through your timing screen.
And Tom Scott was 11th, followed by Andrew Hicks. Ryan Gill 13th, Simon Jonu in 14th. It's Josh Cope in 15th position. He was the highest of the novice drivers in that field to finish. Oliver Warnett 16th, and it's Tom Peckle. Tommy Rowe was 18th, Adam Kelly 19th, and it's James Murray in 20th, and it's Artie Cameron. Ed Scoffin, Simon Diver in 23rd place after he advanced from the B final earlier. Marcus Gray 24th, and it's Pete Townsend, Sergio Taggio, and Ross Goodwin, who we also lost in that final.
Yeah.
Gaz, I don't know what happened to him, but that was not his second failure. But that was not his first failure with the race. I'm sure he had some form of issue during that. Cody Pennington retired on the opening lap, and Leo Taggio went no further either.
Yeah. Before we move on, I'm just going to give a shout to Tom Scott. Got some information handed to me earlier by Bradders. Thanks for that, Bradders. It's Tom Scott's first race off his novice plates in seniors. So congratulations, Tom. 11th place. Very well deserved. Well done.
That was a good race from him as well. I mean, he was 7th on the grid, but he ended up finishing in 11th position. But I think considering how heats can play out with drivers on an anomalous number of points.
You look at the calibre of the drivers ahead of him, that is not a slow field, is it? So very well done.
So next up, we've got the GX UK Juniors final.
Getting through these, aren't we? You've only a handful of races left.
Yeah. Well, we've got... How many races have we got left now?
5.
We've got 5, haven't we? Yeah. So that was the first of the finals that we've just had. So it is the GX UK Juniors, and I've got the final grid up and ready for you. In my hand, it may look different slightly on the timing screen, but I have got the drivers in place anyway, roughly, as to where they are on the grid, on the basis of how many points they had achieved in the heats earlier on. So on pole is Ollie Chandler, with Angus Langley in second place, and it's Aidan McGeehan and Jack Griggs on row number 2. Evan Withington and Riley Potts on row 3, with Leonardo Pelaggi and Zach Andrews on row 4. Morgan Potts and Charlie Wiltshire on the 5th row, followed by Leo Anderson and Lewis Prendergast. Danny Dowling and Noah Denham on row 7. And it's Sam Blamey and Lucas Deere, Tyler Rickard and Lewis Tracy on the 9th row of the grid, with Arthur Lennox and Lucas Brown on the 10th row. Bella Froud and Fred Pollard are on row 11, with Joe Hoare and Alfie Nichols on row number 12. Zach Humans-Thomas and Oliver Claydon on row 13. Then it's Chris Mayo and Tom Mayo on the 14th row. Zach Clulin-Morris and Nick Buss round out the top 30. And we've got the 2 drivers that advanced from earlier in the B final, didn't we, Gaz?
Yeah, that was which one? Juniors, wasn't it? So that would have been Tom
Lydiard and James Brown.
Yes. That's interesting. That means there was penalties handed out.
Well,
Didn't Jake Blamey win that one?
Well, I don't know for certain, to be honest with you. I haven't seen Jake Blamey in the field. If we go to the timing data on here, that might tell us whether they are actually. So Tom is in there. James Brown is in there.
That's interesting. So third and fourth got first and second.
Essentially,
Ooh.
yeah. So I think Jake Blamey got thrown out.
Yeah. We'll have a quick look on timing. Jake Blamey, 5 positions, gaining unfair advantage.
Well, that'll be for the collision on the last lap.
Yeah, so they viewed it different to me, which is fine. We've all got a different take on racing, haven't we? Still.
Well, at least that's sorted out very, very quickly.
Yeah, which is so much more helpful, isn't it?
Yeah. We've got 30. Assuming it's got 33 drivers on here, although I think that might be a data thing on the top of here. So
the transponder's not picked up.
Okay. Well, either way, the karts are coming round, and we'll begin the final of the GX UK Juniors in round 1 of 2026 here at Whilton Mill. Do feel free to get involved in the live chat if you have any questions. Let us know who you are rooting for. We are on the pit straight now. The red light becomes green. It's Chandler who leads off the line ahead of Angus Lanley as the 32 kart field navigate their way through. Oh, it's a big accident. That's the 60 going right up in the air. That has to be, just looking at it, it's Arthur Lennox. 2 other karts are also involved in that. That was very, very, very nasty there. The 56 is in there. That's Noah Denham. Noah Denham is also in there, and there's one other driver that's got caught up in that. The yellow flags are out. It's a full course yellow, guys.
Yeah, that may take a few moments to clean up. It might bring the field to a standstill just to give him a final, but we'll see. I mean, there's karts everywhere. So there's 91 that was also involved.
That's
against
Tyler
Barrier.
Rickard.
Yeah, Tyler Rickard. So 3 karts. I think there was more involved, wasn't there? But they're the 3 that got the brunt of it, aren't they?
Yeah.
That was a big impact. To see a kart fly through the air like that makes you a bit apprehensive.
Yeah, luckily he didn't go barrel rolling or anything like that, because that could have been so much worse. But he was able to survive that, and yeah, that's a significant amount of damage. He won't be able to get that back to the pit lane, because all he's doing is dragging the rear bumper with him. He's done.
Could be okay if he can get going. I mean, the bumper's only held on by a couple of bolts anyway into the chassis itself, so
no,
they're gonna make him wait, let the field roll by, and then see if they can get him started from there.
Is that James?
Yeah, it's James Purchase. You can see gesticulating to the passing field in the purple jumper. James, who's done a brilliant job along with James Cannon organising this series, giving us what we've seen today, which has been brilliant so far, I have to say. I've really enjoyed being here doing this. I don't know about you, Tom.
I have as well. I've thoroughly enjoyed today. I really have enjoyed it.
Hopefully then, once they've got was it the 60 cut that was stranded still? I've forgotten already.
It was it's Arthur Lennox is out, and Noah Denham's gone no further either. Tyler Rickard did get going, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if that car was wounded, because there's no way on earth that car is going to be performing to his liking.
Yes, I mean, landing at an angle is always going to bend something, so we'll see how he goes though. I mean, these karts are pretty robust, the GX Juniors and the Seniors as well, so see if he comes around. I mean, if he does come around, you may or may not pull in the pit lane to call it a day on that one, but yeah, full course yellow basically. As we circulate one more time, it'll go green, I would assume, next time around at the start line. I don't think they do it differently. So yeah, just hear it in the timekeepers. They're going to go green next time round at the start line, which is good news.
There are the 2 drivers there, Arthur Lennox and Noah Denham, making the early walk back to the paddock, and they'll be hoping for better luck next time over at Clay Pigeon. That's a terrible shame, that, because they could have come away with a really strong result out of it, and anything could have happened. Ollie Chandler, who came through with 81 points from the heats over the course of the weekend, started the race on pole, he's still in the lead. Aidan McGeehan, who came through third with 78 points, he's sitting in second place with Angus Langley alongside. This is going to be a nip and tuck race, I would expect.
Yeah, it's got all the flavour, hasn't it, to be an exciting race as we go green once again. Ollie Chandler in the pack through into turn 1 and 2, ahead of Aidan McGeown and Angus Langley on the M plate as they filter their way up to Christmas one more time. 2 and 3 wide. Why? Of course it is. Because why wouldn't it be? I'm not sure they made any delays that time though.
Well, there we see them coming out of Inkermans and through Ashby now. To the outside is the number 50 of Aidan McGeehan. You can just see the field just sort of bouncing their way through towards Parker. Oh, that's wheel to wheel between McGeehan and Langley as they came out of Parker, but they survived that. Oh, they're all going to get through Chapman's and the boot safely. You can just see a gap being built up by Ollie Chandler now, so he's got a little bit of a buffer over the rest. But what about the 46 of Evan Withington, who's had some supporters, not just over here at Whilton, but also online as well through the live chat. He is absolutely on form here, is now up into 3rd position.
Yeah, he's having a solid day, isn't he? As he gains up onto the leaders, he's only, well, he's right on the back of him, isn't he? I was going to say he's only half a second off, but he's not. So, yeah, is there a possibility that he could walk away with a win? It's entirely feasible.
Ooh, look how close Langley got to Chandler on the approach to Christmas. He was able to get out of the throttle eventually. Otherwise, that could have been contact. Oh, we just saw the number 2 there that nearly came together. It might have been Alfie Nichols thinking it might have been the twins that collided. No, it was Sam Blamey. It was Sam Blamey that collided. As we see Chandler leading, Langley leading, Withington going through Parker and Chapman. And I'm getting a little bit confused with all the gesturing, especially at this stage of the day.
Juniors in any class and category do it a lot. It's the whole follow me. Well, of course you're going to say that. You're ahead now, but doesn't mean it's going to happen because these are juniors. They're full of adrenaline and everything else, and they won't care about any of that.
As they go over the line to start their 6th lap, it'll be less laps in this one compared to the previous final because of the yellow flag interruption. But you can see Chandler going defensive again with Aidan McGeehan. There we look at Withington and Langley over 3rd place. Everyone getting through Christmas safely once more. Now as they head towards the right-hander of Ashby, wide goes Chandler, and that's the 50 going by of McGeehan. Or did he go by? No, he didn't.
That's still
yeah, he's still there. I was a little bit confused actually. I thought Chandler was letting someone go by as he was going wide at Ashby.
It's Evan Withington who's looking for a move into the lead. Ollie Chandler, who's been quite comfortable there for the most of the day, hasn't he, in 1st position, has now got a challenge coming from behind in the shape of the 46 and at the minute the rest of the field. But hello. Oh, another collision on the last corner.
15, so that's Alfie Nichols and Lewis Tracy coming together at the last corner. They are able to survive that, but we need to see what's going on at the front. Chandler's still leading the way, but look at the gaggle of cars fighting over the same piece of tarmac for 2nd place. It's going to end in tears if they're not careful, but thankfully they survived that. That's the 50 of Aidan McGeehan, almost getting pushed out wide and almost pushing someone else wide as well through Inkermans. And this is the Ashby corner which they're heading through. How will it all play out as they go through Parker and now Chapman? Still no change there, but Aidan McGeehan's lost out big time on this lap.
Yeah, edge of the seat stuff, wasn't it, as they filtered their way through somehow through Christmas and down into Ashby. First 3 still kind of glued together, aren't they, really? As much as the, wow, I mean, how many carts are there? 10, 15 carts, I suppose. But, yeah, still, somehow, Ollie Chandler has not relinquished the lead yet. This is a move into Oblivion and Crook by, I think that was the end plate of Angus Langley into 2nd position. Just after the stripe, yes it was. That's the 46 is on the outside line.
Yeah, around the outside goes Evan Withington, running in 3rd position, wheel-to-wheel contact with Zach Andrews on the exit of Christmas. And now as they go towards Ashby once more, absolutely nip and tuck between these drivers. There is a penalty notice for Lewis Tracy for the contact he had earlier on with Alfie Nichols. It's a 3-second time penalty, but we want to stay focused on the lead because Ollie Chandler's now lost the lead to Evan Withington, who's gone on through. That's going to please his supporters. What about Zach Andrews? Because he's absolutely flying as well.
Yeah, he's come from, what, 4th or 5th. His nose cone looks a bit worse to wear, doesn't it? Hanging below the steering wheel, which won't help him any good. But, yeah, certainly on that Fernando Alonso coloured chassis, he's picked up a few spots, hasn't he, in that one lap?
He has. So they come out with Crook once more.
He's up 6 positions, in fact.
Here we go at Christmas. Langley holds the position to the outside. Goes the 37 of Leo Anderson. This is with Leonardo Palagi. Palagi goes off the circuit and comes back on rather ferociously. I think was able to get away without any form of damage at all.
Yeah, it's pushed him into the pack though, hasn't it? As the rest of them still squabble over the same piece of tarmac. That was a really late move, wasn't it?
That was a late move. I thought it was going to be contact actually with Ollie Chandler, which would have not pleased him in the slightest, but luckily they survived that one. Oh, that was a front bumper to rear bumper between Angus Langley and Zach Andrews entering the boot.
I have to say, the front of that Zach Andrews car looks a bit second-hand, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I'm not so floating about on its own. The bumper looks a bit shorter than it should be.
Well, one driver who has tumbled down the order again, I think Aidan McGeehan's down to 13th. He was running towards the top end of the field. He was like second or third. Yeah. Now he's fallen out of the top 10.
Yeah, he was second row of the grid, wasn't he, I think?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Ooh, there's the 37 with Leo Anderson fighting it out. I think that might have been with Charlie Wiltshire he was going to the outside of. Evan Withington's down to 5th position through all the squabbles that we've had so far in this race. There we see the number 5 of Riley Potts with Leo Anderson to his left-hand side. Now he's having to switch his attention to Leonardo Palagi. Goes for it at Chapman. He gets through. And looking at Ollie Chandler now, he's been passed by Sam Blamey.
Yeah, Sam Blamey carrying that D2. It's not a 0-2. It's not a 12, it's a D2. The D for the Dragon Plate in Landau last season, and the 2 for being runner-up or vice-champion, however you want to call it, in 2025.
We see further back, there's number 3 in the field, well outside the top 10 at the moment. That's Jack Griggs, who was running in 12th position at the end of the lap. But there we look, and that's the number 5 of Riley Potts to the outside. So that's Lewis Prendergast, who's running in 9th. And contact warnings all around. Riley Potts has got one, Lewis Prendergast has got one, Ollie Chandler has got one now as well. They're coming in like thicker and faster now. So
I'm not surprised.
Even Sam Blamey has got one.
I mean, it's been pretty robust stuff out there, hasn't it, with these two? Well, most of the front 10, wasn't it, were bumping and boring and shoving and pushing and whatnot. As again, we see bumper-to-bumper stuff. I mean, that bumper is hanging off that 78.
Yeah, I'm amazed that Andrews' front bumper has remained intact.
Yes.
It's wobbling around, but it's still staying on the car.
I think it's going to find its way to the skip after this one.
Yeah, I'd imagine so as well.
But that is bringing the D2 of Sam Blaney into more contact with this leading pair as he goes defensive. And around the outside, in fact, goes the 78 of Zach Andrews into the lead. What a move that was around at Christmas corner.
It was beautiful stuff there from Zach Andrews, going through into the lead ahead of Angus Langley, and he is hoping he can stay there until the checkered flag. Sam Blamey's right in there as well. Blamey to the inside at Parker, and he's gone through into 2nd position. Andrews is next. Is Blamey through? He doesn't go through, and the attempt had backfired him, and that has allowed Angus Langley to go back into 2nd place. So Blamey's audacious attempt of an overtake for the lead has cost him.
Yeah, trying to move into a gap that was always going to close on you was never going to work. But happily, he didn't spin each other around and block the circuit. They continued on their way. It is now the final lap of the race, so this is going to be ended, well, one way or another, I expect.
Here we go then, last lap here at Whilton Mill in the GX UK Juniors final, the first round of 2026 of the Access Karting UK Series. And you can see the number 19 of Charlie Wiltshire, who's ahead of Leo Anderson. They're fighting over 4th position, but it is Zach Andrews who's close to taking the first final win of the season in the GX UK Junior Series. And there we look at Anderson to the inside of Wiltshire as they go through Parker for the last time. Out wide goes Wiltshire, not able to make it safe, but there's the 29 coming through. That is Leonardo Palagi, who's looking to make amends. Through goes Sam Blaney on Angus Langley to the outside at the boot, but I think his last attempt has just expired. Zach Andrews comes out of the last corner to take the checkered flag to win the first round of the GX UK Junior Series at Whilton Mill.
What a race. Edge of the seat stuff, wasn't it, from start to finish? Great drive by Zach Andrews in what is a very second-hand looking kart, isn't it, for sure? But great drive by Angus Langley in the end plate for 2nd place. Fantastic recovery by the D2 of Sam Blaney to pick up a 3rd position. All helpful and valuable championship points. 4th across the line is Charlie Wiltshire. followed home by Leo Anderson, Leonardo Palagi, who was in the thick of it, I think, more often than not. Jack Griggs, who got shuffled back, finished his 7th. Evan Withington, I'm not sure what happened to Evan.
He was in the lead a little bit earlier, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. He must have been in that melee. He comes home in 8th. Riley Potts is 9th, and Lewis Prendergast brings it back in 10th position.
And further down the order, we've got Aidan McGeehan, Morgan Potts, Lucas Deere in 13th place. It's Bella Froud, Lucas Brown, Zach Fluin and Morris, Oliver Claydon, Zach Humans Thomas, Joe Hoare, Chris Mayo, Fred Pollard, Alfie Nichols, and we've got Lewis Tracy, Nick Boss, Tom Lydiard, Tom Mayo, Ali Chandler down to 27th place. Denny Dowling, James Brown and Tyler Rickard were the last of those to finish. The only drivers that did not finish were those that crashed out on the opening lap, Noah Denham and Arthur Lennox.
I just wonder if Ollie Chandler and Ewan Withington got together somewhere, because they both lost a lot of time somewhere that we didn't see. So they stopped on the back straight for some reason. Are they having a chat with them? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, so I see.
Who's blocked?
Yeah, there's a...
Is that a medical car?
Okay, so something's happened that we...
Yeah, it's the someone crashed in that like 7th place.
So just to inform you on the situation, the carts are stopped on the circuit. Those have just finished have been stopped on the race just to sort out something at pit entry. And
yeah. From what we can gather, there was an incident in the mid-pack on that final lap. So the medical car has been deployed. It's been taken care of. And we'll get some more information on who and what and whatever we can pass on to you later. Hopefully the driver is okay. We see it quite a lot with the junior drivers because they're all under 18. So it's always important to make sure they are absolutely spick and span before they get sent home at the end of the day. So we'll let that play out. In the meantime, what a race that was.
It was a very good race. I'm absolutely surprised by what happened to Ollie Chandler, because he was in the lead for most of that, to tumble down to 27th place. I mean, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a look on the timing on the...
I mean, I'm looking at the rest of the timing. So we got Tyler Rickard that didn't actually finish the race. James Brown didn't finish the race either. And Denny Dowling retired 3 laps from the end. So I wonder what's happened involving any of those drivers that didn't finish the race. I don't know if that's got anything to do with what's happened at pit entry.
It depends who was involved where, doesn't it? Because I can't see the colour of the kart to know from here, but...
It looks like a green kart that I can see on the far side. So I don't know if that is the driver from that kart, or whether there's another kart involved that is hiding behind the pit entry.
Yeah, that we can't see. But just having a look at the lap chart, Ollie Chandler did disappear from the front and continued to drop at a similar time that Evan Witherington did. So I wonder, because they were first and second on the circuit at the same time, whether they got together and that was the cause of them tumbling down the order. Still, nonetheless.
So there will be a delay to the next final we've got, which is the 100 UK Juniors final. And there are 24 that had automatically advanced from the heats, plus the extra 2 that advanced from the B final, to my understanding.
Yeah, it should be the first 2 that home in the B final, but yeah, we have a pause then. We can say Karting Live will be live again next weekend from Fulbeck for their club round. Joe and Nick will be present live and ready for it. I think it's only a Sunday broadcast. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, look out for that. Some more action from Fulbeck in the year, covering some other clubbies and Gearfest. So an awful lot happening at Karting Live just at the minute, and it's great fun.
Just to correct myself, there was no B final for the 100 UK Juniors. It's just simply the top 24 that advanced.
Okay.
So there was no B final for that respective class.
Right. That makes it easier then, doesn't it? That'd be...
So at this moment in time, we're not able to give you any images as to what's going on as we speak. Any information we know will be shared later on. But for now, we're not able to give you those images as to what's taking place right now, out of respect for all the drivers, their friends and family. But in the meantime, we can just focus on what we're here to do, and that is to bring you the action of which we've been treated to an absolutely brilliant affair here at Whilton Mill. Thanks to everyone that's been competing so far today in all the classes, you know, the GX UKs, the 100 UKs, the 115 UKs, whether it be the mods or the pro karts. And thank you to everyone like the TV crew, including the producer and the marshals as well. And of course my co-commentator Gaz has been alongside me the whole day today. And thank you to the communications team for the job they've done as well, and the organisers here at Whilton Mill.
I'm just reading through a couple of the comments on YouTube. Good luck to Lewis Tracy. Might as well support Evan Withing too, seeing as he's my neighbour. I think that's a good reason to support anybody. Yeah, shame where he finished. Was he 12th, wasn't he, in the end, I think? Or was he further down? No, he was 8th, my apologies. So, yeah, he's had a good day, though, despite whatever happened in that final. I think Ewan Withington can be pleased with his performance. Want to take home
Evan
and
Withington.
Look back? Yeah, Evan Withington, my apologies. Good luck, Noah. What was Noah? Noah Denham, yeah. So didn't finish that one. And back in Lewis Prendergast and Lewis Tracy in this one. I think they did quite well as well, didn't they?
Prendergast
running at the top 10, yeah.
He did very well in that race, actually, did Prendergast. He did better than I thought he would do, in all honesty. So those who have come through the field to finish where they've ended up in terms of racecraft. Sam Blamey, 15th to 3rd. Charlie Wiltshire came from 10th to 4th. Leo Anderson, 11th to 5th. Looking further down, Zach Lugan Morris, I think it's him. Yeah, he came through from 29th to 16th in that grand final there.
Good effort.
Very, very good effort indeed.
Brad Philpott says, what a race so far. I think that was during the race, but yes, Brad, that was an amazing race. That was thrilling from start to end, that was. What a great race. I think that could be, I'm going to put it to Joe, that could be race of the month, because why not? Of course, we've got all that to come up as we approach the end. Karting Live, Joe Bradley will pick his race of the month across all categories and classes and wherever we've been in the world covering karting. So look out for that towards the end of April, early May. There's always some absolute belters. We've seen some cracking racing over the years that we'll be doing this, and some more often than not, the junior categories have been the ones that have really highlighted how good racing can be. And as Joe and Nick have both said a few times in commentary, I think there's a lot the seniors can learn from some of these junior drivers on racecraft and ability to continue and fight on. Certainly shown that today in that last heat, I think. Despite the wheel banging, ultimately it was fairly clean. So, yeah, a bit more of that, please.
Just looking outside, actually, I've seen one of the kart drivers. He's actually got both his feet on top of the front end of his kart, because he's fed up with having to keep his legs on the pedals the whole time.
Who's that with number 5?
Yeah,
of
Riley Potts.
Yes. A couple more messages coming in. Thank you very much for being part of it today. It's certainly made the afternoon a lot more entertaining for Tom and me to read through these. Go on, Kai Turner. Well, he's gone on an awful lot today and dominated, hasn't he? So I think we'll see a bit more of the same when we see him on circuit.
He's in the next race as well. He's got the final of the 100 UK Juniors. And Kai Turner, for those who support him, he's on pole.
There's a shock. We'll see how that goes. I think he's going to look very good, though, too. I mean, fingers crossed, touching some wood, to wrap up this one in some fine form. But yeah, good luck, Milo, in your first TKM final. Yeah, definitely. See how he gets on. Hopefully.
Milo Purchase is starting in 19th in the 100 UK Juniors final. while they gathered 41 points from the heats earlier. So Kai Turner ended up with the most points over the course of the heats in the 100 UK Juniors. 87 he got, and it's Oliver Borg second with 83, then Lucas Kelly third with 82, and then it's Tom Platinum fourth with 73.
It's going to be a good final, that, isn't it? Shaping up to be very good.
A very good final indeed.
Noah Stainsby saying, come on, William Brooks. I was driver coaching him yesterday, so all credit goes to me. Well, that's very modest.
And of course, of all the entries across the classes compared to 2025, the 100 UK Juniors have gone up by 2, so we've got 24 this year. The 100 UK Seniors have gone up by 11. The 115 UK have gone up by 1. It's better than nothing. I've got the GX UK Cadets, they've gone up by 6. The GX UK Juniors have gone up by 14. The GX UK Senior have gone up by 1. And the GX UK Pro Karts have gone up by 10.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some very big number shifts there, isn't there? Great though, isn't it? I mean, the series is just going from strength to strength, and it's brilliant to see it do that. And when James Purchase and James Cannon moved away from another series they were running with at the time, it was just the 100 UK and the juniors, and to bring on the Hondas and all that they have, it's brilliant to see all this, and it to continue to grow as well. I mean, 235 entries today. I think it was 140 something, I've forgotten now, from last year.
Who's this, sorry?
For Access Karting round 1 last season.
Okay.
So yeah, the series continues to go from strength to strength, and hopefully, I think we're doing a couple more this year. I can't remember which ones.
Yeah, I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed today so far. You know, it's been brilliant with the racing we've had, and hopefully I aim to be back here to do more of it. I mean, we've got Clay Pigeon on the 16th and 17th of May. GYG on the 13th and 14th of June. And it's the 10-year anniversary event at Butmore Park on the 25th and 26th of July. And then the Access Karting UK Series returns for round 4 at Rower in Cumbria on the 15th and 16th of August. Then the penultimate round at Warden Law on the 19th and 20th of September. And then the last round being over at Llandough in Wales on the 17th and 18th of October. And the communications team are kind of like laughing a little bit of my Welsh pronunciation there. It's not the best. That's why I'm not a Welshman. But we were discussing earlier, Gaz, about certain words in Welsh.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not the easiest language, is it? But you've done well, so don't worry.
I've probably done well. I've probably done better than some would be able to. And all I can say is that, because I've mentioned earlier I've got a colleague from elsewhere who lives near Cardiff, or he's from near Cardiff. And he's taught me a few words in Welsh. And like a few phrases and that.
Yes, despite my heritage, it's not something I've ever learned. It's too hard for me. Not the most illiterate for the most part, but I can confirm that the other rounds we're covering this year is the Buckmore Anniversary and Warden Law. So mark that in your calendar. We'll be doing that on the 25th and the 26th of July for the anniversary round at Buckmore, and Warden, Joe's home circuit, which I'm sure you've heard no end of already, on the 19th and 20th of September. That's holding the GP plate as well, so another plate to be added into the Access Karting collection.
And shout out to Joe and Nick for the work they've done over in the United Arab Emirates this weekend. So if you have just joined us and wondering why there's no action on the circuit right now, the reason for it is there's been some form of incident at pit entry, which we can't show you any images at this moment in time. But when we do have updates, we'll keep you informed with them. In terms of how everything has been with the action, we've had some topsy-turvy races. Some have been breathtaking to watch in terms of the battles. Others have been chaotic. We had a race earlier where out of 26 starters, only 15 made it to the end. We lost a number in the opening fields. I think we lost like 4 drivers on the first lap, or 5 drivers rather. And then it was just mechanical problems galore after that. And a shout out to the likes of Angus Langley and Sam Blamey, who came into this one with the Macy Cup winner and Dragon plates on their cars, hence why they had M and D2 instead of like a normal number. They've driven beautiful races in the final, finishing 2nd and 3rd respectively. And of course, those GX UK juniors are currently out on circuit. They're not back in the pit lane yet because the pit lane entry is currently blocked. And of course, if you have a favourite moment from the action that you've seen so far today, then feel free to comment in the live chat. Let us know the best moments in terms of action, commentary, just whichever bit you've enjoyed the most, and we'll give it a shout out. And right now, you can see spectators looking on what's been going on the racetrack over the course of today. A lot of these have been around since around about 9 o'clock this morning for the beginning of the heats. We got underway around about 9:45 local time. We've had many heats so far. We had something like 19 heats in total, with 3 B finals and 6 grand finals, of which we have had 2 of them so far. And so we are just patiently waiting for the action to resume until what is going on at pit entry has been seen to. We won't be able to resume racing at this moment in time. Sam Blamey was able to set the fastest lap of the race on in that final.
I've got some ibuprofen. Anything will do. That's alright, don't rush yourselves. It's alright. I wasn't sarcastic, I said I've got some, don't worry. I actually bought some ibuprofen.
Welcome back. And in case you've just tuned in wondering why you are not seeing anything on circuit at the moment, we had an incident at pit entry which has been seen to, and so we can resume with the action here in Whilton Mill. And then we've got the 100 UK Juniors final coming up very, very shortly. Kai Turner will be on pole position ahead of Oliver Borg. We're just waiting for the GX UK Juniors to make their way back into the pit lane, and once they do go back into the pit lane, into Parc Fermé, then we can resume with the action. In terms of news in relation to the incident which had prevented the GX UK Juniors cars going back into the pit lane, we're not able to provide that information for the time being. So running down on the grid then for the 100 UK Juniors final. Kai Turner on pole, Oliver Borg in second place, it's Lucas Kelly and Tom Platten on the second row, and it's Seth Jones and Jack Scott on the third row of the field. Elena Ospar-Scott and Harry Bowler on row 4, and it's Jensen Houghton and Louis Nguy on the fifth row. Mason Pennington and Jess Williams on row 6, it's Devon Giles and Jaden Solo, Dan Clayton and Will Brooks round out the top 16. And then we've got Ben Pinfold and Leo Stern, followed by Milo Purchase and Zach Lowe. Ezra Grove and Logan Pedge are on the 11th row of the grid, and making up the 24 starters are Zach Mentz and Harry Platten. Well, the drivers are in their karts now, so it's a matter of time before we do see them out on circuit.
Yeah, they've cleared the incident, haven't they, now, from pit entry. I think the karts have been waved through to scrutineering, so I don't think it'll be too long before we get underway. Hopefully, I mean, if today has been anything to go by, this is going to be a brilliant final.
We're seeing the drivers getting out of the karts, and I wonder what this might mean.
There's an awful lot of people in orange vest gathering on the dummy grid. I think they're having a team briefing, a driver briefing on something. Yeah,
there's some form of briefing going on. We can just see outside of our commentary position that the drivers are being consulted over maybe something that had happened in the earlier race. And they've just been spoken to by either the marshals or the organisers here at Whilton Mill, just to ensure that we do have a safe race as much as possible.
So where are we on time? We are, what, about 15 minutes behind now? So we're going to have a little bit of a later finish today, but I'm sure the circuit will be booked until 6. We've still got a bit of a window to complete proceedings. Either way, we'll have the heat completed. There's only, 4 left now, isn't there? As we get ready for the final.
So thank you to everyone that's been waiting patiently for the action to get underway. And just a shout out to Gavin, saying the best moments have been watching Lee Harrison coming through from bad start to finishing third race in his last race that he competed in. And thank you as well to Multi-Hobby Mum, saying great footage all day watching from home with Harvey from HM Motorsport as well. So the drivers are back in their karts now, or most of them are anyway. I'm sure we'll have a rescheduled time as to when they'll be allowed on circuit.
It'll be as soon as the marshals are in their posts, which, by the sounds of the engines, they are. So where we go for the start of the junior final, or at least the warm-up lap.
And just a reminder, it's Kai Turner on pole position ahead of Oliver Borg, Lucas Kelly and Tom Platten third and fourth, Seth Jones and Jack Scott on row number 3, followed by Elena Ospar Scott and Harry Bowler. And it's Jensen Houghton and Louis and Guy on row number 5. Mason Pennington and Jess Williams on row number 6. There's Devon Giles and Jaden Solo on the 7th row. Dan Clayton and Will Brooks on row number 8. And it's Ben Pinfold and Leo Cern on the 9th row. Mila Purchase and Zach Lowe on row 10. And then we've got Ezra Grove and Logan Pedge on row 11. And at the back, we've got Zach Mentz and Harry Plutton.
Yes, Kai Turner up in the front. It's a very dominating day, isn't he? I mean, him and Oliver Borg have certainly shown the majority of the field how it's done. Elena Scott, I don't think she'd be too disappointed with 9th place. She had a heat win, didn't she, earlier on? Was she spun and then dropped down, or did she retire? I can't remember, but that's knocked her down a few places, but her points have kept her within that top 10 window. As we go around again one more time, and the plumes of oily, petrol-y smoke from the 2 strokes. Oh, what a sight. It smells great too. It's a shame we're not here if you're watching on TV just to take that in, but look at that. Oh, it's just like being in the 90s.
I know, I mean, right? The old days of go-kart, and of course, anywhere you watch cars with combustion engines fitted to them. Beautiful.
Absolutely.
But there we see the field. Now the driver in with the M plate, that is Kai Turner, who is a Macy Cup winner earlier this year. That's why he's got the M plate in front of him. Oliver Borg is in the 34, hoping he can take the first win of the season overall in the 100 UK Juniors.
Yep, here we go then. We're going to slow the pack down on that back straight, get everybody in the 2x2. A little bit of tyre warming, very leisurely tyre warming, so it's probably not doing an awful lot except for making the lap longer.
So we've got Kai Turner on the far side in that black kart, with 34 in the pink. As they come out or gone through the chicane. They go through that chicane when they go racing here. Red light becomes green, and we resume racing here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, and straight away it's Kai Turner who takes hold of that lead and has got a good couple of cut lengths already over Oliver Borg, who's on the compromise line into the first turn. Around the outside of him goes Lucas Kelly. Does he get around? Yes, he does. That pushes Oliver Borg back once. But in fact, no, he doesn't. I'm lying to you. Oliver Borg held on to that. I don't know how he managed that. It was a great move. As we've got a collision further down, that's Jesse Williams in the 40 on the left. I can't quite pick out the other car. It looked like a 47.
Is that a 47?
Well, it's 67.
It's a 67. That
Harry
is
Bowler.
Harry Bowler.
Yeah.
So two of the drivers who are running towards the front of the field are both effectively out of the running to win this one. So it's Kai Turner who leads the way, and the next driver behind him coming through the boot, that is Oliver Borg in second position. And then we look at the 32 of Lucas Kelly being chased by the 20 of Seth Jones. It's Tom Platten in 5th, and it's Elena Osbar-Scott in 6th place as they begin the second lap.
Yeah, she's had a great start. She's making out from 3 positions there on the opening lap. She's kept herself in touch with this leading group as there's a move by the 222. Down the inside, Tom Platten almost makes it stick. The 20 of Seth Jones thinks otherwise and continues on his way onto that 4th position. Opened a bit of a gap now towards the 3rd place man of Lucas. Say Luke Man, they're all children, aren't they? They're under 16 this lot, but their driving is impeccable, isn't it? More often than not. We're hoping today.
Yeah, Zach Lowe has not gone any further in this one in the 57, so he's effectively out of it as well. I'm not sure if he actually took the start either, did Zach, but his race is effectively run. He's down to 23 runners in this final. And over the line they come to complete lap number 2. And at the moment, it's Kai who continues to lead the way. As a change further down the Leo Louis and Guy and Jaden Solo have made up positions. Milo Purchase has gone up the order as well. Harry Bowler has got through on Zach Menz on that second lap, determined to make up for lost time. As they head towards Ashby again, there's the 32 leading the 20. That's Lucas Kelly ahead of Seth Jones in the fight for 3rd position.
Yeah, as they filter through a move by the 222, Tom Platten. Yeah, I think there was a nudge there, wasn't it? He pushed Seth Jones out and wide. That brings in Osbar Scott and the 0 of Jack Scott into play. Jack Scott nipping through and taking 3 positions out of that somehow. Fair play.
That was beautiful from Jack Scott. He took 2 positions around the outside on the approach to the boot, and he made it absolutely stick. That was splendid.
Yeah, great bit of opportunistic driving there. Kept his head on his shoulders, didn't he? And didn't get flustered by what was happening in front of him. Brilliant move there. And that moves him up into, where is he now? 4th position. So, yeah, the question will be, can either one get away and chase down 3rd position Lucas Scott on that 32, just disappearing out of your shot, and defend from the 222 of Tom Platten, who's going to want that back no time sooner than later.
Here we go then, 8.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here at Whilton Mill. The drivers have been fighting out brilliantly. There's a black and orange flag for Dan Clayton in the number 10. Probably may have like a rear bumper or something hanging off the car.
Yeah, that or a chain guard or something like that, possibly. But he's not in our... No, he's quite a long way down the list, isn't he? He's in 13th place, so he'll find his way to pit lane once he's seen the board and acknowledged it. Meanwhile, as the field stream through, what a great shot that is here at Whilton Mill. Spectacular piece of land that, for sure. Another more hand gestures going on. Follow me by Jaden Salu in the number 1.
Yeah, the number 11 slowing as well. Unless he deliberately allowed Lewin and Guy to go on through that easily, I think he might have got a problem.
Jensen Horton, he's dropping back a bit, isn't he? He's down.
Yeah, Jensen's slowing at the moment. So he's not going at a very good rate of knots as far as his pace is concerned.
Still, as we catch back up with the battle for 3rd positions, Kai Turner has already got a 1.5 second lead over Oliver Borg as he flashes through the shot, as Lucas Kelly fends off the attentions of Jack Scott on the 0 and the 222 of Tom Platten. Now things better at this time. Oshbar Scott looking for a move on Seth Jones in the background, nothing doing that time as we head down through Inkermans, the awful bumps that upset every kart, and into Ashby's. Staying well clear. So there's a move by the 0 plate of Jack Scott up into 3rd position. Forces the 32 wide, and through goes Thomas Platten on the 222 as well. So a couple of poor corners there not on purpose by Lucas Kelly, but it's cost him 2 positions nonetheless.
Yeah, so Platten through into 4th place, but he's now got Jack Scott in the way. So Lucas Kelly losing 2 positions on that lap. So he drops down into 5th position. Seth Jones is the next driver behind, and then it's Elena Ospar-Scott, who's had a race to remember so far. She may be down 1 spot, or maybe in the same spot as where she was on the grid, but she's maintained her position very, very well. There goes Elena Ospar-Scott on Seth Jones. She thought about a move, but wisely backed out of it.
Yeah, she started 9th on the grid, didn't she? So she's up 2 spots currently, so she's dropped 1 place somewhere, because she was 6th at one point. But yeah, we keep an eye on this battle still going on it for 3rd position. I think Jack Scott's got away a little bit, hasn't he, from Thomas Platten on the 222. Lucas Kelly is certainly dropping back into the clutches of Seth Jones in 6th, as the leaders are just utterly clearing off, aren't they, into the distance.
2 seconds the gap between Kai Turner and Oliver Borg as they begin the 8th lap of this race. Less than 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go here at Whilton Mill, and it looks like Kai Turner may have this one sewn up.
Yeah, he's making good work of it, isn't he, for sure. Showing everybody why he's got that end plate and making sure they realise he's a contender for this overall championship. Based on this performance, he's dominated the day. He's looked very good throughout all the heats and practice over the weekend. Oliver Borg's had a good turnout, hasn't he? He won a heat this morning, didn't he? And he's been more often not at the front, hasn't he, for the final heats of the day we had.
So Jack Scott is holding up Tom Platten now for the final podium position. How long will it be before Platten decides to go for it? Well, if he's going to go for 2nd place, he needs to get by Scott very, very soon. There's just no way through for Tom Platten to make it work as they come out with the last chicane, and this is where he really has to get the hammer down and stay within the toe and stay within attacking range to send it at Christmas.
Yeah, he got good drive, didn't he, out of the last corner, and gained a couple of inches onto the back bumper of Lucas Scott. He's not close enough coming into the straight there, so I wonder if they've got slightly different gearing set up. So one of them's got more punch and the other one's got more straight line or top end. But yeah, if you can make it work and move, as we slightly over half distance now in this 100 UK Juniors final. Something loose on the back of that Zero kart, isn't there? I can see on the exhaust. Is it just where the number board is? Well, there's definitely something flapping around, isn't there? Maybe it's just the exhaust tie.
Is that our Plutton's kart or is that our Scott's kart?
It was Scott's kart. Might get another shot of that as they come through the boots. Yeah, there's something flapping now. I think it's just the exhaust.
Yeah, I can see it is. It's
strapped, mounted
strapped
to itself. So
okay.
shouldn't be anything to worry about. Shouldn't come loose anyway. As I think these guys have started to close in on Oliver Borg. The gap was over 2 seconds a lap ago, wasn't it? And now it's down to slightly under 8/10. So this battle for second certainly isn't over yet, is it?
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. Oliver Borg holding up Jack Scott and Tom Plutton in the fight for the runner-up position. I think they might be coming up to back markers because Kai Turner is coming up to lap, who I believe is Zach Menz, because he's now 50 seconds off the lead. So this will be a lapped car of which Borg and Scott and Plutton will be heading on by. There is that lapped car. Hopefully it does not get in the way of the leads coming through. Zach needs to stay out of this, and he gets out of the way of Borg, gets out of the way of Scott, and gets out of the way of Plutton.
Yeah, I've just seen the contact warning now. There's a mechanical for Oshbar Scott, so there's something not quite right with her kart as she was flying the orange circle in the black background, the meatball flag, if you like. So we'll see if we can pick out why that is. But if that takes her out of the race, that will cost her her 7th position at the minute and some valuable championship points that she could have bagged. But see what unfolds as the race goes on.
And there we look at the battle for second position between Borg, Scott and Plutton. What is it that Scott needs to do at this moment in time, Gaz?
Well, I think, to be fair, at the minute, he's got 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, plus the extra lap as well. He needs to figure out where he can be quicker than Oliver Borg, because you know Oliver Borg's been rapid all day. He's not going to make it easy. He's going to defend where he needs to. He's got to think his way past him by setting up the move long before he gets it. So like now is a perfect opportunity. Oliver Borg has gone wide, so Jack's going to go around the outside. No, he can't. So he's got to find a way there. He can do it on the infield, because I think Oliver Borg's going to be doing that for the rest of the race, defending hard. He's got to find a move here somewhere, but no, the infield here is very difficult because it's still quite quick corners entry and things. But we go into Chatham, and it's like, was Oliver Borg indicating to the left there? Was that just my eyes?
I don't know, but he's holding up Jack Scott now. Tom Plutton is thinking about getting involved in this as they come through the boot once more. Scott to the outside, taking a slightly different line to what Borg is doing before they approach the last chicane. And onto the pit straight they go now to begin what will be their 13th lap. We've got just under 90 seconds to go. I'd say we've got 3 more laps of this race here at Whilton Mill. Is Jack Scott going to go on through ahead of Oliver Borg as they go onto the back straight towards Christmas? Tom Plutton on the inside of Scott for 3rd position. No way through at the moment for Plutton by the looks of it, because I think Scott is going to have the high ground on the exit, but that squabble has cost Scott ground to Oliver Borg in the fight for second.
Yeah, but he's immediately got that back because Oliver Borg went defensive into Ashby's without realising he had a gap on them, which has brought him straight back to him. But all the while he's backing them up. Look who's coming back. It's the 32 of Lucas Kelly. So I think ultimately backing everybody up is great, but it's going to cost them all time in the end. And, well, there you go. That's the move done now, dusted, I would say, by Jack Scott on the 0. Now it's up to the other 2 to find their way past Oliver Borg. Whatever has happened to that 34 car, it has certainly tailed off, hasn't it, in this final?
Yeah, the 32 of Lucas Kelly has got involved in this now, so it's a 4-way battle for second position. It's Jack Scott leading this group ahead of Oliver Borg, Tom Plutton and Lucas Kelly. Jaden Solo has made his way up into 6th place as we see the 32 go to the inside. Lucas Kelly goes through on Tom Plutton for 4th position at Christmas. Now there's to go through Inkermans and Ashby for the penultimate time in this race. Will we see any more twists in this final in the 100 UK Juniors?
Yeah, what a great move that was. Has he got enough time to close that air gap he's got to the back of that 34 car of Oliver Borg, who does seem to be struggling a bit as he's gone wide. In fact, as I say that, he's carried too much speed through Chatham and has let Tom Plutton back through. All that work undone at Christmas corner straight away.
Yeah, Kelly back behind Plutton now in the fight for 4th position. These two seem to be in their own separate battle compared to Scott and Borg. The last lap is out now for the race leader, Kai Turner, who is going to come away as the well-deserved winner in the 100 UK Juniors here at Whilton Mill. But the battle for 4th place is far from done. Plutton cuts across on Kelly just before the braking zone. at Christmas. But I have to say, Kelly has fought brilliantly here, but I think it's going to be a little too late.
Yeah, it was bumper to bumper Cox up there. He's gone defensive into Ashby. Will that compromise his run? No, it doesn't. He's got away with it. I can see a yellow flag at the final corner, so this is certainly going to change the end of the race for them. As we pick up our race leader, Kai Turner on the end plate, who has dominated more often than not today. He's proved how quick he really is. He rounds the final corner with some 6 seconds to take the final win of the day in the UK 100 Junior Final. What a great drive.
Kai Turner wins at Whilton Mill. Jack Scott is going to hold on to second place ahead of Oliver Borg. Tom Plutton holds off Lucas Kelly to the end for 4th position. It's Jaden Solo who's driven beautifully to 6th place ahead of Seth Jones, Lewin and Guy, Devon Giles and Milo Purchase making it into the top 10. Well done to Purchase actually for doing a super job there. And then we wait for Harry Bowler to go over the line in P11, and it will be Harry Plutton and Ben Pinfold in 12th and 13th, with Jess Williams, the last driver, on the lead lap in 14th position.
Yeah, great drive. I'll give a shout out to Milo Purchase, as I think James was telling me, his dad was telling me, it's his first season in the juniors up from cadets. So yeah, great performance to finish in the top 10 at your first event. And look at all the smokers they've lifted off. Love it. Yeah, it was good racing that. I really enjoyed that one.
It was a very enjoyable one. And just to run down the rest of the finishers, Ezra Grode was 15 for light down, followed by Leo Stern. Sat Menz also made it to the end. And I think we've transitioned over to the GX UK Senior Final, which will be brought to you very, very shortly. We're just waiting for the karts of the previous race to head back into the pit lane. Once they are, then we can switch our attentions to the 100 UK Seniors, or the GX UK Senior Final, waiting to head on to the racetrack.
Yeah, only a handful of races left now. I think we've got 3 races to go once the GX UK Seniors are underway. In a moment's view, I can hear the engines running, so the grid is being cleared. The drivers are all sat in their karts and ready. I can see Lewis Jones towards the sharp end, which is a bit of a surprise. He's a bit of an up and down day, despite his 2 heat wins yesterday. But this, I think, to be fair, is set up to be a belter. We've got all the fast drivers at the front. They've given us some great entertainment all day, so let's see how this one shapes up to be.
We'll see soon enough. We'll get a grid up for you very, very shortly on the GX UK Senior 2026 final. Now, we had 64 entries for this specific class at the beginning of the weekend, and we are down to our final 32, to my understanding.
Yeah, I can't give you the Alpha Timing has decided it doesn't want to play ball, so I can't show you the grid for some reason, but we shall go through that as they filter out onto the circuit. Just got a couple of karts to be recovered down at Oblivion and Crook. There's a gate down there which is extremely helpful, although it's a very long run to the pit exit from there. Pushing a heavy kart too is not always the best. Another trolley heading out into the infield, so hopefully there's not... I can't see another car. Can't you see another car out there, Tom? I can't.
I'm seeing a kart that I think stopped over at the first proper braking zone of Crook that the marshal, I think, is bringing over. So I can just see out of a reflection of the commentary box that there is actually a green kart that stopped.
Yeah, I can see it. Is it on the circuit?
I can see it on the circuit, I think. I'm sure it is on the circuit. I have to walk away from my commentary position to really see it. I think it might be away from the firing line now.
Yeah, they're letting them out anyway. So we'll see who clicks out on the timing, as Alpha's decided to give up on us. So it will be Aaron Alexander, I believe, on pole position, as much as time as says the other, who's a guest driver this weekend for GXR, sorry, running under the FSR Haas brand this weekend. Ross Deal, not surprisingly, is third on the grid according to the timing boards. Matthew Roberts will start fourth. Lewis Jones in fifth. Matthew Glazebrook is sixth. Sorry about that. Philip Richardson is seventh. Jacob Sharnock is eighth. Brad Philpott, who's had a good afternoon, is ninth. Jack Langford is 10th. Henry Alp Williams in 11th. Harvey Still in 12th. He's had a solid day. Alex Wannabe in 13, Daniel Booth in 14, Sam Hooper 15, Matthew Davis in 16, Oscar Prietti, Adam Holloway, Harley Smith, Alex Horn, Russell Eden, Leon Blindell and Elliot Price is the top 24 as we wait for timing. We've got Tim Kaziz down in 27th. He won't be happy with that. Lenx Ferguson Walker, Daniel Howarth, Ronnie Townsend, Ash Candola, Ethan Hall and Luca Dolby are your 33 kart grid with Sunby somewhere.
So it's the number 7 that stopped on the circuit, but we'll go to the start now as the drivers are ready to go here. The red light becomes green at Whilton Mill. We see Ross Deal leading the field into turn number 1, followed by Lewis Jones and Aaron Alexander. Phil Richardson is in there as well, fancying a go. And now we can see the field entering towards Christmas for the first time. Hopefully they'll get through here with no issues at all. And it looks like everyone's behaved through that, Gaz.
Yeah, it was very much follow the leader, wasn't it? No bumping and boring this time, as we've seen previously. But it's the 86 of Ross Deal. Oh, somebody's off in the background. Who was that? Let's wait for that to pick up. It is the 90. Is that the 90?
93.
Or 93?
It's 93.
There's a tyre mark in the wrong place in the sideboard.
There's Dan Bove. Dan Bove, who was running in 17th position at the beginning of that race, has fallen down to the back.
Yeah, good spot. As the leaders come around to complete the first lap, they head through Pitts Bend and use all of that curve. I mean, honestly, my back hurts, but that's got to be painful through there. As Ross Deal takes the crowd over the line for the first time ahead of Lewis Jones, I expect to make a bit more ground and possibly challenge for the win of this race. Aaron Alexander is down to 3rd, Matthew Roberts down to 4th, Philip Richardson is 5th.
As we see the 75 of Aaron Alexander going through on Lewis Jones for 2nd position. There was a good pass there from Aaron, making his way through the field and towards the 86 of Ross Deal, who's holding on to the lead at this moment in time as they go towards Chapman for the 2nd time in this race. 10.5 minutes to go plus 1 lap. Deal leads, it's Jones, Alexander, Roberts, Richardson, Glazebrook, Philpott is in 7th place, and it's Langford, Davis and Wannabe.
Yeah, a good couple of laps out, wasn't it, by the field? Everybody's still circulating. I can't believe how much curve they use there. That's just incredible. Cannot be good for the chassis, I would have thought, but still over the line one more time, and it's nose to tail for our first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 karts as they filter through your screen and out of oblivion up to Christmas. It's the 75 of Aaron Alexander going for the lead. Take-quick manoeuvre, isn't it, really? We've seen that all day now, haven't we?
Yeah, we've seen the number of drivers just allowing their competitors to go and by through there because they don't want to lose too much time, and allowing the field to just claw in because it just ends up becoming a game of jeopardy.
Yes. Little hand gesture by Aaron Alexander to say, come on then, follow me, let's go. But very wide by the 30 of Matthew Glazebrook there on the cut-through slip roads.
And there's a penalty notice for Dan Booth for the probably for the contact on the first lap. So it doesn't make it any better for him. The off he had on lap number 1. And there we see Aaron Alexander leading the field round to complete the 3rd lap of the race now. And he's leading to the lead over Ross Deal, is in 2nd.
That's the leaders stream through your shots. And we watch the pack filter through behind. A little bit of a jink out there by Lewis Jones. He thinks better of it this time. Not really close enough to make a move. As we pick up on Brad Philpott on the O plates. And that all black with the fluorescent purples and reds. Back to the sharp end now. Into Parkers. Down the hill. Not really no overtaking chance there, but is there going to be one in here? Nah. Nose to tail we go one more time.
And through the infield they come again. Aaron Alexander leading Ross Deal. Ross Deal in the white helmet. He's giving it his all with Aaron having the race of his life as we speak. He started at the head of the field. Chase Weatherman, who started in 2nd position. The fast lap of the race going to Phil Richardson on the 55.85 to his name, and I take that back now because Aaron Alexander has that to his credit.
That's commentator's curse, isn't it? As soon as you say something, it immediately doesn't happen and it's changed. But yeah, this leading few karts are looking quite strong, aren't they? They're not really stringing each other out, are they? Which is good. I'm going to see a move into Ashby. No, thinks better of it does Ross Deal this time round. Not Matthew Roberts is up into second from a move down in Chapman last time round ahead of Lewis Jones. Lewis has lost a couple of spots, hasn't he? He was up into second at one point, but there's me saying I expect him to challenge for the win. We'll see how we unfold later on though. Still got over half of this race still to go for this to shake out into some sort of order.
Through the chicane they come. There's 75, there's the 86. It's the number 2 of Matthew Roberts in third position now ahead of Jones. Got by him on the previous lap before the one that was just completed. And, shout out to Brad Philpott, who's running in P7, or now 8th, because he's behind Jack Lamford at the beginning of the swamp.
It's cost him a bit of time, hasn't it, whatever it was, as we go 3 wide on the exit of Christmas and down through Inkerman, down the hill. This will sort itself out in a minute as he head into Ashby. And it's going to be the number 2 forcing his way through of Matthew Roberts into the lead.
Oh dear, that's a car up in the air. Who was that? That would have been the number 3 of Leo. No, so it's Phil Richardson. Phil Richardson went up in the air, and he was so lucky that the front end was not wrecked.
Yeah, nobody collected on the way, because when the front wheels aren't in the floor, you can't turn, can you? So very fortunate that he was going in a straight line when that happened. But still, this battle rages on with these 8 karts. That's brought Brad Philpott back into contention. He dropped a couple of kart lengths after the previous laps shenanigans with Jack Lamford and I think it was Matthew Glazebrook he was squabbling with. But so a bit of a gap now between Lewis Jones just opened up, and him in second place of Matthew Roberts. Matthew Roberts, who did lead at one point, is now third again. So as quickly as it changes back again, doesn't it?
Yeah. So we can see Ross in the lead now over Aaron, and it's Matthew in third position, as it was at the beginning of the lap. And just Lewis Jones a little bit further back in fourth position, given his all. There's just no way through for him as we speak, as we see the field come through the infield for the 7th time in this race. Less than 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go. We're essentially halfway through this final in the GX UK Senior Series here at Whilton Mill, Northamptonshire, United Kingdom. And out of the last corner, that was a good drive from Alexander, because Deal's line on the exit wasn't particularly the best.
No, certainly compromised him, hasn't it? On the exit, and now not help him all the way up towards Christmas corner, as he's got the attentions of Aaron Alexander, who looks to go around the outside in the 75. He's shown the grass, but he does not back out of that and takes the second position. Or did he not take second position and Matthew Roberts jumped them both? I think he made the position and lost it immediately as Matthew Roberts took them both for the lead.
So here they come again, as you can see. The driver that pulled to the side earlier on is watching on. That was the driver on the, I think that's Luca Dolby, who stopped on the formation that whilst these were getting underway. But so far, so good for the field, who have been enjoying the experience around here, whether they've raced here before or it's their first time. I'm sure they've been treated to an absolute belter here, and there'll be a whole lot more to come during the course of the year for them.
Yeah, Whilton Mill does offer good racing throughout whenever we visit here and we're commentating or broadcasting. It's always a good place to be.
So here they are, coming through, the leaders in second, third and fourth, or the leader as well for that matter, as they come towards Ashby and Parker for the lead. And now Chapman again. It's Matthew Roberts. It's showing that he is in the lead, but in actual fact it's Aaron Alexander who's gone through on this lap. And Ross Deal in third position in the 86. He's hoping he can make amends and get his way through back to the front. He hasn't got a lot of time remaining in this one.
Yeah, some good 3 minutes plus the lap still, so at the minute I wouldn't say it's stagnated a little bit, but I think the drivers are a bit more circumspect and not pulling all their moves and showing all their cards. As I say that, there's always a move for the lead, isn't there? Can he hang on to it though? He's looking to fight him back through Inkermans. That is a brave move to try and force. He's done it though.
Absolutely.
Can Alexander hang? Sorry, Alexander hang on? Yes, he can.
He can, but now he's got 3 drivers all over the back of him that could be in the lead by the end of this lap. He's now got Matthew Roberts right on his tail, and there's Ross Deal pushing out Matthew Glazebrook to the far side. And look at Brad Philpott, who's getting involved in this now in the number 0 in that green helmet. He lifts his hand up in frustration because he's been bumped by another driver. And then behind him is the number 3 of Phil Richardson. But Philpott is going to be under attack here on this pit straight and is going to be swamped here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have a lot of momentum, does he, to carry out that last corner, which is always going to hurt him from there all the way up to turn 3 at Christmas Corner, where our leaders are at right now. As they filter through, as a move by Matt Glazebrook, he forces Brad Philpott out wide. He says no thank you, holds the line through Inkermans again. Almost a repeat of last time as we go 3 wide into Ashby. It's Sharnock, isn't it, and the number 1 who's dived through. He has. That's a very brave move, but he's made it work.
Absolutely phenomenal racing between these guys, keeping it absolutely clean, keeping each other, well, maintaining the respect for each other, considering they are fighting for the same honour here today. The final win of GX UK Senior for today. And there you can see there's a little bit of a gap beginning to breach out there. Greg Philpott has just been pushed out and he's lost considerable amount of time and place there. He was in 4th position at the beginning of the lap. Now he is down to 9th.
Yeah, there was a bit of contact and helping people out of the way there, wasn't there? But I don't think Brad helped himself too much as he tried to hang it on around the outside. I mean, fair play for trying it, but like I say, that curb there is so steep. You get the cut over that and you're going nowhere but forwards when you want to be turning left.
There we see Aaron Alexander coming out of Ashby and through Parker. The Chapman is in the next corner. Next to him there, Alexander and then Roberts. It's Ross Deal, who's a little bit further back from these now. Not able to do an awful lot. Judging by the lap times, we've got 2 more laps of racing here at Whilton Mill. Leaders cross over the line. Alexander still leads, but it's Roberts who's continuing to give chase.
Yeah, he's doing his best, isn't he, to take it to Aaron Alexander, who's like I say, he's a guest driver here this weekend, running under the GXR flag. It's the livery you can see on the carts.
Oh, Roberts goes through on Alexander for the lead, so Matthew Roberts got the job done into Christmas. That might have caught Aaron Alexander by surprise, but you can see the two still fighting it out, and Ross Deal's got back into the fight here. Oh, this could end up getting quite messy, especially in the final laps here. Well, let's hope they all keep it safe and sound, as well as keeping it competitive and robust. Lewis Jones is a little bit further back than these, so Ross Deal doesn't really have too much to lose. He can afford to go for it, whereas Aaron Alexander and Matthew Roberts, they're very much on a knife edge. And it looks like there's been some form of incident on circuit on the entry to the boot.
Yeah, Matthew Glazebrook was pointing the wrong way, I can see in the 30 carts. As we start the last lap for our leaders, this battle is not over yet. They've dropped Ross Deal slightly, but if these two compromise each other, it will bring Ross Deal straight back into it like it has there. There's no room through there. Matthew Roberts holds the line through Inkermans and down here. He goes defensive. Aaron Alexander follows him, opening the door for Ross Deal to square them both off and get a run on one of them. And he has a little bit. They both still, again, go shallow. This is going to be one of the last few opportunities they've got to make a move.
There goes the 75. Aaron Alexander on the inside of Matthew Roberts. He's through on the last lap. Aaron Alexander through ahead of his rival. Matthew Roberts absolutely distraught with that. Right at the very depth. It is Aaron Alexander who's going to come through to take the final win here at GX UK Senior here at Whilton Mill. He leads Ross Deal and Matthew Roberts over the line. It's a phenomenal drive.
Yeah, you can't argue with that. That was some very good driving, wasn't it, by Aaron Alexander to make that work. Did he help Matthew Roberts out? Well, it was difficult to tell from that angle, but Matthew didn't seem to say otherwise, aside from being very disappointed in that. But as the rest of the field streams over the line, 4th position was taken by Philip Richardson, number 3. Jacob Sharrock comes home in 5th. Brad Philpott claimed 6th, somehow, after all of that melee we saw in the mid-pack.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, we lost timing.
And Jack Langford he finished in P7, followed by Oscar Proietti, who does get some good points after all, following the rocky ride he's had today. Matthew Davis 9th, Harvey Still 10th, Rochelle in 11th position. It's Henry Alp Williams in 12th, Elliot Price. Matthew Glazebrook making it back to 14th after the spin he had on the penultimate lap, followed by Oscar Drain. Harley Smith, Sam Hooper, Russell N. Dean, Alex Warnaby, Adam Holloway in 20th place, followed by Alex Horn, Lennox Ferguson Walker, Dan Howarth, Leon Blindell, Tim Kunzes, Ethan Holt, Dan Booth, and Ash Condola in 28th, with Ronnie Townsend and Lewis Jones falling all the way down to 30th position.
Yeah, I guess
30th
that's
position.
I can only imagine then with Matthew Glazebrook pointing the wrong way as I saw. I could see Lewis up the window actually stood by the marshal post, so I rather fancy that they've got together. That'd be the oohs and the ahs we heard behind us from the balcony, I'm sure.
I wonder if there may be a few words after, because probably we wouldn't want to know what's been said there. And even if we did say it, even if we did hear it, we wouldn't say it on there. So.
It wouldn't be repeatable, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That was the GX UK Senior Final done for the day then. They've given us some really good racing over this weekend, I have to say. Today's been really good. They've been brilliant. Brutal, but certainly well worth watching. And if you ever fancy getting involved in this, it's a great championship to be involved in. GX UK Seniors is growing all the time. Numbers are up with some 64 entries this year, so certainly worth looking at, and have a look at our coverage from last season, see what you think. Take note of this one, and we've got a couple more rounds to cover for this series where you can see the GX UK Seniors out a couple more times when we do the anniversary round and Warden Law later in the year. Meanwhile, as Tom shuffles many paperworks, because we've got an abundant, I swear we have a whole tree of paper in here now.
Yeah.
But we are going to move on to our penultimate round, penultimate race, my apologies, of the day, as it is the 115 UK final.
And it's the seniors for this one, which will happen in a moment.
Yeah, here they come.
And you can hear the carts coming out onto the circuit now as well. And they will form up. And we'll run down on the grid as well. Plenty of drivers in the field to keep an eye on over the course of 12 minutes plus one lap. So Ash Robinson and Gordon Smith on the front row, Lee Harrison and Pete Newman alongside. And it's Charlie Mackin and Jamie Crease next up. And then it's Ben Jessup and Lee Gadsby, Sam Taylor and Dom Cliff, followed by Faith Hunton and Alex Thomas, Mason Keeble and Declan Shanahan in 13th and 14th, then followed by Jordan Coulson and Sam Cope. Oscar Stevenson and Charlie Rowe in 17th and 18th places respectively. And the driver at the back is James King.
Yeah, James has been known James for a long time. James King on the 20 at the back of the field. He's been karting as well an awfully long time, and it's nice to see him back out in a different series this weekend. Hope he's enjoying himself. Normally tends to. He just enjoys circulating and being out in the kart, does James. Always a good guy to chat to in the paddock if you see him, so make sure you stop and say hello. Are we going to go around again, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we are. So what do you think was going to happen? Wow, we got Ash Robinson at the front. Gordon Smith. Going again, it's okay.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the carts. I was wondering why Lee Harrison was that far in front there. Everyone else behind this assumed the race was going to start, but I suppose they were just preparing themselves for such a situation like that. And there is James King at the back, who will get to the tail of the crocodile. And through Christmas, he will catch them up too. So Lee Harrison hoping he can end his day in style. He clearly came away with the most points out of all the heats during the course of this weekend to go with that.
Yeah, I think it might have been different if Pete Newman wasn't with that DNF. Did he have a DNF, or he just finished really far down, didn't he? It does make a difference for points. But yeah,
which driver? Sorry,
Pete Newman. After him and Gordon Swift got together in that.
I think Pete Newman may have stopped, but the other driver continued to the finish. But
nevertheless, it's eighth grid place start for him as we round the boot to get this underway for the final of the 115 UK. Here we go.
Here we go, indeed. Lee Harrison in the number 3, Charlie Mackin in the number 2 on the front row. And it's a green light in the final of the 115 UK Series.
Yeah, and already there's a kart on the grass on the exit of Oblivion into Crook, but up the hill it's going to be the number 5, Ash Robinson, who leads the way ahead of Lee Harrison on the 3. There's a swap there for position ahead of Gordon Smith on the end plate. I couldn't quite pick out who that was. Was it the number 2 of Charlie Mackin? Yes, it was. Karts left and right off the circuit everywhere at the minute.
So you can see the field. There is the number 5, I think, in the lead now. That's Ash Robinson, who's leapt up very, very nicely indeed. Lee Harrison in second place. It's Gordon Smith and Charlie Mackin. The driver that ran onto the grass at Crook, that was Declan Shanahan in the 22. hence why he's dropped down the order considerably. There's already a warning contact flag to Charlie Mackin, the man running in 4th place. So he'll need to basically watch his toes from here on in, especially in a race like this now where it's longer than the heats.
Yeah, and being a final as well, points mean prizes, and you don't want a low-scoring final if you can help it. So he'll be watching what he's doing a bit more. But he's got a bit of clean air, to be fair, so he's got Jamie Crease slightly off his rear bumper. So if you see a switch for position, that's Pete Newman, shockingly, up into 2nd place. He has had a strong day, hasn't he, as Pete? It's just not quite gone his way in places where he needed it to, but nonetheless, he's still at the front.
Yep, he's chasing after Ash Robinson now, who has had a race to remember. Pete Newman has had a race to remember. Likewise, up in 2nd place now. And can he go for the win here? He's got the pace to do it, but it's where and when he decides to go for it.
Yeah, and being a long heat, and at the end of the day now, these drivers are going to be getting tired. Although we say that, and Pete's gone for it straight away into turn 1, which he's been very good at getting out of the last corner a lot today and made that work more often than I've seen anybody else do. But the question will be now, can he get away? Because he's got 10 minutes to do that. Or will Ash Robinson hold on to his coattails? Or will we see Lee Harrison? Because Lee Harrison's looking menacing already on the back of the number 5. Let's say round Ashby and into Parker's.
And here they come towards Chapman. And we have a new race leader in Newman. There's Robinson in the 5, Harrison in the 3, and there's Charlie Mackin in the 2. And Jamie Crease and Lee Gadsby. Gordon Smith has dropped back since the beginning. He's over to get back. Oh, that's a little bit of contact between Robinson and Harrison through the boot. And Harrison had to get out of the throttle. And there we see a 3-way battle for 5th position. Jamie Crease, Lee Gadsby and Gordon Smith all fighting it out.
Yeah, I think that's going to race long this one. As we watch Gordon Smith look for a move down the inside of Lee Gadsby. Makes it stick this time. Has he gone too wide on the exit? Is there a way through for Gadsby? There is not. He's pushing down the hill there, isn't he?
Well, there goes Smith through on Gadsby into 6th position. Jamie Crease is the next driver which he'll want to head on by. But Pete Newman's gap, you can see his bridge now, I would probably say it's more than 6 tenths.
Yeah, I think he's starting to slip away a little bit, isn't he, as Ash Robinson drops back into the clutches of Lee Harrison, and the rest of the chasing pack has now got the attentions of the number 2 of Charlie Mackin on the back of him as well. So it's starting to bunch a little bit, isn't it, at the front end. Jamie Crease has got Gordon Smith and Lee Gadsby hunting him down. When we can see a move into Christmas this time round, we'll have to wait and see as they head up the hill. Ooh, Gordon Smith thought about it, didn't he? Well out of scrape in the background there, but collected himself up. Live for another day.
Charlie Mackin in P4. He's waiting for his opportunities, so when is the best chance for him to go on through? Dom Cliff is in 8th position ahead of Alex Thomas. Mason Keeble in the top 10. Ben Jessup isn't as high as he had hoped from what we'd seen from him in the earlier heats.
Yeah, I think Jamie Crease is starting to hold up Gordon Smith now, isn't he? Gordon's all over the back of him at every opportunity, every corner, looking for a way by. Not to say Jamie is slow either. Jamie Crease is a very quick driver in his own right. But I think Gordon Smith has got the measure of him today. We have yellow flag down through the turns 1 and 2. There's a car off towards post 3 on the way up the hill, just to your right-hand side out of shot.
It is Dom Cliff who's stopped. It's Dom Cliff who stopped just before Christmas, and that's his day over now, unfortunately.
Yep. As the lead is, again, just approaching half distance now, and I think Pete Newman's definitely got the measure of Ash Robinson at this stage of the race. Ash is still, I think he's definitely starting to hold up Lee Harrison a little bit now. I mean, lap time wise, Lee Harrison's a couple of tenths quicker, but can't get around him. That he needs a 3 or 4 tenths quicker just to make sure he can get a clean overtake than I expect, but we'll see how that unfolds in the second half of this race.
Here is complete their 6th lap. Pete Newman leads by 8 tenths. And we look at the battle for 5th position between Crease, Smith and Gadsby. They refuse to leave each other later. It's been that way for a number of laps now. But that was half a moment there for Smith, thinking they were going for it on Crease. But Crease thought better of it and remains in front for the time being. James King has dropped down the order to last position. I don't know if he's still circulating around the track, he might have gone into the pits, Gaz.
I'll have a look at it as he... In fact, yeah, he's got no movement on the timing bar, so I think James King is also out of this race. As we focus on the front end of it, as it comes around the boot and into the pits bend chicane one more time, and a lot less curb used in these karts. Certainly compared to the GX 100s anyway, or the 200s, so I keep saying the 100s. As they filter through and then up the hill for another lap. Gordon Smith has now found a way past Jamie Crease. Can Lee Gadsby do the same thing? Jamie, last of the late breakers more often than not. It makes it very difficult for people to get around him. Hanging on to that 6th position at the moment. They round Ashby's down the short chute into Parker's, avoiding that little dip, looking for the apex into Chapman and working their way out, grabbing the curb on the right hand side, diagonally in the straight, looking for the brake mark into the first part of the boot, kind of like hovering on the throttle to keep right there to line yourself up for the chicane, get good driver there, and we cross the stripe one more time.
5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Robinson's gap behind Newman is 1.1 seconds, so Newman beginning to really take the race by his hands at the moment. And this is a very, very commanding drive. He's posted the best lap of the race on the previous tour. It's a 51.2 that he posted. And now it's a 3-year battle for second place. It's Robinson, Harrison and Mackin. Smith, Crease and Gadsby are the next drivers, and it's Alex Thomas and Ben Jessup, Mason Keeble in the top 10. And then behind is Sam Taylor, Faith Hunting, and Jordan Coulson, Sam Cope, who's got Oscar Stevenson right behind, and it's Charlie Rowe and Declan Shanahan.
Yeah, I think Pete Newman's got the hammer down now, hasn't he? See what he does across the line. This again is 100th quicker than his fastest lap last time, so that gap is extended a little bit more, a couple of tenths this time ahead of Ash Robertson, up to 1.5 as near 2 as they head round Christmas through the left-hand kink and down through Inkermans, where it's extremely bumpy from what I can remember.
New fast up of the race, by the way, Gaz.
Oh.
Gordon Smith.
Oh.
51.18 on the previous tour.
So 100th quicker than Pete Newman accomplished. That's impressive, isn't it? So Gordon Smith then, where is he at the minute? He's a little bit off the back of this group. I think he's got enough time to get forward if he keeps going like that. It's half a second lap nearly quicker as he looks to catch up with Charlie Mackin on the number 2 in the middle of your shot. Now there is the M plate flashing through of Gordon Smith across the line.
And another new fast up of the race from Gordon Smith. Pete Newman got it back briefly before Gordon Smith was able to set a time in the sub-51s.
Wow, first man into the 50s then today. That's impressive for the 115 TKMs. Yeah, I think he's got enough time, hasn't he? He's whittling down. If he can do that again now, I think he's going to be on the back of him before the end of this lap. I'm talking about Charlie Mackin, who's just ahead of him, flashing through. There he is. There's Gordon Smith as well, as we focus on the number 3 and 5 of Ash Robinson and Lee Harrison. Entering the boot.
Pete Newman's gap is now 1.5 seconds. Mackin's got Smith closing in. Let's see what the lap times say. Pete Newman goes over the line with 51.14. Ash Robinson 51.22. Lee Harrison 51.26. Mackin 51.24. And Smith 51.04. Just to correct myself, Ash Robinson's time was actually 51.25. Gordon Smith was actually quicker than all 4 of them ahead.
Yeah, that's impressive at this stage of the race. So I'm going to presume he's got his tyres set slightly differently for them to come on towards the end to give him a better race finish, which is probably ideal for this moment because he's got 2 cars ahead of him, not really squabbling, but they certainly know each other are there. As cycle through one more time out of Chapman and down to the boot, using all the road they can. Again, staying shallow. Used to use all the road before the chicane was put in and just be Harry Flatters from the boot all the way up to Christmas pretty much.
Got 3 more laps of racing here. It might be 4, but it's going to be nip and tuck as to when the leaders cross over the line to get another lap in. But Gordon Smith will hope that Pete Newman can actually keep going at the pace he's doing, because if he can do that, they'll buy him a little bit more time to get an overtake done on Charlie Mackin. He's actually right on the rear of Mackin heading towards Ashby.
Yeah, he can't afford to waste any time though. If he wants to get up into that podium position, he's got to get this done very quickly, cleanly, ideally. He's going to have a look at Chapman. Not this time, it's not close enough, is he?
No. He posted a 50.99 on the previous lap, which is over 2/10 faster than the leaders.
This will help him massively as Ash Robinson and Lee Harrison get into a duel side-by-side through the boots. That's brought Charlie Mackin straight back into play, and of course that brings with him the end play of Gordon Smith at the back of this train. Flashes of yellow in his helmet. It does stand out, doesn't it? What's he going to do?
There we go. That's Harrison on Robinson through Christmas. Incumbents is the right-hander before Ashby. Through goes Harrison on Robinson into Ashby. Does he make it? They both go out wide. That could open the door for Gordon Smith to go on through. And the same applies to Charlie Mackin. Charlie Mackin gets ahead of Harrison. Smith gets ahead of Harrison as well into Chapman. So a disastrous few corners there for Lee Harrison. In his attempt to go for second position, he's dropped down to fifth.
Yeah, that's cost him massively. He's back up the inside of Gordon Smith, but is that going to work through the chicane? There's only one line really through here. It's going to compromise him on the way out. And he's got away with it this time, but that's going to leave Gordon Smith all over him up until Christmas, and I have no doubt, being the last lap, Gordon's going to send one up the inside anyway. He's kind of got to in a way, if he wants to make anything of this now.
So it's the last lap of the race. So Newman got over the line just after the 12 minutes had eclipsed. So this will be... So Smith is not going to get that extra lap of which he'll have wanted to get by Lee Harrison as they come through Ashby for the last time in this race. Does Smith find a way through? He cannot get through at this point. There's just no way for him to send it from that far back. Meanwhile, Pete Newman, who came through the field from 5th place on the grid to get into the lead and has never looked back. It's been a rollercoaster day, but it's about to end in style for Pete Newman, who rounds out the last corner to win the final here today at Whilton Mill in the 115 UK Series. Second place goes to Ash Robinson, with Charlie Mackin making it to the podium ahead of Lee Harrison and Gordon Smith.
Yeah, that was a well-earned victory, wasn't it, by Pete Newman, who dominated that really as soon as he got to the front of this race. Pulled away quite convincingly, didn't he, from Ash Robinson, who has come home in second. After a good solid day's work, Charlie Mackin will be happy with third. Lee Harrison and Gordon Smith, again, I think, to be fair, that's relatively respective of what they've achieved today anyway. Gordon Smith should be happy with it. Might not be, but given where he's sat to start and come through the field, I think that's pretty good recovery drive.
Lee Gadsby making it to 6th place out of Jamie Creasy. It's Ben Chessup 8th, Sam Taylor 9th, and Alex Thomas in 10th position. Then we've got Mason Keeble, Faith Hunting, Jordan Coulson, Oscar Stevenson, Sam Cope, Charlie Rowe, and Declan Shanahan completing the 17 finishes. The drivers that didn't make it to the end were James King and Dom Cliff.
Yeah, and you know what time it is now, don't you, Tom? It's time for the last race of the day.
It is, and in case you're wondering what that is, it's the GX UK Seniors that go out on circuit.
That's Pro Karts and the Mod 160 Seniors,
That is correct. And I've got the grid right up here. So Matthew Sprague, who's won all the 3 heats in his category.
By weeks, not seconds.
By weeks. I mean, you've heard that right. I mean, to be fair, he's probably going to be heading over to Clay Pigeon at this rate shortly afterwards. But Matthew Sprague is on pole ahead of Lee Mitchell, and it's Ewan Rayner and Christian Bellaby on the second row. Tom Angier and Chris Williams on row 3, followed by Tony Whitehead and Simon Fuller, with Steve Pickles and Peter Stott round out the top 10. Kevin Pope and Chris French are on the 6th row of the grid, followed by Richard Ware and James Mayeye, and it's Nick Williams and Ryan Clark. Gary Evans in 17th position ahead of Cameron Heskey. Then it's Richard Melton Baxter and Chester Trelone. Robin McGeown in 21st place, and Ashley Hinton in 22nd. Liam Pedge in 23rd. Kiwi Chiekley in 24th place, and the 2 drivers at the back are Leon Chiekley and Michaela Poffus.
So here we go then. Off they go to start what will be the final race of the day for the Mod 160s and the Pro Karts. I think our producer is rather happy about that for some bizarre reason. But
We should be in for a good race anyhow. And it's Matthew Spragg at the head of the field. Now, these classes are mixed within the same... I think they're separate now in their own separate fields, aren't they? So,
Yeah.
Matthew Spragg at the head of that. And then it will be Lee Mitchell next, then Chris Williams, then Tony Whitehead, Steve Pickles, Kevin Pope, Chris French, Ryan Clark, James Millet, and Cameron Heskey in formation. And it's Christian Bellaby, Ewan Rayner, Tom Angier, Simon Fuller, Peter Stott, Richard Ware, Nick Williams, Richard Melton Baxter, Gary Evans, Chester Trelone, Rob McGeown, Liam Pedge, Ashley Hinton, Kiri Chickley, Ian Chickley, and Michaela Pothas.
Yeah, so as they cycle themselves around, we should see the grid split off, which they've done. So we're going to take a look at the 160 mods as they head around to take the start of their race.
Yeah, they should be ready to go. They're all in formation, so this will be the start of the final race here. This is the Mod 60 and GX UK Pro Karts. The red light becomes green for the Mod 160s, and we await for the Pro Karts to head on by very, very shortly. But there we see the field coming through Crook, and now we look at the Pro Karts. Their red light becomes green as well.
Yeah, and a clean start again by the Pro Kart field. Both Pro Kart fields have been reasonably exemplary, haven't they, all day, getting their races underway. As we see the 4 of Tony Whitehead look for a move. Thinks better off. So Ewan Rayner. I'm looking at the wrong class. Doesn't read the ball properly, doesn't it? But look, there we go.
Well, there's no dramas at the moment, although there is actually a tussle going on in the Pro Kart field. I think that was the 50 that went out wide. That will have been Rob McGeown. He's running into first position ahead of Ashley Hinton, who he was at the beginning of the lap. But we'll get an updated order, and it's no surprise to see Matthew Spragg at the head of the field, considering the form he's been in today. And he's going to be down for everyone else to really catch him over the course of the year.
Yeah, definitely. He's certainly set a very high bar, hasn't he? He's just short of 1 second ahead already after one lap. So by that maths, he could win this by some 12 seconds.
It doesn't look like Michaela Pothas is... Oh, yeah, Michaela Pothas is in the field. It just didn't update itself as early as I thought it would do. But either way, there is a penalty notice for Simon Fuller, the man who is currently sitting 7th in class. He's been given a 2-place penalty.
Ooh, might that be for the contact on the exit of Ashby's on the opening lap? Yeah. That makes sense. Didn't see it, I just saw the aftermath, so can't speculate too much. But nevertheless, we move onwards as we watch. Let's just pick out who it was. We're now back to the front again, aren't we?
So the contact warning was for Christian Bellaby as well. So he needs to be on his toes from now. For the number 6 and the 64 fighting it out. The number 6 in the 160s, that's Chris French, who has gone through on the 64 of Kevin Pope. So Chris French is through into 5th position. Tony Whitehead is the next driver of which he'll go into combat with very, very soon. 12 minutes plus 1 lap it'll be. Over 2 minutes into this race now, we're on lap number 3. It's a foregone conclusion that Matthew Spragg is going to win this. The question is, who will finish second?
Yeah, well, as long as he doesn't have any mechanicals, which we've not seen any signs of. Oh, that's a big oversteer, wasn't it, by the 64?
That's Kevin Pope, who got out of shape and he's cut across on the 85 of Steve Pickles. That was not very good, really, in terms of the way he cut across, but was there an awful lot he could have done about that there, Kevin Pope?
He wouldn't have known he was there at all. I think it was very opportunistic to think by Steve Pickles that door was going to stay open. He was always going to move back to the right for the chicane, so, you know, no harm done. They're still together on the circuit, so they live to fight on.
There's the 64, who's now ahead of the 46, James Murieri, right on the tail of Pope, entering Ashby. As they come out of that, and heading towards the 2 left-handers of Parker and Chapman. So through they go now, and the gap between Spragg and Mitchell was 1.4 seconds at the beginning of the lap. We'll get an updated gap on where they are in the field. And Spragg has posted a 50.7 compared to a Mitchell has posted a 50.8.
Yeah. And as the rest of the field stream through, they're in the 51s and the 52s, so it goes to show the speed of the front end of this race. Already 5th position is some 7 seconds behind. That's only after 4 minutes of racing, so it's going to show how quickly these the leaders are, including Lee Mitchell in this, because he's not really dropping off, is he, at the back of Matthew Sprague, which is the first time we've seen that today.
Looking at drivers who've made inroads in the field, well, I can say that Tom Angier has gone... No, it's not Tom Angier. Peter Stott's gone up 3 positions from his starting spot, 15th to 12th. And for Nick Williams, he's gone up 2 positions from where he had started.
We pick up the leader of the Pro Karts, the number 4, Ewan Rayner. All by himself, actually, isn't he? He's broken away, hasn't he, from the number 1 of Peter Stott in 2nd place in class. As he cycles through, there he is, the 2nd place man. 3rd and 4th flash into view as well. As they make their way out across the start line again.
There's another lap completed that by the leaders, Matthew Sprague. It's not like he's pulling away by a considerable margin, but he's just doing enough to really manage the gap. I will say, though, I've been impressed with Lee Mitchell, who is keeping up with the times of what Sprague has been doing. 50.4 compared to Sprague's 50.3. There goes the number 42 on the inside. That's Simon Fuller on Nick Williams. And that's him through into 5th position in class.
Yeah, I think to reiterate your point there, Lee Mitchell has been caught in traffic, but he's always been in a battle somewhere, hasn't he? So he's not had clean running. So, yeah, we've seen what he can do now. He's got a bit of free air in front and behind him. As we focus on the Pro Kart M plate, that is Christian Bellaby, 5th overall at the minute. And we pick up our overall race leader in the 160s, the 28 of Matthew Sprague, I'm sure it's a Sunday afternoon drive, isn't it, really?
Well, what I can tell you is that Mitchell's been able to take 4 tenths out of Sprague's lead on the last lap. Oh, that's a spin!
That's right, that was a back marker.
It was a back marker, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the lead, I was thinking, that can't be Sprague. There we go. That's Matthew Sprague back there.
The colour of the kart, wasn't it?
I hope that's not a jinx from me. But Matthew Sprague is able to keep going as he's doing. I wonder who actually spun there coming out.
It was difficult to see. I think it was like a number 40 or something like that. 41, possibly Liam Pledge. Liam Pledge at the back of the field.
Yeah, or it might have been Michaela Pothos that had that spin. So
yeah, difficult to tell in the sunshine on the white numbers.
So it's 50.1 for Matthew Sprague, despite that spin of which he might have witnessed on the entrance to the boot. 50.1 he did. 50.6 Lee Mitchell had posted on that same tour. So Sprague was able to respond to Mitchell's pursuit.
Yeah, picking up stable at around 1.5 seconds for the last few laps as we cross over into the second half of this last race of the day, the Mod 160s and GX UK Pro Karts. Yeah, it's been some good stuff today we've seen, isn't it, across all classes, I think.
It's been fastest lap after fastest lap from Matthew Sprague, 50.172 to Lee Mitchell's 50.314, nearly 1.5 tenths quicker, faster than the 2nd place man. Chris Williams has only been able to post times in the 51s. He hasn't even got into the 50s yet.
Wow, it just goes to the pace, doesn't it, of the leading pair, doesn't it? They are in a different league, it seems, doesn't it, at the minute with their lap times. Some really strong pace. Let's have a look down to see how the Pro Karts are doing. Still Ewan Rayner at the front of that race. A couple of seconds up the road ahead of Peter Stott on the number 1. We watch the 20 and 37. That's Lee Mitchell just lapping the number 20. That'll be the Pro Karts.
Yeah.
Of Leon
Chickley.
Yeah. Difficult to read. I'm stood so far away, isn't it?
It was a 50.1 that Sprague posted. 50.7 Mitchell did that time around. The gap is now 2.4 seconds between the pair. Chris Williams has got no one to fight with ahead, and he's got no one to fight with behind. So he looks like he's going to be 3rd by the end of this one, with being just under 4 minutes to go. Chris French in 4th position. He's got Tony Whitehead right behind. The gap between those two is 1.1 seconds nearly. And then we've got the likes of Steve Pickles, James Mieri, Kevin Pope and Ryan Clark down the order. Cameron Heskey is last, not only in the category, but he's also behind the top 3 in the Pro Karts category.
Oh, okay, so the Pro Karts have done really well, haven't they? If they're able to keep up and get ahead. Where are the lap times? There's some 2.5 quicker, aren't they, than...
If you look at Rayner and
Cameron
Stott's lap
Heskey
times compared to what Clark and Pope are doing, at this rate, they're going to pass them.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Fair play. Of course, we're saying I'm guessing Cameron Heskey's a novice though, isn't he, as well, for the Mod 160s?
He is, yeah. But still, it's an encouraging sight for the Pro Karts in gathering experience for themselves. And we look at the number 8 in the... Is that the number 8? Is that the 0?
It's the 0.
Chris Williams, yeah, he's just lapping... I think that's Michaela... No, it's Leon Chierkley. He's lapping. Tom Angier has got in front of Cameron Heskey now. And he's looking to make inroads on Christian Bellaby. Ewan Rayner on course for the Pro Karts win overall at this rate. The gap between him and Stott is now something like 4 seconds.
Yeah, certainly being stretched out a little bit, isn't it? As the clock dwindles down to 0, I think we might see Matthew Spragg and Lee Mitchell just wind it off a little bit and bring the kart home. No need to push it at this stage now, really. As we pick up the 64, the 24 and the 4. That's 2 different classes you're looking at. That's Ewan Rayner on the 4 at the back of that group. He's in the Pro Karts chasing down the... Who was it again? The 24.
That's Ewan Rayner.
Yeah.
That's Ewan Rayner putting a lap on the 24. So the 24 going down...
That's position.
Is that for the position?
Yeah, that's overall. He's now ahead of another Mod 160.
Ah, there we go. So you can see Ewan Rayner coming into his stride now. If he can go through on the 64 very shortly, he may go to the inside at Chapman, and he's done it.
Yeah.
Rayner through on 2 of the 160s on the same lap.
Yeah, so that will put him up into 8th overall when he crosses the stripe ahead of Kevin Pope and Ryan Clark. Still, as much as he's overtaken, he's still first in class. He's what is he now? Some 6 seconds up the road ahead of his nearest rival, Peter Stott, still in second place. There you go, as the timing adjusts, reflecting his, quite spectacular overtakes, to be fair. What business does he have up there messing around with these guys? But fair play to him.
Let's see if he can catch up to James Mieri in the final laps here then, because I'm looking at his times compared to what Mieri has done. It's 4 tenths faster he did on that previous lap, but that was because he got by 2 of the cars on that lap en route to setting that time. So now he's got some clear track ahead of him. We can have a direct comparison between the pair.
Yeah, as we pick up our overall race leader, Matthew Spragg, who's going to cross the line. He's going to get another lap out of this one here. I think he's going to extend his day by 1 further 51 seconds. The gap is still slightly increasing, isn't it, to Lee Mitchell, who's running around by himself in second place and 5 seconds ahead and 7 seconds behind are his competitors. It's quite spread out, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it is spread out. Looking at Rayner's time compared to Mieri, still saying it's like 4 tenths on that previous tour. Don't think Rayner's going to catch him. Not at this rate.
This is a minute and 40 seconds left realistically of racing, so pretty big ask, I think, to make that up. But we jump to Nick Williams was just flashing through our shot. Now we're looking at our race leader again, Matthew Spragg through Inkermans. It's the penultimate time as the clock is run down to 0. He'll pick up the last lap board next time round over the stripe. In class of his own. Yeah,
and that's Nick Williams. He's putting a lap on before Chapman. And it's not long before this race and the day reaches its conclusion. And the lap time that Ewan Rayner did compared to Mieri, it's still like 3.5 tenths they've just done. And the gap between the pair is like 4.7 seconds. There's no way he's going to catch him in 2 laps.
No, but he doesn't know what to try, does it? And he's giving us a great show, isn't he, by giving it a go. Ewan Rayner, leader of the Pro Kart class, the GX Pro Karts.
Yeah.
He's a good... that gap is open. It's like some 7 seconds now ahead of Peter Stott in the second place in that class.
And Peter Stott and Christian Bellaby have got through on Kevin Pope, who's part of the 160 class. So those two have gone on by. Tom Angier has got through on Cameron Heskey as well. I think he's ahead of Kevin Pope now as well. So Angier's ahead of Pope. Behind Heskey is Simon Fuller, and it's actually the last lap for the leader. So here is Matthew Spragg, who has absolutely smashed it today. Winner in the first heat, winner in the second heat, winner in the third heat here today. And it's the final win for Matthew Spragg in the Mod 160 class, thoroughly deserved at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, he's owned today and yesterday, hasn't he, in some fantastic style, and a well-deserved victory Liam Mitchell brings it home in second, some 8 seconds behind across the line in the end, so he'd listed off. We wait for Chris Williams, who's just shot through on the 0. He's another 18 seconds back. Chris French comes home in 4th. This is where it gets tricky. We've got to pick out who's who now. Tony Whitehead in the other number 4 is 5th. Steve Pickles is 6th. James Mieri will be 7th. And our winner for the GX Pro Kart is going to be Ewan Rayner on the number 4. Looks really happy about that too, didn't he?
Do you know what puts the icing on the cake for Matthew Sprague? He posted the fastest lap of the race on the last lap in the 49s.
It's just showing off by this point, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a brilliant victory in the end. And we can run down on the final classification here. And Simon Fuller's penalty of 2 places for the contact he had earlier will be applied. So his 15th position will become 17th. Let's have a rundown on the final race result of today. Matthew Sprague is the winner in the 160s ahead of Lee Mitchell and Chris Williams. Chris French was 4th, followed by Tony Whitehead and Steve Pickles and James Mieri, with Ryan Clark, Kevin Pope and Cameron Heskey rounding out the respective class. In the Pro Karts, Ewan Rayner was the convincing winner over Peter Stott and Christian Bellaby, who round out the podium in that. And it's Tom Angier in 4th. Simon Fuller drops down to 7th position in class. So that promotes Nick Williams and Richard Ware up places. And it's Chester Trelone in P8. Richard Melton Baxter in 9th, with Gary Evans 10th. And it's Rob McGeown and Ashley Hinton in 11th and 12th. Kiri Chirkley, Liam Pedge, Leon Chirkley, and Michaela Pothers. All the starters made it to the end, which is nice to see.
And that is the end of that, Tom. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. It's been a good day. I've fully enjoyed watching this and presenting with you.
I've absolutely enjoyed it myself as well, Gaz, and it's been a pleasure working with you today and gathering some knowledge about what this series is all about. What can you take from today?
Matthew Sprague is very fast. I think we're going to see a lot of action further on during the season with the GX 100 seniors, because that was just absolutely lit, wasn't it? Incredible racing, wheel banging left, right and centre. Always love the 2 strokes. You can never beat a 2-stroke in oil plumes. So I think that should be a lit championship. Don Pine has done very well to come home with the victory in the end of that. So I think we've got a very good season on our hands across all the classes.
I couldn't agree more. Well, after all of that today, it's been wonderful being here at Whilton Mill to carry out the first round. And in terms of the Karting Live, we'll be back next weekend for the Fullback Club round with Joe and Nick. So do please make sure that you join. Make sure you like and subscribe to Karting Live TV, and that way you will not miss a thing. I am Tom with Gaz Bury, and we'll speak to you again soon when the Access Karting UK series returns on Karting Live TV. And it's goodbye.